Uh-oh.
Okay, attempt number 2. Loud and clear?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, buddy?
Cool. How's it going, Destiny? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, buddy. Are you the poker player?
Not so much.
Oh, that means no, right?
That means no.
Oh, okay. I don't even know the poker players. I just know what someone in chat say if you're the poker player, so I don't... Okay. Well, hey, cool. What's up, buddy? Okay, hey. How you doing? I heard you had some commentary, some feedback that you wanted to give in response to the Sargon of Akkad debate.
I mean, not specifically that, but, I was here like a week ago making some noise because I don't really understand the Hillary support. And everyone was telling me to go, like, look at any stuff you said on YouTube about it, and that was basically all I found.
Wait, who's told you to?
Just your chat. So I watched that whole Sargon of Akkad thing.
Okay, I really don't like Hillary. I don't really support her at all. I think she's a fuck up.
Well, yeah, no, you're more like Bernie, I guess. But I mean, everyone naturally just when Bernie goes, then you default to Hillary over Trump.
I mean, Hillary over Trump is an easy choice for me. But I'm not gonna like.
Why is that?
Because I hate everything about Trump.
Like what things?
Like everything.
I mean, policies or personal things, or
like both. I mean, we can. I mean.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, we can talk about specifics if you want, in terms of anything. If I don't know how much you follow the election or whatever, but
I think a lot. So we could start anywhere. I mean, the wall, trannies, what is there a what thing
I mean, we
interests
can
you?
start with the wall, I guess. There hasn't been any analysis whatsoever that would point to the idea of a wall helping with illegal immigration whatsoever. And I'm not even talking about if you think illegal immigration is good or bad, just that putting a wall up won't really do anything at all. People can still get here by boat. People can still get here by car. 40% of the illegal immigrants in the United States right now are just on overstayed visas. These are all people that wouldn't be impacted by a wall whatsoever. So
Well,
it just seems like a really
I mean, you say
waste
a
of
wall
money.
wouldn't stop a car. I don't know what you mean by that. It seems like a wall would stop a car, unless they drive through the wall.
Or they could drive through like access points or places where cars get through to...
What, holes in the wall?
Hold on, wait a second. I'm sorry. When Trump said build a wall, do you think that he literally meant cut off all transportation to Mexico with a giant wall?
I mean, he did say like largely. I mean, the wall was just for main portions. Like I think some parts he said are natural land
Wait,
barriers and
so
just like more coverage
what
of
about,
it. I mean,
like-
really, he said like the wall is just as far like there could just as easily not be a wall, and it's just much more like
Yeah,
strict
what
border
about, like-
patrolling and control and
what about,
actually
like-
sending people back.
what about like trucks that like deliver products and stuff that drive?
Well, like commerce? Of course, he's letting commerce through. Like
Okay,
there's.
so that's where the cars
I
would...
mean, it's not to close them off entirely. It's just a
Okay, yeah,
selective wall,
sure. So
a
and then
semi-permeable membrane.
yeah, and what about like people that drive back and forth, like like American citizens and Mexican citizens with legal right? Like there are people that can drive through still, right?
Yeah, I mean, I assume that you like check in with border people when you cross.
Sure, but I mean, isn't that what we do right now?
That's what people who are doing it legally do right now. People
Okay.
who do it illegally don't.
Sure. But again, that brings us back to the point, how does the wall stop them if they can still find ways to get in illegally via boat, via...
Well, it does make it harder. I mean, you're taking it from foot to car to boat to. I mean, the methods are just getting trickier and trickier, and
They
then
might be,
it
but
does
I mean,
take
it's
like
a
obviously.
massive...
I mean, we're more high tech than a wall. A wall is just the easiest part, like the physical barrier. I'm sure
Gotcha,
that the
just-
government has ways of like tracking the border.
Sure, I guess, but I mean, we do those things. I mean, I just don't see like how adding walls to some parts is going to magically like help at all. I don't know. It seems like a
Well, I mean,
huge,
just
massive
around,
waste
like-
of money.
I mean, you're making people go further around it. The harder you make it to come in, the less likely people are going to do it. That's all you can do is really discourage people from doing things.
Sure, but I mean, there's like a
You can't like
reasonable...
force people to stop coming, but
There's like
you
a
make it
reasonable
harder and then less
cost.
people do it.
There's like a reasonable cost to that. Like I don't know if building a giant wall, like estimates have put this thing at being insanely expensive. Like if we end up spending more on this wall to keep out, like however, even if it's not that effective, we don't keep that many people out. Like we're wasting more money than we're saving. Like, I don't know. I'm not really sold on
But
it.
the
and
cost thing, I think costs are going to be tough to discuss because I'll go and say like, oh well, the money that we're saving from not covering like bunches of illegals that we don't even know what they're doing and stuff like that. They're getting healthcare. Like that's it. I think it's going to be tough to compare and discuss exact costs.
Sure. I
it's
guess
just
so. I
like
guess my thing would
skills.
be I haven't seen anybody credible say that the wall is a good idea. I haven't seen any. There was a big article in time, I think, that went up discussing how people get into the country illegally, that the illegal immigration industry is multi-hundreds of billions of dollars a year annually, that tons of people spend money on this. There's tons of ways to get in and out, and people come in through all these different ways. It doesn't seem, I haven't seen anything where it's like, oh yeah, like when we put this wall up, this is really going to help with illegal immigration. I guess I just haven't seen any of that at all. If you know of like a really credible, I guess I can link you to the Time article. I can search for that if you want to read that or whatever. But if you have anybody like really credible that said that like, yeah, the wall is definitely going to help a lot, like I would definitely be interested to hear about it. But I just haven't heard that at all.
Well, I mean, the amount of people that cross over the areas where the wall will be built, like the amount of illegal immigration that goes on, in specifically those like that region, I'm betting is a lot.
Oh, you're betting though, but I mean, I can tell you that 40% of people in the United States that are here legally overstayed their visa. So that's almost half the people.
I mean, do I assume
already...
the majority of people like go from Mexico like directly to America, or do I think most people?
Well, no,
like,
but I'm just saying like half the people that are here already.
Places that they could just walk across.
But I'm just saying, like when you talk about this massive multi-billion, trillion-dollar project, like half the people that you're hoping to keep out are already here, like via illegally overstaying visas. So that's already half the people are completely unaffected. So then from there, you've got different methods of getting here. I mean, I don't know. It just it doesn't seem like a very realistic solution. It seems like a kind of like a for fun thing that doesn't really hold much weight to it. Like it's fun to talk about, like build a giant wall, but it doesn't seem like.
I mean, how costly exactly do you think that is? It seems like a relatively small expense, especially. I mean, everyone keeps talking about the wall, and he keeps saying, you know, some parts will be fenced, and I mean, you know, they keep saying, oh, he's weakening on his position, and it's like, well, I mean, we don't need, like, we don't need like 100-foot wall that's like 60 feet wide or whatever. Like, it's just a barrier.
So Trump
like
has said that the wall
kind of thing, and then it's more reliant on actual technology and border agents keeping people out. I mean, Trump said
8 to 12 billion. That was his estimate. So those are going to be the most favorable estimates. Other people in the media have estimated between 5.1 to 25 billion. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it seems like it would be a decently high cost project. Like, and then you also have to have maintenance costs as well.
Okay, I mean, the benefits are, like, do you think it will stop, like, you don't think the wall will stop illegal immigration? People are just going to do it at the same rate, or do you think it will indeed drop the rate, like I'm saying?
I don't think it'll drop much at all, no. I mean, maybe a little bit, but I don't think it'll be worth the massive amount of money that we're going to spend on it. No, not even close.
Well, I just don't know about that, but that's fair, because it's tough. I can't really... We just have to see exactly how it works out. I don't have the numbers nobody really has the numbers of exactly how much illegals are costing. Some people say it's a net benefit. I find that tough to believe, but
sure. I don't think we're going to find out, though, because Trump, for the most part, seems to have backed away from the wall position, as he has a lot of his positions.
Well, I mean, he keeps saying he's going to build the wall at every single, like, thank you tour rallies. I mean, he said it, like, last night, so I don't know what he...
I mean, he says some things at rallies, but then he says different things on Twitter. He says different things to the media. And in the interview that he did for 60 Minutes, when she was talking about how much it would cost to put up a giant wall and all across the border, he said, well, maybe in some areas we'll just use a fence. Like, I don't know. It seems like it's a lot different than the wall just got 5 feet taller and we're putting a whole wall up everywhere. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but the wall got 5 feet tall. I mean, if nobody's taking that literally, right?
I don't know what to take literally from Trump. It seems like you can't take anything he says literally, so I'm not sure. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen anybody intelligent come out for the wall or say that it would benefit things in a positive way. And it seems to me that a lot of people get into this country for ways that aren't just walking across the desert or whatever, or walking into the country. So, I mean,
the some parts being the fence, like that makes sense. You're talking about, and everyone's giving me like, oh, this is going to be such a huge expense. Like, okay, so let's make some of it a fence. That makes, you know, the maintenance cheap. That makes the cost cheaper. That makes the maintenance cheaper.
Sure, but just because it's cheaper doesn't mean it's not still going to be a multi-billion-dollar project. But I mean, regardless of that, I guess we can move. I don't know. I'm not sold on the wall, I guess. It doesn't sound like you have a lot of compelling reasons to be sold on it either, other than the fact that you're hopeful.
I mean, the wall is like more an idea than a specific, like, I'm not all about a wall. I'm about border security.
The idea that we're going to spend a fuck ton of money on something that's pretty ineffective and has no reason to be effective, but we want to show the world that we're serious about being bad with our money. I mean, I don't know. What is the idea that we're conveying?
I'm still disagreeing that it's completely ineffective. You're just saying everyone's just going to take boats. Like they've all got boats. I mean, when there's suddenly a wall between you and where you're trying to go, it makes it tougher. I don't know. I think that discouragement is more significant than you think it'll impact it, but I don't know. We'll see, I guess. As far as immigrants from other places, because now we're just focusing on southern people. I mean, Islam, how do you think that's doing across the world? Because a lot of the things like, Angela Merkel's recent saying she's proposing a burqa ban in Germany now. The great multicultural leader who's been all about the open borders, just let everybody in. I mean,
Well,
do you have
she's
any kind of
pushing it
reaction to
now
that?
because the whole world is moving to the right. So yeah, she doesn't want to lose re-election. I think that the refugee crisis in all of Europe, combined with a lot of the misinformation that gets reported on it, has pushed a ton of people in that direction. That refugees need to go.
I mean, do you think she's serious about it? Or is that just like she's not going to do it? I mean, I don't think she's even serious about it.
Oh, I don't know if she'll do it or not, but she's definitely going to talk
I mean,
about
do you
it. 'Cause
think
she
that
doesn't wanna-
Germany is suffering from the mass migration? Is Europe suffering from mass migration right now? Like, are there
mean-
problems in that country as a result of that?
To some extent, do you think that there will ever be in the history of all of humankind a mass refugee flight that works out well for everybody in the end? I mean, that's not typically how that goes. Refugees typically don't want to leave the area that they're coming from, and people typically don't want to take in a massive influx of people either. I mean, like, I don't think that's ever happened where people are welcoming, like, oh, yes, I'm so glad this country is collapsing next to it. Like, it's part of the reason why China is content to let North Korea sit there and do its thing because it doesn't want to deal with fucking people fleeing from that country either. Like, I think that a lot of it gets a little bit overblown. I mean, depending on your particular flavor of media outlet, people are talking about like millions and millions of rapes being committed by refugees and shit. I think that, especially for, I'm familiar with the stats in Germany, like I think that gets overblown quite a bit.
I mean, you think what's overblown?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't. I'm not
You think
entirely
the stats
sure.
are phony? Like they're cooking the stats?
No, I think the
'Cause-
stats are right, but a lot of people misrepresent them like pretty hardcore. I mean, I don't know. What do you? I don't know exactly where you get your news from, so it's hard for me to speak to the particular media that you're coming from. But I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously taking in a fuck ton of refugees sucks, but it sucks for everybody. I mean, what's the point you're getting at? What are you asking?
I'm asking, are the problems in Europe bigger than they're being reported? Because it kind of sounds like they're being underreported, and you say that they're being overreported.
I mean, it depends on where you get your media from. If you only get your news from like The Guardian and the BBC, then I would say that the problems are probably underreported. If you get your media from like Breitbart or InfoWars and the problems are overreported, it depends on who you're reading from.
Okay, well, I check out a bunch of sources. I'll say I do look at Breitbart. I don't really like InfoWars. I think a lot of their people actually are pretty good, except Alex Jones is just, I can't listen to him, and I think he's crazy.
Okay.
But they actually have decent people there. I've seen some other people that are smart.
From InfoWars?
Yeah, a couple other
I've
like
never
random
seen
people that
anything
work for them.
worthwhile
But
from there. That
yeah,
and
I know. I
Breitbart,
mean,
they
Alex
have
Jones is awful.
Well, I don't care about how nice or awful they are. It's just the fact
I
that
watch-
they'll post factually incorrect information and try to pass it off as news. Like, really bothers me. Breitbart has that problem as well.
Sure, I also read Daily Wire. I think like Ben Shapiro, who left Breitbart, I like him a lot. Also like Milo. Watch CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News. So those are like my main sources.
Okay.
Also like, Britain First on Facebook, because my friend likes to look at that a lot. So I check out a lot of that. I don't know what else.
Okay, sure.
But I know that I've had discussions too with my lawyer buddy who's in New York, who reads, New York Times and watches CNN. And he gets some wacky ideas.
So what? So what's your point with the refugee thing?
Do they assimilate into the societies where they go, for the most part?
I mean, it takes generations to do it. I don't think they do instantly. No, of course not.
Well, if it takes generations and we're letting like millions in at a time, like unprecedented amounts in at a time, and they're not assimilating,
Sure.
see how that culture clash could cause actual physical clashing?
Yeah, it sucks. But I mean, so your alternative is to just kind of turn everybody away at the border and say fuck off, or
Well, we have like a legal immigration process. That
do you think
people
that the people in Aleppo are sending emails over to immigration offices to find a legal way to come in via the visa situation and everything? Like,
Well, I don't think that they've had their heart set on coming to America ever since they were born. I mean, for like years. Is this just like they suddenly want a different place to go, so let's all take them in?
you know that there's like a thing going on in Syria right now, right? Kind of.
Yeah, there's a thing going on.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of influenced a lot over the past 4 or 5 years, um, in terms of like mass flight of immigrants. I don't know. I feel like that probably spurred on a lot of the immigration stuff a little bit.
Okay, so why shouldn't they go to a land closer to where they already are? Why shouldn't they just kind of move over a little bit in that same continent?
I don't know. I guess it kind of depends on the economies of the countries surrounding them. Are they in a position to absorb that many immigrants as much as a European country is? I would imagine probably not. It's probably easier. You probably get a better living going to a European country.
I mean, you're saying just life is better in European countries?
Yeah, of course.
So,
What, then
okay,
compared to
yes,
some Middle
good.
Eastern
So-
place? Yeah, of course.
Right, so just send them to the place where they'll have the better life rather than
I don't think anybody's
just
sending
like,
anybody
they can't just
anywhere. I
stay
think they're
nearby?
going. I think they're going to the
I mean, why
places.
do we have
they-
to send them to the best
We're not.
places
We're not
just because
sending them anywhere. They're fleeing. They're running, and then they're picking places. I guess that they think.
Well, they're not running to America from Aleppo. They're getting there some other way.
Wait, are you talking about people getting into America or people getting into?
Yeah, America
Europe.
and Europe.
I don't think that many refugees from the Middle East are getting to America, aside from the Syrian refugees that Obama or whatever has said that we're taking. It's a pretty hard trip, I think. From
Yeah, and Hillary wanted more.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if
that's-
anybody, I think America is the one that should be taking them. I mean, that whole situation is kind of our responsibility. So I mean, but I mean,
Like, take. Oh, go ahead.
or I guess I'm sorry, I got a little bit off track because I didn't know if we were talking about it in terms of America or European. But sorry, what were we gonna say?
Well, just as far as like taking these refugees and moving them from like third world country into first world culture.
I
and
don't
just saying,
agree.
"Here
I
you
don't
go,
think that
run
the
free."
Middle East is not a third world country. Places like Iran and Saudi Arabia and Syria pre-civil war and whatnot, these are first world countries that have internet, have cell phones, have TVs, have large, beautiful cities with citizens. Like, they're not third world countries. I mean, I'm not sure the implication was there. I guess because they're Muslims or whatever, or...
I mean, we don't terribly know a lot about the people. That's why vetting comes in. That's why we shouldn't just take in like mass amounts of people from.
Do you think the
far off
United
parts
States
of
of
the world.
America is taking in people and not knowing who they are?
Yes.
Do you know what the vetting process is for somebody coming from Syria?
Not well enough. Educate me.
It's pretty extensive. I'm pretty sure there are multiple interviews with the FBI, the CIA, the Department of Homeland Security. I think they were trying to pass it so that the DHS had actually had to individually sign off on everybody coming in. It's a very, very, very extensive process. The most vetting that we've ever done of anybody ever coming into the country. I can find the
Well,
exact...
I'm still not certain from that. Like, there's agencies and people involved that you're saying, but this hasn't told me anything about what the process is. So one of the problems I've learned about is, like they found out that like a lot of these migrants, like the widows and orphans that they're letting in, are much, much older than that. Like, they've got all these like 13-year-olds over there. They got teenagers with beards because people are underreporting what their age is. They're saying that they're kids so that they can, get in easier, get better benefits. It seems like these interviews with these agencies that you're talking about are just them asking them basic questions that they can just kind of lie about.
Do you live in the United States of America?
Yes.
Okay. You know that we're probably the most powerful country that has ever existed, and we have one of the most capable intelligence agencies to have ever existed in the entire history of all of humankind. Do you really think that we let people just come into this country from Syria without vetting them at all? Just logically think about that for a second.
Well, you're saying
And
without
then-
vetting them at all. I'm saying that the vetting process
Okay.
doesn't seem.
It doesn't
they're
seem
letting
to-
people
okay,
in who
let me,
shouldn't
I'll read this.
be able
from,
to pass a vetting process.
Okay, this is from a Time article. Okay, The process begins with a referral from the UNHCR. The UN's refugee agency is responsible for registering some 15 million asylum seekers around the world and providing aid and assistance until they are resettled abroad or, more likely, returned home once conditions ease. The registration process includes in-depth refugee interviews, home country reference checks, and biological screening such as iris scans. Military combatants are weeded out. Among those who pass background checks, a small percentage are referred from overseas settlements based on criteria designed to determine the most vulnerable cases. This group may include survivors of torture, victims of sexual violence, targets of political persecution, the medically needy, families with multiple children, and a female head of household. What happens once a refugee is referred to the United States? Our government performs its own intensive screening, a process that includes consultation from 9 different government agencies. They meet weekly to review a refugee's case file and, if appropriate, determine where in the United States the individual should be placed. When choosing where to place a refugee, officials consider factors such as existing family.
Here, real quick though, the in-depth refugee interviews and home country reference checks. You don't see potential subjective problems with that? Like the interviews, they lie. The reference checks.
Can you
like
source
reference
me?
checks,
Can
like
you
a
source
resume?
me? Can you
serious?
source me this process failing? Do you have any credible source right now of this process failing right now in the United States of America? Do you have a single one, or can you find me a single one if I give you 5 minutes to do it? Because you seem to be convinced
probably
that
not. I don't have that kind of inside intelligence on the government.
You
But
don't
I
need
mean,
that
I
inside
can
intelligence.
tell
You
you
right
the
now
reports
seem.
that are saying that there's,
Okay, go ahead
a
and
lot
give me
of
the reports.
13-year-old with
Sure, give me the
beards
reports. Give me
in
a
the
single
refugee
report. Find me a
places.
single report that tells me that our vetting process in the United States is horrible. So one of the big issues that we had this election is that people like Trump were able to swindle people like
Well, I mean,
you
just
that
so I
accept
can't do
things
that,
at
you're
face.
assuming that everything is working fine?
No. Right now, you are uneducated on this topic, but you have a very strong opinion on it. So I'm asking you to provide me with a single source to back up anything that you're saying. If these problems are widespread and widely reported on, you should be able to find me more than a Breitbart article on it. The big
Well,
problem
I
that we
certainly
have
never
is...
said widely reported on. I definitely never argued
Okay,
that.
so you just told me before that you don't claim to have secret information about the government, but then in the other breath you tell me that you know that the government is failing in these issues. How can you hold both of these positions? The big problem that we had with this election was Trump spouting some nonsense off and then people wanting to believe it because it feeds into their narrative. I think I understand what your narrative is, and it seems like you're very quick to believe stories that satisfy that narrative, but you're doing so without having any evidence at all and admitting to me that you don't know much about the process.
Well, there's definitely a lot of that going on, towards Trump also.
Okay,
People
so
say a lot of
I'm just
negative,
asking you in regards to this. You're telling me that our vetting process is very weak, and I'm telling you that that fails a logic test because we are the United States of America, but it has the most powerful intelligence
well, that's
agency
not
of
really
all.
like a logic, because we are the United States of America and we're powerful.
Because
And
we're powerful and
we're
because we have
also-
the most capable intelligence agency in the world, you think that that means that we're the kind of country that just randomly lets people in? Do you think Hillary Clinton walks down
Well,
to
that
the
policy that you just read me seems really, really shaky when we apply it to the situation.
the policy that I just read you is a very brief overview by time. I mean, maybe we could call the federal government and find the exact process, but I mean, it's like...
Well, I mean, you just read it. It's based on interviews and
I read you a
references. I
brief
don't know,
overview of it.
Yeah, that overview is nonsense.
Okay,
So, we check references. What do they call in their former
what would you
employers before
prefer?
they're letting
What
the
would you
refugees
prefer?
in?
What would you prefer? Give me an alternative. Do you think we should follow each one around in their home like, do we need to go and go to their homes and get like an FBI investigative unit at their house to investigate to see if they're each and every single individual one? Do we need to go collect fingerprint dust off of all their homes to ensure that... Do we need to get family albums and cross-reference check these with other family albums with people that live in their neighborhood block? give me a single alternative to what we do right now that you think would
We could
improve
just stop immigration from countries that are known to have elevated levels of
Okay, there
Islamic
we go.
terrorism.
Okay, so this is what I was trying to get through before.
dangerous
okay?
countries.
So this is what I was
Yeah.
trying to get to before. You're not dissatisfied with the vetting process. This is all bullshit. What you really want is to not accept immigration from these countries. Period. Right? That's a defensible position, if you want it to be. That you can defend that position, but then the problem...
temporarily. Yeah.
Okay. So, if we look at it from I guess the problem that I have from a moral point of view is that the United States is largely responsible for the issues occurring right now in Syria. So it seems a little bit hypocritical for a massive flight of people leaving Syria. Well, where do these people go, or what do you do with them? You just stop them at the border and send them back, even though you're kind of the country that's fucked everything up, or...
I mean, do you want me to just keep quoting Trump all day and get through we set up safe zones outside of the region?
Where? Who's going to take these safe zones?
Even where we just get them outside of like the war zone and then set up a safe zone.
Okay, so you're gonna go talk to the
Just
Erdogan in Turkey, and you're gonna tell him that his country, he's gonna have to designate some of his country as safe zones for these millions of people fleeing Syria. Do you think they're gonna accept that, or do you go to Lebanon, that place that's fucked up, or do you go down
do
to
you think
Jordan, where like
are we responsible for sheltering and feeding all of these people?
I mean, ethically and morally, I mean, they are humans, as much as that's hard to see sometimes. I know they kind of look a little bit dark, but they are people, and we also are kind of responsible for what's
Right,
going
they're
on in
also
Syria.
weren't born
So,
in America.
sure, but I mean,
Not
we're also kind of responsible for what's going on in Syria. So, I mean,
real quick. Should we go at that? I guess you're calling me racist. Is that the implication here?
I don't know. You might be. I don't know if you're not. I was just kind of a
Is
little
that your
jab, but
general assumption? Is that people just are racist?
when people start getting like really, really nationalist, like they're not born here, like fuck them, like I don't know. I kind of get that. Maybe
Oh, so
not
caring
racist
about
or
your
bigoted.
country over other countries, that makes you racist against different
You can care
ethnicities?
about your country without thinking that every single person that's not from your country deserves to be killed or die or
But it
used to
makes you a
fuck on them.
racist.
Not racist, maybe bigoted. I don't want to say race because
Also, you
of, you
say I
know.
think they deserve to die. That's an interesting one.
Well, what's the
These are a
alternative?
lot of really evil assumptions. This is a general thing, which I've heard is just I'm evil. That's your starting point in the conversation.
Yeah, sure, kind of, yeah. Why is that funny? I'm sorry, listen to me. You have millions of people fleeing a failed state that you caused to fail, and then when they flee and they look for other places to stay, you're saying, nah, fuck them. I think that's a little bit evil. I think it's fair to make that assessment. Can you defend that position from me?
I don't know how great was it before we got there.
A lot better than it is now. It wasn't a failed state. Before 2012, 2013, when shit started to get completely fucked, it was a lot better. How often were you hearing about Syria falling apart in the news before we started to fuck with things over there?
I don't know. I don't know enough about the background of it.
Okay. But you know a lot about it now because it's in the news constantly now, right? So I'm going to go ahead and put this out there that Syria is probably doing a little bit better before the Syrian civil war. Most places tend to are be doing a little bit better before massive civil wars that cause the state to fail, usually. Also, I don't see how that addresses my question at all. It is a state that is failing as a result of our intervention, and then when millions of relatively innocent people, I mean, I'm sure there are some fucking bad apples or whatever, but when millions of innocent people are fleeing, looking for places to take their families, you want to stand at the border and say, sorry, I care about my country. Fuck you. Go figure something else out. I mean, I guess evil is kind of a loaded word, but yeah, that seems like something a bad hombre would say,
I mean,
you
I
know?
would be more in favor of just if these are good people, then kill whoever the bad people are in the region, set everything right.
Yeah, that's what we've been trying to do for the past 3 or 4 years. I mean, who are the bad people? How do we set everything right? This is like such an insanely one-dimensional view. Like, what do you?
I mean, if you can't identify exactly who they are and it's just us, we're the bad people, then how about we just get out of there?
Okay, but
If it's other people, like,
sure, yeah, that would have been great 3 years ago before it was a failed state. But it's failed now, and now there's massive numbers of refugees fleeing from the country, fucking going all across Europe, pushing all of Europe to the right because they're
so we
tired of
shouldn't
dealing
help
with
them
this.
rebuild. We should just say, fuck that place. We'll just bring everyone here.
What are you suggesting right now? I don't understand. What are we talking about? What are you suggesting?
Well, I don't understand what you're suggesting. I'm just saying fix their problems, let them stay there,
Hold on.
not just
What
bring
I'm
everybody over
suggesting,
here.
we can't fix their problems. We cause their problems. They're fixing them slowly, but now we have to deal with the fallout of our actions. There is no undoing what we've done. So now we're dealing with the fallout. So in dealing with the fallout, massive massive flight of people from that place is part of the fallout. So for us to put our hands up and go, fuck them, seems to be a little bit irresponsible to me, in my opinion. Like, how do you wash your hands of destroying a state when its people come to you for help?
Okay, and you think these people don't assimilate well? It takes several generations, and you're saying
Yeah,
like
assimilation
unload
is tough.
boatloads of them all here.
I'm not saying buttloads. I think according to that article, we took like
Well, I said
16.
boatloads, not buttloads,
Oh,
but yeah.
boatloads. I mean, it's tough. You keep trying to bring this back to like, that taking in refugees is hard. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that, it's so easy to absorb, thousands or tens of thousands of people with no impact. Like, no, it sucks. Obviously, you have to deal with it. But I mean, it's part of being a responsible person. I mean,
I don't know. I think being part of a responsible person is not taking in an overwhelming number of refugees in
do
a
you
short
think it's
period
an
of time.
overwhelming number? Like, what places have been overwhelmed with refugees?
In America, I'm not sure too many. I don't deal with it a lot in Pennsylvania, really. It's not an issue for me. I don't see it a ton.
Okay.
In Europe, it looks like it's hurt them badly.
Really? Where?
And I don't want that. Germany,
You think Germany is
like
being
almost
hurt
anywhere.
badly by immigrants? Like in what ways, other than
Uh,
politically?
Economically,
Okay,
for
how?
one.
Like
Also,
economically? Like, do you
their
think that
crime
all the
rates go up.
immigrants? Do you think all the immigrants are like taking all the jobs, or?
No, a lot of them are taking welfare. They're not taking jobs. Is more of the problem.
Okay, so do you
Uh,
think that enough immigrants
and
have
they don't
gotten?
really have jobs. They're just kind of doing their own thing in that country, like with their own community.
So you're
I
telling
mean,
me
they're not
that
assimilating.
all of the why are we talking about assimilating so much? So we're talking about economics. So you're telling me that all these immigrants are just going to the country and getting the welfare, and none of them are working or doing anything like that.
You want me to say 100%? Because
I
that's
want any figure at all because it sounds like you don't know them, but you're ready to tell me them. Like I don't understand.
what figures do you have?
I've
Or are
never
you
heard
just
that there's
assuming that they're
massive.
going to work and that they're benefiting society? You're just assuming
I'm
that they're
not
not
saying
hurting
that they're
society.
benefiting. I know that it
Okay,
hurts.
I'm saying that they're hurting society. You're saying that they're not hurting the
No,
German
no, 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 no,
society.
no, no.
Let's look at the facts and
You're
analyze
saying
them.
that there is overwhelming hurt
Yeah,
and harm coming from them coming. And I'm
yeah.
saying that it sucks to take on refugees, but I've never heard about like Germany is collapsing as a result of it, or severe, or any economic indicators, severe job loss or job market troubles have occurred, or the budget is falling completely out of
Really, I
sync.
looked that up for my boss just the other day when I told him that. I asked him to name like any place where like socialism is working and stuff like that, and he said Germany. And I'm like, okay, first off, you're Jewish, and you told me the other day that you're racist against Germany. And then I literally looked it up, and I found like a New York Times article that said like, Germany once like, you know, economic leader of Europe, now falling behind. That was from the
Wait,
New York Times.
how,
Like, yeah, Germany is having troubles.
wait, how is Germany falling behind? I'm sorry, can you link me the article you're talking about? Germany falling behind.
There we go. Yeah, I just typed in, is Germany suffering economically? First one is the one I showed him. German economy, once Europe's leader, now looks laggard, whatever the fuck laggard means, from New York Times.
Okay. German economy, once Europe's leader, now looks laggard. This is an article from the New York Times. Frankfurt. China is cutting back on mining machinery as its economy slips. The United Arab Emirates and other Middle Eastern countries are no longer awash in oil money, putting luxury car brands at risk. Russia, still facing Western sanctions, cannot buy as much high-tech energy equipment. The downshift in the emerging markets is leaving Germany vulnerable, and by extension, Europe. Did any of the things in this opening paragraph of the article that you researched for your boss to prove that immigrants are hurting Germany have anything to do with immigration?
I didn't research the article. I told you I typed in something and immediately found a headline for him. This was the article.
And because you
And
saw that one headline, you thought that that was adequate evidence to support your position that immigrants are having an overwhelming impact on Germany. Do you see the problem here?
tell me.
The problem is that you're making an assumption based on the headline of an article that you read, and the article itself doesn't even agree with the assumption that you've made.
Okay, and here's the problem that I see is that you know that there has been a mass migration of immigrants into Europe in the last few years,
Yep. I think Germany
and
accepted a
and now
million of
you
them.
know that their economy is suffering, and you're choosing to not link. Just they're not related because it wasn't in the article. It's an unrelated factor. Is that about right?
More or less, yes.
Oh wow. Okay, should we look at like stats of the number of immigrants that have moved into Europe and like
How
immigrants in the
about
last
you
10
find
years?
me? Have you taken like
Like,
a stats class or an econ?
you,
You need to
you think that
find me.
the changing like
It doesn't
social
matter what I
climate
think. You need to.
doesn't affect the economy at all? You think that those two things are just circumstance?
Okay. You have to find me something pointing to the fact that immigration is hurting the economy. The way you would do that is you would find me figures saying that immigrants have destroyed the budget because of excessively leeching on welfare, or immigrants have displaced families from their homes by stealing their housing, or immigrants have displaced workers from
Oh,
the
sure, I got to
market.
get one of those. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay. Because the article that you gave me talked about world conditions having a much larger impact on Germany than anything having to do with immigration. I'm reading the article more. It seems to be that the export problem has been what's fucking Germany up.
Petrochemical-based products derived from oil and natural
Okay, you
gas
linked me a
help you
YouTube video?
celebrate.
You linked me a YouTube video called Face of the author of the video is called Face of a Dying Nation with a picture of Angela Merkel, and the video title is Italy. Police force elderly hotel owner to house African illegal immigrants on his property. So this is your evidence that immigrants are having a widespread negative economic impact in Germany?
Where am I supposed to get that report from? The German government? You think they're gonna, like, who's gonna put out that report?
Okay. If I make any claim, or if I have made any claim in this debate that I say is true, you can ask me to source it and I will be able to find it for you. Because if you talk about things that are true, it is generally very easy to find information supporting them.
Okay, find me proof that immigrants are a net gain on the system.
I don't think immigrants are a net gain. I think that they
Are they
probably
a
hurt.
loss?
Yeah. But we're not
Okay.
arguing about whether or not they're a loss. We are arguing about whether or not they are an overwhelming burden. Those were the words you used. Do you want to walk back on that position and say that, well, immigration...
Well, you've said that they are a burden, and if
Yes,
there are an
yeah.
overwhelming number of them, then they become an overwhelming burden. Isn't that how it works?
No, that's not how that works.
Explain that.
If
So
the
something is a burden, and then you take an overwhelming amount of it, and it's not an overwhelming burden.
Okay, putting a... Hold on, I'm sorry. 1 second. Okay. The immigrants right now going into Germany are a burden on Germany, okay? No one has given me any information showing that there are an overwhelming amount of immigrants going into Germany. Overwhelming, that word implies that there are more than it is capable of handling. I haven't seen any evidence of that.
I mean, if we were at that point, the country would be broken already. You get these things when they're starting.
Germany.
That's how this works.
Okay, so then your argument is that it would be impossible to find these facts and figures, but it's happening, but you just can't see it reported in the
Well,
data
you're
yet.
just. I mean, picking apart what overwhelming means. You want overwhelming to mean that the country is already like completely dead and burning to the ground. I'm saying that overwhelming means that there is a serious problem right now that could lead to that.
Okay, a serious problem, how? Like, what kind of serious problems are being caused by immigration or refugees?
Crime.
Okay, crime is a problem. Can you show me that it is having a severe impact on Germany's economy? Because earlier you were telling me that the economy was being massively influenced by the immigrants. Or do you want to leave the economy alone and just say that it's a crime issue?
No, I'll say that the crime issue affects the immigration affects basically all facets of the culture.
Okay, name one specific one that would impact the economy. Just one.
One specific what?
One specific way of impacting the culture that will have a significant impact on the economy.
Taking welfare without
Okay, so can you
contributing.
point to me that Germany's national budget is failing because they're spending too much on welfare on refugees?
Let's see. That would be an interesting stat to find out. I mean, I don't like. It's like saying, like, our country isn't necessarily struggling because of welfare, but welfare is not a great thing. It's not great.
Entitlements are the largest part of our federal budget. So an entitlement, I can find you those. Hold on. Breakdown of U.S. federal budget. Because when you want to talk about facts that are rooted in reality, I can find you these facts very quickly. Here you go. This is the total federal spending for 2015, and these are the breakdowns. Okay? Social Security, unemployment, and labor make up 33% of our budget. Medicare and health are 27%. Those two alone, okay, are massive. So I can find you these numbers in an instant. I know exactly how much they cost because these numbers are reality. We can talk about reality.
Okay, and what exactly am I looking at this for?
I don't know. You said that it would be hard to find these numbers of how much we spend on like welfare and stuff, and I'm telling you that you can find the exact budget breakdown. So I guess like here this is my problem, and this is generally like my problem with these kinds of discussions is somebody comes up to me and somebody says like, yo, there's a massive problem, there's way too many people down at the clubhouse, and you go, oh shit, okay, well how many people are there, let me call the cops, and they're like, well I don't know, and it's like, well what do you mean, you said there were way too many, it's like, yeah there's tons, it's like, how many, it's like, I don't know. Well fuck, did you see them, like was it like a lot, and you're like, well I don't know, I didn't see it at all, I'm not actually sure at all, I don't know at all actually, I just think there's a lot of people on it. It's like, but you have no information whatsoever about it. No. Do you see the problem with that kind of? So like when you tell me, right? So this is where we get like the evil, bigot, racist,
Well, right
whatever.
here, this
When
is
when
this
you tell
is
me that
exactly a problem too. Go ahead, go ahead.
when you tell me that you have all these really strong opinions about all of these things, about all these people that are fucking up the economy and are bad, we never vet any immigrants coming in, but then you don't have any information about any of it, I have to wonder where you're getting these opinions from. Like, are you reading a news source that's just telling you the opinion and not giving you any of the facts or figures, or are these just opinions that you've come to on your own because you don't like a certain, group of people, or because you have a certain narrative that you buy into more, or what? Like that, I don't understand that. Like you were
Okay,
very,
so
very
for a
adamant.
person
Oh,
who
sorry, okay.
says he saw a crowd of people, there was a whole bunch of people there. How
Mm-hmm.
many? I mean, and then he can't say exactly how many people there were there.
No, he didn't even
Uh,
see the crowd. He didn't even see anyone. He just wanted to come and report it. What I'm trying to say is that like the
That's just a silly example. Okay,
But whoa, whoa,
we're
whoa, no,
going
no,
with
no,
the
no,
example where
no! You
he
said it
did
was a
see a
silly
crowd.
example. You said it was a silly example. But you're telling me that there is an overwhelming number of refugees in Germany, but you don't know any of the impacts on
Right,
the
you're not
economy,
letting
any
me
of the
finish
impacts
though.
on crime.
You're
No,
not
no.
letting me
But
finish.
the example is you. It is silly. I agree.
Well, it's a silly example if there was no crowd to begin with. You're talking about just a hoax, but in the sense where if he saw a crowd and he can't report exactly how big the crowd was, then you're saying it's irrelevant that he saw the crowd because he can't report the exact number of crowd
Maybe there aren't
people.
too many people at the clubhouse. I don't know. But the problem is, you can't even.
Maybe there are too many people, and maybe it should be investigated further.
You don't think the government of Germany is interested in making sure that it's not going to collapse?
Um, I think that it's more complicated than that. I don't think that they look at it exactly like that, and even if they did, I think that they may be wrong on certain things.
So you have more information about the economy of Germany than the German government. Where do you get this information from?
From the way that their world leaders behave, like Angela Merkel and other of them, like saying that, like continuously talking about the racist history of Germany and how they have to change as a people and be more accepting of everyone else and just let like open the
Oof.
borders to anyone because they have no right
She
to
really said
do
that? That we need to
anything.
be more accepting of other people? Ugh. And talked about
Well,
a
that
racist history
Germans
of
are racist.
Germany? No way, dude.
Yeah, and when someone hands her a German flag, she like immediately just gets rid of it, dishes it off to someone else.
Really?
She
Can you
doesn't really
show
have
me that of her being embarrassed? So if I
pride
go
in
and look
German
up
history.
speeches of Angela Merkel, I'm not going to see her standing near German flags or anything. She shunned them all into closets, like buried them
What
all.
was
And
that question?
so if I go and look up like speeches that Angela Merkel's given, she's not standing near any German flags ever. That she just like stashes them all in boxes. And so here's what I've gotten from you so far. Okay, it plays into the evil narrative that I have, I guess, a lot more. You're telling me that Angela Merkel says disgusting things like Germany has kind of a fucked up history, and that we need to be more accepting of people. These are the two horrible things that Angela Merkel has said. And then you probably saw a video once of her handing a flag to somebody.
That's all included, yeah.
Okay, so what's wrong with any of those statements?
That it's good to get over your past and then move forward and try to build something good. I think that the race of someone shouldn't really matter as far as like when you're letting them in or not. It's just, are they qualified to come in your country?
Okay. What?
And does
Okay,
your
so
country need them at the time?
okay, so isn't
Like, I
part
don't
of
think that immigration
overcoming your
law should
history?
be
Isn't part of overcoming your history being more accepting of people? If your history was of you being racist or whatever, like
right. Well, they were racist against Jews. I think they fixed that. I don't know what all this let's let in, let's open the borders to every like Muslim and anybody else who wants to just come
So do
in.
you think Germany has opened their borders to anybody that wants to come in? Are you going to say that Germany now
Yes,
has no vetting process whatsoever?
not a good one.
Okay.
Do you
Do
think our
you
vetting
know?
process sounded good since you just read it 20 minutes
Yes.
ago?
If we have 9
Do you
different.
think that sounded good? Just interview them and get references.
Considering that I asked you, who's critical of a process that you didn't even know existed 30 minutes ago, for any alternative, and you failed to provide one, I would say it's pretty good. Do you want to try and provide an alternative? Your alternative was don't do it at all. So I'll
Yeah.
give you another opportunity. Can you give me an example of a better vetting process than the one that the United States government has right now for Syrian refugees?
Nope.
Okay, so it sounds like it's probably a pretty good process then. If you, who are so critical of it, can't think of a single alternative to it or a single thing to add on to it, right? Do you think that's an okay process?
What, just let in people who you have no idea who they are? Do
Is
I
that
think
what the
that's an okay
process sounded
process?
like to you?
Yeah. I mean, you think interview and get references? That sounded like we're
You
gonna
know that
know
it
who these
takes
people
like
are now.
it's like 2 years of interviews. I don't, and like 50% of them only will make it through after being referred from the UN. Like, I don't know what more you want.
What do you mean make it through? It sounds like we're taking them and then we're doing the interviews.
No, these interviews happen before they ever even get here. It's 2 years, 24 months worth of interviews. 12 to, or 18 to 24, 12 to 24 months.
Before refugees are brought in?
Yeah. Do you think we just throw them in a city and then check up on them like a probation officer?
With some refugees, yes.
Do you have any evidence of this happening, or can you name me a name or an article or a scenario or anything where this has happened before?
Nope.
But you still think that, and it doesn't
Yep.
bother you that you think that.
I mean, I have to make a lot of assumptions in life without full source knowledge of everything.
Are you
I
religious?
think that one sounded pretty safe. Nope.
Why not?
That seems like you should tell me why I should be before I
I
should
don't
tell
know.
you
It
why I
seems like
shouldn't
you
be.
have like a lot of faith in a certain thing without having any like substantial information about it whatsoever. I don't understand.
It seems like you make a lot of assumptions too. You keep saying I'm racist, I'm religious and other stuff
No,
based
I
on
don't
like
think you're really.
nothing. I don't know. This immigration thing's going nowhere. How about we go to race since you call me racist?
Um, sure. I mean, I don't know if you're racist or not.
Well, you said I was, so let's start there.
I don't think I said you were. I think I said you might. Some of it maybe you were.
You said I want to keep brown people out. The browner they are, the worse, obviously.
Okay. You're probably not racist, so I think you win. You got it. Do you want to move on to the next topic?
Okay, why would you start by assuming someone's racist? I mean, no, I
I
guess
don't
we
know.
already
When
talked
people
about that. That's
freak
fine.
them,
We already talked about that. That's fine.
what do you talk about? Like, we got to keep out all the refugees and we got to build a giant fucking wall to keep everybody out. I don't know, dude. It's just the vibe
Right.
that I get from a lot of alt-righters.
Do you
It's
know that there's
possible.
like black people and Mexican people already in the country?
Yeah.
You think I was trying to get them out at the same time? Was that part of your
I don't know.
line
How
of
do you feel
thinking?
about like Papers, Please or Stop and Frisk?
Stop and frisk? I mean, what was the first one?
Papers, Please. And
Oh, that.
yeah, where the cops could pull you over. I think in Arizona, if you looked of Spanish or Hispanic descent, they could pull you over and ask for your papers, make sure you're a legal citizen.
I've not really put a lot of thought into that one.
It doesn't seem
The
to stop
Stop
you
and
from having
frisk,
strong
these
opinions
are.
about things, though.
I mean, these ones are tougher because
Okay, so they're tougher,
don't want
so
to
you
get
have to
rid of
think about
crime.
them.
I don't want to get rid of the Second Amendment. I think like a stop and frisk kind of they're bad. I really don't like them, but as temporary initiatives to reduce crime and get guns out of the wrong hands in some areas, it sounds like a good thing, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so you might be a little racist if you're not even sure on these, maybe, because these disproportionately target groups that are non-white. But maybe you don't care about that. I don't know. But I don't
Right.
know.
Well, I mean, there's also. I mean, what do you think about in Chicago? Like, if I want to put stop and frisk in Chicago to save black lives, that makes me racist. That's a great line of thinking.
I mean, when you start to enact a policy that disproportionately targets a certain race of people that are already disproportionately affected by the justice system, I mean, it's kind of a racist policy. I don't know if it makes you racist. I mean, How much do you have to do to be considered racist?
Do you think black people are disproportionately affected by black crime? Are innocent black people disproportionately affected by black crime?
Sure. Well, that's not exactly what I said, but I mean, yeah, they
Well, that's
are.
what I'm saying. Are they? Yes, they are.
Yeah, they are. Sure.
Okay, so why isn't Stop and Frisk helping those people? You don't want to help those people?
Why would the black community be so against Stop and Frisk if it was helping them so much? I think the problem is that Stop and Frisk proved to be largely ineffective in the places it was enacted, and it was only used by cops to kind of bully black people around. And black people already get fucked by the legal system, even when you control for socioeconomic factors, compared to white people. If you doubt me on any of this, I can
Really,
find
I'll
you
have to look
numbers.
further into that because everyone kept saying that like Rudy did a great job with it in New York. Everyone was happy
mean, I
with it
think
in New
Rudy-
York, but then it just couldn't go any further because people didn't like it because it was racist.
Okay, what don't you believe, I guess, from that?
I don't believe that it is inherently racist.
Okay, do you think that the judicial system intrinsically disfavors black people over white people?
No. But I'm sure you do, and I'm sure the differences are minor, but if you want to argue that they're major, we can get into that further. I don't know where you're going with it.
Okay, I'll read you a little bit from, this is a Slate article, so
Sure.
I don't know, maybe it's biased. Number 1, black Americans are more likely to have their cars searched. Police are 3 times as likely to search the cars of, there's an ad in the way, I think it says black people stop, oh wait. Police are 3 times as likely to search the cars of stopped black drivers than stopped
Where
white
is this again?
drivers.
Can you link me?
Sure. Nationally, black drivers are also more likely to be pulled over and less likely to receive a reason for being stopped. In one Rhode Island study, black drivers were stopped more even though they were less likely to receive a citation. Number 2, black Americans are more likely to be arrested for drug use. Police arrest black Americans for drug crimes at twice the rate of whites, according to federal data, despite the fact that whites use drugs at comparable rates and sell drugs at comparable or even higher rates. 3, black Americans are more likely to be jailed while awaiting trial. A 2014 study in New York City showed that blacks were more likely than whites or non-black minorities to be in jail while they await trial, even after controlling for the seriousness of charges and prior record.
Okay, here's the discrepancies I'll draw just so we can be clear on these, like hate speech laws and stuff like that. Those kind of work the other way than what you're insinuating, right?
What do you mean?
They favor minorities and basically are meant to put not minorities in check.
Okay, so we're moving on from this topic completely to talk about what exactly are we
Well, I'm
talking
just trying to
about?
balance because you're saying that the justice system is, in favor of,
Yeah, I'm
like-
talking about the justice
against
system,
black
the
people?
legal system in the United States, not like are you
right, the
getting
legal
banned
system.
from
So hate
Twitter?
speech laws.
Okay, what hate speech law are you referring
I'm not
to?
talking about getting banned from Twitter. I'm talking about
Okay.
laws.
What hate speech law are you referring to?
Oh, look them up.
Or what?
So I know
what
that if you
case
talk
or some-
about like one for instance.
Okay.
So if you are a government employee and you misgender a transgender person, that's hate speech, and you're fired.
Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Okay. In the latest astonishing act of draconian political correctness, the New York City Commission on Human Rights have updated a law on discrimination on the basis of gender identity or expression to threaten staggering financial penalties against property owners who misgender employees or tenants. Incidents that are deemed willful and malicious will see property owners face up to $250,000 in fines, while standard violations of the law will result in a $125,000 fine. For small business owners, these sums are crippling. Is this what you're referring to?
Yep.
Okay, this is a Breitbart article, and it is completely and totally untrue. Okay? This is what is actually true. The New York City Commission...
Okay, well,
on-
I mean,
What?
the lawyer told me that, and he's a lawyer who helps transgender people legally change their gender.
Okay, well, maybe your lawyer has access to, like, a secret law book that the public doesn't have access to.
Well,
but
maybe
these
it's not a
things are
secret law book. Maybe it's an actual law book.
Okay,
I mean,
can
do
you
study
find
law?
me... Can you find me a law?
You seem to know more about the law than an actual lawyer.
Bring your lawyer on right now. We could talk to him. Does he want to? I'll pay his hourly
I don't know,
fee
you want
for
me
a
to call him?
30-minute conversation if he wants to. Yeah, sure. If you can get your lawyer to come on here and tell me that somebody will face a $250,000 fine for misgendering somebody, sure.
Well, I didn't say $250,000
Will
fine. you
face a
said that.
fine, period. For misgendering somebody? Sure, bring him on.
Okay.
All right.
And you're paying him?
What did you ask me if his hourly fee is less than 300 an hour? Maybe for 30 minutes.
Just some anonymous dickhead sending you
Okay,
some
sure. Give me
money
1 sec.
for
I'm
the
gonna call him.
memes.
All right.
Call him and ask him ask him what's going on.
Okay, 1 sec. All right. He said he'd call me back in like 2 minutes. Also, he said you can't afford his hourly rate.
I promise you, I can afford his hourly rate, but
I know you're not doing so bad.
unless he's like a corporate dude who charges fucking 5 figures or something. I mean,
No,
I
he said
found.
hourly was over 4 though, but
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Well, if he wants to talk, we can talk a little bit. He said I'll call you back in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll wait. We'll wait for that. Okay. So what else do you wanna? What else do you want to talk about? Or actually, first, I guess on this transgender thing. So what was your claim there? That so if you accidentally call somebody Mr. or Mrs. and they're the other thing, that you get charged $250,000 if that's illegal.
Well, it's not so much accidentally, really, but it's the kind of I mean, changing pronouns is a difficult thing. That's the kind of thing that you can't just fix. There's going to be a lot of slip-ups, but
Okay.
essentially what he was saying is that if it's creating a hostile work environment by repeatedly misgendering them.
Oh. Okay, so you're talking about intentionally failing to use an individual's preferred name, pronoun, or title. For example, repeatedly calling a transgendered woman him or Mr. when she has made it clear that she prefers female pronouns and a female title. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that sounds more like it.
Okay. So, one, this only applies in New York City. This is not a federal thing. And two, this sounds a lot less extreme than what you made it sound like. So what this is saying is that you can't find a transgendered female or whatever and say like, hey, what's up, dude? Hey, him, mister, hey, like that. Does that really sound like that bad of a law?
Well, why can't, I mean, you can do that to straight people, can't you?
Can you?
Yeah, why not? I could say, what's up, woman?
You don't think you could take them to
I can
civil
call you a woman
court?
right now. I could call you Mrs.
You don't think that you could take them to civil court for harassment or anything? Do you think that this happens to straight people a lot, that it's such a problem that we would have to propose a law protecting straight people from being misgendered?
I think it happens to straight people all the time. I don't think they care. I think, like, guys make
Why
fun
not?
of other guys for,
Okay,
like,
why do you
calling
think
girls
straight
all the
people
time.
don't give a fuck if they're
I think
misgendered
I
or
think
not?
people make fun of girls and call them mannish.
Okay, if I
And
call
I don't
you
think it's ever a lawsuit.
okay, if I call you a nigger, does that offend you?
Nope.
Okay, so should I be able to go to black people and say that?
Yeah.
Well, at least you're consistent, I guess.
Why not? Just ban words, ban all the words. Give me a list of words that are offensive so I never say them again. How long is the list?
I mean, I guess it depends on the scenario. I mean, racial slurs seem like something that you probably shouldn't say, especially in public. Like walking around and like screaming that at people at public. I feel like that's something that I think somebody can.
Right. Well, I don't really go around screaming at people in public.
How do you feel about Trump's tweet that burning the flag needs to be banned?
I think that's retarded. That was a retarded one. He's done some retarded things. He's not perfect. I think that's really dumb. Like I mean, from my end, like if Hillary won, I could imagine a lot of people burning the flag. But and people keep saying, oh, it's about the soldiers, it's about this, and you can't tell people what items mean to them. Like a flag can mean all these things, but right now it's about the bad government. You can burn it. It's your flag. You want to burn flags? Well, the flag making business will do great.
Gotcha.
What are your thoughts about it? Any different?
I don't know. Personally, I probably don't. I tend to not like laws like this because I don't really like laws enforcing speech in general, especially because this is the United States. But I mean, this was presented much differently in the Breitbart
You don't,
article.
but okay. So you're opposed to the free speech limitations.
For the most part, yeah.
Where aren't you?
I don't know, yelling fire in a theater or whatever. I mean, I'm not like crazy on it. I'm pretty big on
Well,
free speech,
obviously
though.
Okay, hold on. He's calling me back.
I muted it for a second. I will say at the very least, I'm glad that we did it. I think we found a real true blue Trump supporter who is unapologetic in his support for Trump. And that makes me very happy, guys. Oh yeah, I didn't even call this guy racist. I said he was acting a little racist, but I don't know, I guess it's kind of the same thing depending on how you hear it. Are you about to spend $400? No, he said I couldn't afford his rate, so I'm assuming I'm not getting charged for this.
All right, I think he's trying to get on Skype, but he's being real whiny about the payment bullshit, which is,
Oh.
I mean, I thought he was only going to be on for like 3 minutes just to whatever, but I don't know, we can just keep going.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay, where were we?
Oh, I don't know. I guess we were just talking about the
Yeah, the
intentionally
transgenders
yeah.
and the if you
Oh, in
misgendered
general,
them and
in general, I'm against. In general, I'm against
freedom of speech.
free speech laws, but this doesn't seem to be as much a free speech law so much as like a hostile work environment law. I think these have to do with like employers. Today's guidance is several ways employers, landlords, and business owners could violate the law. So it sounds like this is about creating a hostile work environment, which is illegal to do against straight people as well. But I mean, it doesn't seem like because your initial claim was if a public person or somebody that works for the government misgenders somebody, they're going to be instantly fired or whatever, which I don't think doesn't seem to be
Okay.
true.
Create a hostile work environment off of misgendering someone. It doesn't really sound hostile.
So if somebody is sensitive about a particular topic like their gender, and you
It sounds like not
constantly-
friendly. I think you can be not friendly to somebody, and that's not illegal.
Okay, there's a difference between intentionally calling them something they don't want to be called. Somebody might come into work with the name Rogienian or whatever, some bullshit, but I'm not going to call them something different because I don't like their name, right?
I mean, you could call him Rose. Rosiania, just Rose.
Not if they don't
Calling
like
you
that,
Rose.
Not if they don't like that as their name. I mean, continuing to do it when they've said that they don't like that would be creating a hostile work environment. No?
I don't know. It seems like it's them being a little too particular and needy. Like you really can't
if
just
you're a
deal with it. Just go by
transgender-
Rose. I'm not saying
Sure.
8 syllables for your name every time.
Sure. Okay, that would be an unreasonable request. They'd probably have an abbreviation. If somebody identifies as a man, and for most intents and purposes they look like a man, and they prefer to be addressed as, John or whatever, and every time you see them, you call them Julia, you don't see how like that kind of a thing can contribute to a hostile work environment?
Can contribute to, sure.
Okay. So we agree?
We agree that it can potentially contribute.
Yeah.
That seems extremely weak, but yes, I agree to that.
Okay. Well, then that's it.
Okay, could you see how, like, without any transgender people being in the equation, how that exact same situation can contribute?
You can create hostile work environments amongst employees in other ways. Yeah, sure, of course.
Okay, so why is it a transgender issue then? If it's
Well, because this is particularly referring to a transgender issue. This doesn't seem to be an issue.
no, it's not.
It doesn't seem that to me. I've never heard of there being widespread issues of people deliberately referring to straight people as a different gender.
Really? Nobody's ever like called you a girl? You little girl arms and stuff?
Not in a work environment and not to create a hostile work environment. But if somebody was calling me that in a work environment and was constantly bullying me like that, I mean,
What, in order specifically to create a hostile work environment? Is that what people are just like, oh, I'm going to create a hostile work environment, and then they go and say something mean? That's
Do you think
silly.
that people get in their car and go, oh, I'm just going to go ahead and intentionally create an automobile accident? Well, no, when you say it like that, obviously nobody goes out of their way to do it. That's not how
Okay,
those
so
things
it's an
are.
accident, sort of like misgendering a
It's
transgender
an
person, maybe?
accident? Have you ever worked a job before? No.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. It took a while to get there.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
It
Really
seems
gonna
like
ask me questions like that? That's sort of like
I don't know. It took you a while to
just
get there.
worked in these places where, well, you're assuming that I'm racist. You're assuming all these
No,
other
I'm
things.
just asking
Can
because
I
you're
just
making
assume
it
that I've
sound
never
like
worked a job?
nobody can create a hostile work environment. So I'm wondering if
It's
maybe
very
you've just
interesting, the picture that you have of me in your head.
I'm doing the best with the paints you're giving me, dog. So you're telling me that in whatever work environment you've been in,
I don't know. Grab a paintbrush and stop finger painting them.
okay, in the area that you've been in for your job, you've never had an area where you could see that somebody could bully somebody or create a hostile work environment. You've never seen that happen in your entire, or that's completely inconceivable
No,
to
of
you.
course I have seen that. Of course.
Okay, so then what's the point of your question? Like, well, to create a hostile work environment, I'm going to create a hostile work environment? No. If somebody walks up to you and says, get out of my way, you fucking faggot, or I'm going to fuck you up, right? Are they trying to create a hostile work environment? No, that's not their goal, but that's what happens, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, So I don't understand the point of your comment. Do you think somebody says something?
Right.
mean
So
to
if you
create
say that
hostile-
to a straight person, it's creating a hostile work environment. If you say it to a transgender person, it's creating a hostile work environment. Except
Yes.
if you say it to the transgender person, then it's illegal and you're getting fired.
It's
Whereas
not,
the other
what,
time, it's
no,
just you need to calm down.
You have protections as an employee against misconduct from employers. Even if you're a straight person, these exist. If you're wrongfully fired, if you're terminated for bullshit reasons, if management fucks with you in the wrong ways, or if they discriminate you based on protected classes like race or gender or maybe family status, there are legal ramifications for this kind of stuff. It's not only transgendered people that are receiving these protections. You have a whole slew of rights that I encourage you to go and read up on as an employee in the United States of America, and you can pursue legal action against employers that violate these rights. These are not special to transgender people. This is a law
Well, misgendering a straight person is not illegal, whereas the misgendering of a transgender person is illegal. Isn't that what we just established?
I will walk back on this issue if you can find me these widespread issues of straight people being misgendered and it contributing to hostile work environments. So this happens. I've never heard of this.
It doesn't. That's my point. It doesn't.
So why would you make a law for
it?
No, it's because that's not the way that it works with straight people.
So we have to just change the laws when people are offended by things?
No, but you create laws that are relevant. If there was a widespread epidemic across the United States of straight people being misgendered, then I'm sure that somebody would suggest implementing some kind of legislation to specifically address it.
A fascist who wants to crack down on the First Amendment might. I mean, who would really be doing that? Like, oh, we got a lot of people saying that men are acting girly now. We got to stop that.
So you think
legally.
all employee rights are fascism? You think OSHA is fascism? You think the minimum wage is fascism? All of these rights that exist to protect employees from employers are all fascism?
I think the rights that exist to shut down other people's freedom of speech.
Do you think that so you have the freedom of speech to create a hostile work environment? Is that what you're saying?
No, not necessarily, because the way that we do restrict freedom of speech in good ways are like things that would incite violence.
Okay, or lead to a hostile work environment. In general, so let's say that you worked with another employee.
That's still slippery. Like lead to a hostile work environment. That's just people being mean to each other. That's allowed. You just can't do actual violence or suggest actual violence. Like if you say, like, shut the fuck up, you faggot, or I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. That you can't do. That I agree with.
Okay, so you agree that you can't say something like that. But you can go up to someone and say, hey, what's up, Mr. If somebody's like, my name is Julia, and that's how I'm presenting and all that, you can go and be like, oh, what's up, Mr. John? Hey, Mr. John, why don't you come over and help me? You don't think that incites the similar kind of feelings in the same way that the other statement can?
That's right. It's completely different. One is insulting someone, the other is threatening them with violence.
Okay. You can insult people at the workplace too, continually, over and over again, as an employer, and still get in legal trouble for it without inciting violence, right? Hostile work environment doesn't necessarily mean violence, right?
Yeah. That's correct.
So employers could still get in trouble without, like, saying they're going to beat somebody up, right?
Yep.
Okay, so do you think that's wrong?
And when you're being enough of an asshole to everybody, then yeah, you're a bad employee and we ought to get rid of you.
Okay. So you think that those are okay things?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't understand what the problem is with this thing then.
Why is there a special rule for transgender people that if you misgender them,
because it's a thing
you'll
that
get fired?
Only really applies to transgender people. But I guess
How's
we're
that?
not going to agree on that.
'Cause you got little woman arms there. I just misgendered you. Are you transgender? You said it only applies to transgender people that they get misgendered.
Because you're
Like,
not
what kind of
calling me
statement is
a
that?
woman.
I am. You're a woman.
I don't know, man. It's
How
the
does it
difference between
only-
like a metaphor and a simile, you know? Wait, so what? This lawyer guy, is he like employee rights or whatever, or what is like his specialty? Like, what part of law does he work in?
I don't know. He's calling me back again. Let me handle this real quick.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you guys have suggestions on a different way to approach it? I think we should just move on. I'm not sure. Oh, the lawyer dude added me on Skype. Uh-oh.
All right, cool. I think he's been listening for the last like 10 minutes or so too, so he'll be all caught up if he gets in here.
Okay. I'm dragging him in. Right? Yeah?
If you see him, yeah.
Okay.
If he added you.
So what are we talking about exactly?
I don't know. I guess he was gonna confirm the things that you thought I was making up.
Sure.
Even though I think you kind of are just operating under the theory it's correct right now. But go ahead,
Oh,
Ray. What do you got for us?
is my microphone working?
Your microphone sounds beautiful.
Oh, great.
All right, so I'm not, just in case you don't know, you are being broadcasted live, so.
Yeah, I'm aware. I was kind of listening to parts.
Okay,
parts
yeah.
But I mean, I'm kind of coming in the middle of, I guess, a whole discussion. I don't really know what you guys were talking about much, but
Okay, are you, you said, just, you don't have to go into specifics better, but you work in law?
yeah, I'm a
Okay.
lawyer.
All right, what is your, what like, is your specialty or whatever, what area?
So I primarily do big kind of corporate litigation cases in New York City.
Okay.
But we do also a lot of work, and this is usually for free, for a lot of different groups of people that tend to be, either underprivileged or underrepresented, or have in some ways kind of struggles in the justice system. And recently, transgender rights is becoming, since I only mentioned that because I know you guys were talking about it. Transgender rights have become kind of at the forefront of a lot of legal movements nowadays and political discussions. I've talked with CJ, who I've known now for, I think, more than probably anyone else on the internet. But I've talked with CJ kind of about this stuff, every now and then. But I think it's very interesting.
Gotcha. Okay, so I guess we were just, okay, so CJ, feel free to step in and tell me if I misgender your argument at all, okay? So we were pretty much discussing, I guess, the New York City Commission on Human Rights. Yeah, I think had basically enacted some guidelines for businesses, and CJ was claiming that if I guess initially said if you're a public employee and you misgender someone, you can be fired. And then I guess a Breitbart article popped up and said that if you misgender someone on accident, you can be fined $250,000. Do these claims sound true to you, or can you please explain a little bit about what these claims are and if they're true or untrue, and talk about them?
Well, so I think I know what the Breitbart article is referring to. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be clear, I never even saw the Breitbart article. I got my information from him. So,
okay.
Well,
I mean, you looked up the Breitbart article, and I generally agreed.
Generally, I wouldn't like to have a Breitbart article be the springboard of a conversation that's trying to be thoughtful. But I think it comes down to a hostile work environment. I think you were kind of bringing this up, Destiny, and the truth of the matter is that gender is I think everybody knows this by now. Gender is a protected class in our society.
Yep.
We do not allow discrimination based on gender, and I don't think anybody thinks that gender discrimination should be okay or legal. So I think what happens is there ends up being kind of a line drawing problem on what constitutes gender. On the one hand, is a transgender person that, say goes from female to male or male to female, and then associates with that gender, does that implicate the prohibitions against gender discrimination that I think everybody accepts in our society? And I think on the one hand, oh great, can you hear me still?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, well, my headphones died, so there's a feedback loop. Sorry about that. So I think a lot of what people tend to argue about is kind of what gender means, and they often bring in their own kind of social perceptions of gender and LGBT policies in our society. But I think that our society, for the most part, has been moving towards accepting transgender people as having a gender issue that they're posing in certain environments. And I don't know if that makes sense, but once you accept that a transgender person is saying something about their gender, then it becomes, I think, a lot easier to start to say, well, wait a second, if being transgender is really a statement about your gender, then in theory, gender discrimination laws should also apply to those people. And I just think it kind of always circles back to like what people think gender really is. And often you hear people saying, well, in a workplace, if you call, let's say, if you call Julia, who is a transgender person, who formerly known as, say, John, if you call Julia John, like, that's not discrimination. That can't be discrimination, because like, that's really their name. And I mean, that argument, I understand the argument, but I think a lot of what that does is ignores the fact that, first of all, it's like if I want to go by a name, it's like, for God's sakes, like I'm not transgender, but I should be able to go by the name I want to go by. And like what are you going to do? Like, get someone's ID every time you meet them? Say, well, wait a second, you say your name is what, CJ? Let me just check your ID real quick before I actually start calling you that. That's not the society we live in. So I think, kind of in a broader, like, broad strokes kind of way, like, just people should just be called what they want to be called. It's already kind of a harassing concept to tell someone that they are not who they're saying they are. It's kind of a very strange feeling. But I don't know, I don't want to go on a rant, right? But especially for
right. And we also had a long conversation about what exactly constitutes harassment, which relates to all this.
So do you think, so I guess part of the things that we disagree with, and again, stop me if I'm misrepresenting your argument, but it feels to me that somebody coming up to me in the workplace and calling me a woman or whatever as an insult is a lot different than intentionally misgendering somebody in order to bring attention to the fact that they're transgender and then making fun of them or discriminating against them on that basis.
Well, the only difference here is motive, though. It's the exact same action. It's someone intentionally misgendering someone else.
Yeah, but the motive is important because gender is a protected class. Like, if somebody was renting a house from you and you said, I don't want you in here, I don't know, because I don't think our schedules work out, or I don't think you can pay, that's a different motive than I don't want you here because you have kids, or because you're black, or because you're a woman, right? A protected class is different than, so the motive is important, I think.
Right, but if you're treating them the exact same people as you treat other people, then what are you protecting them from?
Well, but you can't treat every single person the exact same way. I don't treat my friends the same way I treat my mom, which is the same way that I treat my girlfriend. If I come up to a random person on the street, I'm not going to treat them the same way that I treat, like an employer or a customer.
But wait, I think this circles back to kind of what I said in the first place. It's not really treating everyone the same if you're calling someone a name that they don't go by. And like,
well, if you're doing that to everybody, what if you just make fun of everybody, like call everybody the different gender just to get under people's skin?
Well, and then so my question is, for that in particular, you can still get in trouble for that at the workplace, right? If an employer was misgendering you, even if you were a straight person, right? I think you can still get in trouble for that, no?
Right, except if I guess you could if it was constantly harassing them, except that I guess, like, a lot of straight people aren't care. I don't know the statistics of how many straight people are filing lawsuits about, like,
because it's not
being
a straight
misgendered.
person issue.
Why is it not a straight person issue?
Because you don't have to deal with these kinds of issues in your life. Gender dysphoria, or questions about your gender, or people harassing you over your gender aren't things typically that a straight person deals with over the course of their entire lives. Whereas transgender people, a lot of them commit suicide over it. These issues disproportionately affect us. Much the same way that a million people could call you a cracker or whatever, and it doesn't have the same type of impact on you as it would to call other people other racial slurs because of the way that they deal with it. Not everybody takes everything the same because of the things that different people deal with.
Look, I think those arguments are well taken, but like, the danger in those kind of arguments is that, like, it's always going to get a response from someone who disagrees with you that essentially comes down to saying, well, if these people are going to commit suicide, then like, they're just weak. They're just not, they can't take it. They're like, people make fun of people all the time, but that shouldn't be something that should be treated differently because you call yourself Julia as opposed to John. And I've heard that argument a lot of times, just kind of why, like, the first thing I said was it really is like a legal issue about gender. And like once you accept that transgender people, by virtue of saying that they have a different gender than what society might label them as, like they're introducing the gender issue like as a legal matter. And as a legal matter, once a gender issue is introduced, then it triggers all of these special laws, which sometimes are not different than for ordinary people, but special laws that are geared directly at protected classes of people, like classes of people following a certain religion, or
Or
women,
race, or
right, or race. Exactly. And our society, having had a very long history with discrimination, especially which really came to the forefront, I think, in the civil rights era in the 1950s and 60s. Our society has become very sensitive to these kinds of protected groups of people. And I mean, like, I think that's kind of what it comes down to. I don't fundamentally think CJ is really disagreeing with discrimination laws, but I think it just kind of comes back to like what it always is coming back to. It's like what people think, what people think other people should just kind of suck up and live with, or what things society is saying, well, wait a second, like, a transgender person shouldn't have to live with someone calling them John if they don't want to. I mean, a lot of it comes down to politics. I mean, and law is just a manifestation of, politics in many ways. I mean, laws are drafted by politicians. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, CJ, do you think? I mean, are you disagreeing with kind of what I'm saying about this, or?
I mean, well, you're just stating what the law is, and you're right that the law is that way. I'm saying that we shouldn't really treat people differently legally. Everyone should be treated the same under the law, and then the rest should be left up to society.
But okay, so I mean, that's interesting. Do you think that I receive the same harm if someone calls me um, a, a female name? Well, I'm not a female, but do
No,
you think
we'll
that
just
I
say,
feel
like, I get what you're saying. If someone calls a girl a whore, it affects her more than if someone calls me a whore, because I'm like, what are you talking? I'm a dude. I don't call dudes whores, except a man whore.
okay? You can put it
And it's
that way.
different.
That gets to my point. Like, do you think that the harms are equal
Nope.
in those cases?
Nope.
Okay. Do you want to? I feel like you have something to elaborate before I respond. I don't want to.
No, you can. I mean, I just don't see what there's words that'll offend me differently. There's words that'll offend everyone differently.
Right.
So
Okay.
what we do is just say, okay, these words are words. Everyone just deal with them.
But
Unless there's
here's
something
the
that
thing.
affects everyone, we're not going to go and
Right.
make
But
laws about
here's the
these words.
thing,
For if
though.
you use these words against these people, these words against these people, it's no.
Uh-huh.
You don't do
But
that.
okay. But all right, so you've already admitted that people experience different words differently.
Yeah.
And I think once you say that, it becomes harder to defend your ultimate position, because like the whole point of having protected classes in society is that society is making a determination that certain groups of people experience social discrimination in ways that non-protected class people just don't have to deal with every day. And that's kind of why we have laws that are actually specifically, also elderly people are also in many instances protected classes of people, because we know that these groups of people are particularly vulnerable, and they might get, disenfranchised in ways that other people might not have to deal with. So, look, the fact of the matter is that a transgender person is going to get an exponentially greater harm from being misgendered or called a different name than I would in the same workplace. And that kind of harm that they get, I mean, this is not really my opinion. These are just social determinations that, like, our lawmakers and many people in our society have just already, established. So that harm that transgender person feels can be so extreme that, as someone said already, like, it can lead to, suicide. It can lead to bad performance in the workplace. It can lead to psychological problems. And our society, like the whole point of law is to create rules that actually make people well to do and not be harmed. Like we have crimes again, it's a crime to assault someone, it's a crime to harass someone. And why do we have these kinds of laws? Like who cares, right? Like we have these laws because our society has determined that certain behavior is so disruptive and harmful that it should not be condoned in our society or permitted in society in the ways that other conduct has. And I don't know. So I think it becomes, I don't know. I have a hard time kind of understanding some of the premises of your argument, because it's so contrary to kind of what society has established. And but fair enough. Like you have a right to disagree. I mean, I forget exactly what your exact position is, but like, would you really, if there's a transgender person
Well, my
in your
position generally
workplace?
is that I don't really know. I don't think we need transgendered laws. I think we just need laws. I don't think anything needs to be separated by random identity labels.
Okay, well, that's a relatively fair argument. So, like, let's say, for example, instead of having laws that prohibit discrimination against transgender, why don't we just have a broader law that prohibits against harassment? And if a transgender person wants to make a claim about that, then why don't they just go through our harassment laws? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, basically. And then, of course, we had the whole discussion about harassment before.
I mean, I wasn't in on that conversation, but
I mean, you and me specifically did about harassment, where you
oh,
defined
right,
as
where I was reading the
as
Pennsylvania
to
law and
harass,
agreeing with
annoy, or
that.
alarm.
What's that?
And then I destroyed that definition. You told me like the legal definition of harassment is to
Wait, you
harass,
can't
annoy, or
destroy.
alarm.
So these. This is the confusing thing. There's nothing to destroy about words written on a piece of paper. Like if your government, which is what we were talking about, your government defines harassment in a particular way, a very broad way, by the way, which most governments tend to do. You can't then start attacking what your legislators have enacted because you disagree with the definition that they've proposed. I mean, there's something a little anti-democratic and anarchist about that, but that's probably another issue.
Well, I don't think there's anything undemocratic about one like disagreeing with a piece of legislation, like disagreeing with a law. I think you can disagree with a law. You can say that like that was a bad law that you guys passed. You shouldn't have done that. That violates other parts of the Constitution.
Okay, so what part of the so you brought up the Constitution?
Freedom of speech.
What? Okay, well, okay, so freedom of speech is very interesting, and it's people always invoke freedom of speech whenever they want to just say whatever they want to say and do whatever they want to do. It's kind of a frustrating thing as a lawyer to have to deal with, but freedom of speech is not as broad as many people kind of like peg it out to be. Like, freedom of speech really doesn't exist as much as you might be suggesting. For example, the paradigmatic example of this is yelling fire in a crowded theater.
Yeah, we've gone over this. Yes.
Well,
causes injury or violence. You can't.
Right. I'm just saying this, for the benefit of, of Destiny, who wasn't in on that conversation. But you yelling fire in a crowded theater is not lawful, and it is long established that outlawing that kind of disruptive conduct to society does not violate the Constitution. And there are so many more examples. You can talk about threatening, threats to commit a crime. What is a threat? Really, threats often are just words. You can say, as a staunch advocate for the First Amendment, well, wait a second, government, you can't prohibit laws against speech. If I want to say, on my Facebook page that, that I'm gonna put my wife's head on a stick and give it to my child for Halloween, which, by the way, was a fact pattern in a Supreme Court case, US v. Alonis, which was decided in 2015, about like what it means to actually threaten someone. Like that kind of speech is not okay. And like the First Amendment's not going to save you there. So for the same reasons, the First Amendment is not going to save someone who intentionally.
Oh, we have it. I think in chat official. Destiny just backed out and said he's not paying.
Wait, am I paying for this time?
Well, it's
Well,
up to you to say when you weren't anymore. You said you would, so you said yes.
Well, no, we didn't talk about it. Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we need out of this discussion now?
I don't
I
know.
mean-
Maybe it's whatever he wants to do. I'm just making him aware of the facts.
well, I told CJ to take care of this, and I guess not. But
Well,
look, whatever.
because we should figure it out. Because I don't want to occupy your time if you're under the impression that you're getting paid, or I can compensate you for your time thus far too. I don't want you to feel like I brought you on and wasted your time. I'm sorry.
No, I
Yeah, see, I told you he had honor.
what's that?
I told you he had honor.
Well,
Look,
but I'm not gonna get a $20,000 bill from a corporate law.
I know that. You're fine.
Corporate
You're fine.
litigation
Don't
lawyer.
worry
No,
about
no,
that. You're fine.
look,
No matter what.
I mean,
It
I have.
what it is. It is what it is no matter what. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah,
We're not worried.
I have enough conversations with CJ, spending a lot more of my time. And if I would bill CJ for all the time I talk to him, he'd have a serious problem. But so that's neither here nor there. But now I lost track of what we were actually talking about.
Basically, that freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom to say anything you want.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. And if you can't hide behind freedom of speech just because you're saying something that you yourself don't believe should be harmful. And this issue actually comes up very often in criminal cases where, let's say, a defendant goes and says, like, oh yeah, I said that I was gonna kill that person to their face, but I was just kidding. I wasn't serious. Like, that wasn't my intention. And then you get into a situation where it's like, well, wait a second. It's like, do we have kind of an objective sense of what a threat is, or are we just gonna just try to take this person's word for it? And if we did the latter, we would never be able to prosecute anyone for a threat, because they would always say they're joking, and that's just kind of not what our society does. So I think what the issue is that you, CJ, like many people, have a very low threshold for what might count as harassment, or actually you have a high threshold. Sorry, you have a high threshold of what might count as harassment or discrimination in a workplace, but that's a threshold that most people in society and the federal government has, I think, not accepted. And I think you can definitely disagree with the law. Power to you, and that's part of what democracy is. But you can't really, it's hard to legitimize, I think, what you're saying, and definitely not by saying the First Amendment. That's not gonna be a help, I think.
I think the subjectively offended should not dictate what we can and can't say.
Well, it's not per se that it's what people subjectively. You say subjectively intended or subjectively feel?
Subjectively offended. The people who are feeling a certain way.
Well, I mean,
I think
when others would not feel the same way.
Can I take a stab at it?
Yeah, please.
yeah.
I think, okay, so you can tell me if you disagree, because I might be overspeaking. It seems like protected classes arise because there is a lot more going on generally than just people's feelings. So, for instance, if we look at something like a private business having the right to discriminate against offering services to homosexuals, right? When things like gender or whatever are, oh no, I guess sex status actually isn't a protected class. I'm sorry, but when you talk about something like that, there was that case made it to the. Did it make it to the Supreme Court about the bakers with the cake?
Are you talking?
When
You're talking
there was
about
the
abortion case?
No. There was a bakery that wanted to make the cake design for a gay couple, but they refused because they're gay, and they said it violated their religious rights. And I think I don't remember how far in the court system it ended up making it.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, and
I don't think it went all the way to the Supreme Court, but
yeah, I
regardless,
don't think I can't talk about that case because I think my firm was involved in that. But
okay, sure.
Yeah,
I guess the problem, it seems, is that if you allow this kind of speech to carry on, it manifests itself in ways that aren't just people's feelings getting hurt. So, for instance, if you say that it's okay to discriminate on somebody in any way based on their race or gender, then depending on the major power holders in those situations, you would start to see actual economic ramifications to those groups of people that are being disproportionately affected. So, for instance, say you have a city full of people that are very racist and they don't like black people and they harass them all the time at workplaces or whatnot. You might start seeing black people being disproportionately affected by economic hardship as a result of that, which is part of the reason why I think some of these laws come into effect to try to kind of curb that kind of behavior. I think it would be like my guess.
So I'm not going to necessarily disagree with that, and but what I will say is kind of what CJ is thinking in his head, and I already know, is first of all, that kind of argument is a very liberal-minded argument. There's nothing wrong with being liberal. I'm mostly liberal too, I would say, but it's a very liberal-minded argument that's not really going to resonate with conservative people, and the reason that is that like they're always going to pull back and say, well, look, if we're treating everyone equally, like that's what matters. Like if there's a discriminatory effect, if there's a harm that is unintended that results, that should, that's something that we can't control. All we can do is control what we intentionally do. That's a very fair argument. That's an argument that's actually been repeatedly rejected by our Supreme Court in discrimination context, because the discriminatory effect of laws is actually critically important in determining whether a law is constitutionally permitted.
Kind of like voter ID laws disproportionately affecting people of certain races and whatnot, right?
Yeah. I mean, just like that. But our voter laws are all fucked up right now, and Supreme Court, a whole bunch of sorry, I'm getting emails. Yeah, I mean, there are voter law is something that is an area now that it's becoming a very big issue. And yeah, I don't think our voter laws are very good as a federal matter. But yeah, it's actually very interesting. I'm from New York. I don't know where. I guess you're from Nebraska, Destiny. That's what your Skype says. And CJ is from Pennsylvania. I guess Nebraska sometimes goes blue, right, in elections?
Yeah, I think we gave one of our electoral votes. Us and Maine split them up, but yeah.
Right.
We gave one to Hillary. But...
I mean, not in this election. I just mean as a general. I know not in this election. As a general matter, though, Nebraska's like not the most conservative state, I think, in the country. Sure. But yeah, I mean, I went to go vote, and I didn't have to even. Did I even have to show my ID? I didn't even have to show my ID, and I just kind of took the form and put my name down on it. And some other information they ask: where do you live? Like, what's your social security number? Stuff that theoretically, some family members of mine might have. And then I voted, and this is through the absentee ballot because I wasn't registered where I was. And a lot of people look at that and they're like, "That's like the worst system on the planet," because the integrity of our voter system is getting all screwed up. Like, if anyone can vote for anyone, like that's how Hillary has millions of dead people voting for her. Like, you get a lot of crazy arguments from people based on somewhat legitimate concerns. And the concern is obviously that, more security, the better if you're voting. But like, indeed, that ends up disenfranchising people who don't have IDs, who, we know the whole story. So, but states take very different approaches on that. I think Texas recently enacted a very strict voter ID requirement that I think is now going up on appeal. But I think these arguments are always very interesting because, first of all, it rarely comes down to the law, which is the slightly frustrating part for me, because on the one hand the law says X, but people they either don't know what the law is or they disagree with what they do know. But it always comes down to like these core values that people end up having, and it makes it so hard to actually get like resolutions on issues. Like, if I can't agree with CJ on something related to workplace discrimination because we have different fundamental values about like what a person should have to suck up and deal with in a workplace, it's like, how are you going to move forward on that? I mean, it's very difficult. It's probably impossible. But
Yeah, I guess
you know,
I guess it feels kind of frustrating because it feels like when I'm talking to people, when you talk about like an idea, whether or not it will resonate with somebody, the frustrating part is that it seems like a lot of the times it comes back to their perspective and experiences, and it seems like sometimes if people don't have certain experiences, there are just certain things that are completely like alien to them, I guess. So like I'm not trying to talk around CJ, but like in one of the arguments that we had, like I feel like I, and I'm not trying to say this rudely, but I feel like it's impossible that a reasonable, intelligent human being would honestly say that me calling a transgendered person constantly a man, if they're a woman, would be the same thing as somebody walking up to me and saying that I have woman arms, right? Like these are two completely fundamentally different attacks on a person. But it seems like if you're of the mindset where you don't have those experiences, or you haven't talked to enough people to acquire the empathy to understand those experiences, then it just sounds like people who are weak and aren't willing to suck it up or whatever, and deal with a few insults. But that's easy to say when you've never had like a gender identity crisis or been suicidal as a result of it.
but I mean,
My issue is we all have problems. We all have things that offend us, and the answer isn't just ban any word that
I
offends
feel
you.
like the level of offense that you take to something is like, oh man, and I'm gonna sound like a huge social justice warrior, libcuck or whatever. Like, as a white man, you have the majority position in everything in America. You are the majority gender, or at least the gender that enjoys most of the privilege, and you are in the majority race. So there's very little
Which privilege
of being a man.
do I enjoy?
oh,
Yeah.
here we go. This is a dangerous one. I've
Well,
had this conversation.
no,
with
okay, no, stop. Okay, so as a white man,
It's a legitimate question though.
well, sure, with plenty of legitimate answers too, though, right? I mean, as a white man, for the most part, you're, in terms of like making fun of like your race or gender, you're pretty much untouchable because you have, in terms of American society, what is pretty much idealized, right? Is white man is typically the ideal, right? It's the best socioeconomic position, it's the best education position.
What about
except for
Asians?
mainly Asian people, whatever, sure. But that's kind of a different thing because you're talking about the best of these Asian countries immigrating in, and but for the most part, aside from Asian culture, right? If you compare it to like Mexicans or black people, right? For the most part, white male is something that is kind of untouchable. Like there is nothing that you can say to somebody. Like let's say if somebody tells me that this guy in the next room is black, I can already
Hold
think
on,
of
this
it.
was about gender. I was getting on the gender thing. I don't want to.
Okay,
We were
sure.
there.
Well, even on gender. Well, because what I'm broadening it more is that you can attack people in different ways that as a white man you never really understand. Or I can just say that as a man, right? Like
yeah,
if
as a
I know
man.
that there's a woman in the next room, I can all of a sudden think of 50 million things that I can say that would be extremely hurtful to her because she's a woman. But if she knows that I'm a man, what's she gonna do?
Like what? I mean, what can you say that? I mean, she can say things about you that could be hurtful to you.
Like
Why not?
anything. Like
Like, you
you're a
think women
stupid
can
bitch.
say
I know that you
hurtful
slept
things
with
to
a ton
men?
of people. You're a fucking whore. You fucking what are you even doing with your life? Are
Well, it
you
sounds like you got
have
a
your
lot
naked
of
kids
knowledge
night?
on this lady.
What? No, you don't need it now, dude. These are general insults. You can
Well,
throw it at any woman. And if she's fucked more than two people, you can call her a whore or a slut. If she doesn't have kids, what are you, fucking 30, 35 years old? You don't have kids. You waiting to have Downy children? Like, why don't you have kids? You're a fucking failure. Like, what do? You have a job? Like, you got a career? What are you ever gonna say? I'm gonna raise
You
some
say a
children?
lot of
Like,
these
what?
things to a dude. I feel like that could be hurtful to a dude also, right? Why not?
Do you think that men feel the same pressure to have children as women do? Like, as they approach their 20s and 30s?
No.
Okay,
Are there
so then
other
you don't agree with that.
things? Are there things that women could say to
Okay,
men
so
that could be very hurtful to them?
like what kind of things? If you know that there's a guy in the next room, what kind of
I
things
don't know.
could you
I'm not
walk
easily
in?
hurt.
Okay,
I don't
well
know. You're gonna have
imagine
to. You tell me.
Well, of
Because-
course you're not easily hurt. You're making
Because
the
you're-
kind of arguments you're making, which is very, it's understandable. Everyone is different, has different tolerances for certain language. There's no question about that. But it, like, I don't know where there is going to be a middle ground, at least at this point, because on the one hand,
I guess
you have
some. I mean, no. Go ahead. Sorry.
on the one hand, you have people saying, look, there's a certain threshold of shit that people in our society should just be able to take. Like they make the argument, I shouldn't have to be walking around in fear that I'm going to hurt someone or hurt someone's feelings, potentially lose my job because, or whatever, or get sued for harassment or God knows what, because I'm doing something that, a quote unquote weakling can't handle, but they should. And it's not tremendously, easy to say, well, CJ or anyone who thinks like you're absolutely wrong. You should be more sensitive to people. I mean, it's hard to do that, I think. But yeah, I don't know where there is a middle ground on that. And that's why democracy is important, right? Like we don't like the three of us don't have to argue about what the rules should be, because first of all we have our own very limited perspectives on things, but we elect people who they fight about this stuff. Very smart people. They fight about this stuff and they make laws that they kind of save us the effort of having to try to figure out what the best rule for society is. And if you accept that principle, and that's why I called CJ what you were saying before, somewhat anti-democratic and anarchist, is that if you have a system like this one, you kind of have to give deference to things that are resolved by the people. And we can pull this into a whole Donald Trump election discussion. Probably better we not. But it's the same kind of principle, I think.
Well, it is what it started as.
Oh, is it? Well, then I guess I missed the juicy parts of this. But
why, you're Trump supporter? No, I'm just kidding. No,
I think it's fair to say I'm not a Trump supporter.
Yeah, could have sworn he told you that he was a lawyer from New York. I don't know how you came to that conclusion.
Well, yeah. I mean, I actually, a lot of lawyers that I know and at law firms here, they did vote for Donald Trump. So I mean, it's not like it's something that that's very rare. But New Yorkers tend to be more liberal. But I'm interested to see what happens, since we talked about Donald Trump. I'm very interested to see what happens with this whole Russian hacking thing that's coming up now in the news. I'm a little shocked that Donald Trump has essentially disavowed the FBI and CIA and their statements on what happened with the hacking. I think we're going to have a very interesting couple of years ahead of us with respect to cybersecurity and these kinds of things for our country. But I think I'm interested.
I think this is the dumbest thing I've seen your chat do the whole time. Is think it's silly that I assumed a person from New York voted Hillary.
I mean,
that's the dumbest thing they've done.
It's not. I'm not even looking at the chat.
And that was a pretty fair assumption, guys.
It wasn't an unfair assumption. That's for sure. But look, I mean, come on. If we're talking about statistics, I mean, I can bring up some. This is a dangerous thing to say, I guess, and a lot of people are watching. But there is a correlation between certain levels of education and certain ideological beliefs, and I'll just kind of leave it at that. And then you have, and that sounds relatively familiar to people. I don't know if people have seen statistics about that, but
yeah, I think the easiest way to understand that breakdown, I think, was looking at the county breakdowns for who voted which way in the election. I feel like that tells probably most of the story.
Yeah, I mean,
large cities tend to go blue, and all of the in-between rurals were heavily red. Like those maps, I think those maps spoke thousands of words that a lot of people didn't seem to understand, pre-election at least.
Well, I mean, so a lot of people are going to respond to that and say, well, there are a lot of minorities in big cities, so of course they're going to swing differently. But but even if you just forget about particular regional demographics for a second. If you just look at the percentage of college educated people who voted for Trump versus voted for Hillary, you also see correlations there, and that's what I was trying to get at.
Oh, sure. You could, to devil's advocate that, you could say that college campuses definitely are playing more into left-leaning politics, which, even though I consider myself left-leaning, I do think that what happens on some of the campuses with a kind of extreme leftism is pretty stupid.
Yeah, that's probably true, but it's like a little bit of a chicken or the egg question. It's like,
are college campuses like that because they're already liberal, or are they causing people to become liberal? Sure.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, that's hard to say. I think there are good arguments that and I think this is actually true, that because universities push people to think out of the box, or at least good ones do that, you have people who are a lot more open to different ideas, and it's a lot easier for progressive ideologies to actually move forward. And in many places around the world, universities, if you just think about the Cold War and a lot of the problems in the Balkans and the Soviet states, a lot of universities were actually like the ground zeros for actual movements that ended up saving the country from falling apart and from a whole bunch of chaos. So, I mean, universities do hold a very special place in society. It seems, not clear why, but
Gotcha.
yeah.
Sure.
But I'm interested, CJ. What's your? I have a feeling you guys didn't talk about the Russian hacking thing, but what is your opinion on the fact that Donald Trump has not accepted the certain, what is it, 17 now government agencies that have tied hacking to the Russian government. The recent
I think
report.
that's false information. I think it wasn't all 17 of them. I think some did and some didn't.
Okay, that's fine. You can.
I specifically remember watching
nitpick.
Sean Spicer yesterday, dismantle that argument a couple of times.
Well, I know
it
that
seems
the
like it's in
CIA,
dispute. I think it's fine for Donald Trump to say it's in dispute.
the CIA
Well-
unequivocally said that Russia was involved in electioneering even before the election. I know that the CIA and several independent people verified that. Like that wasn't really up for debate, I don't think. Now, whether
I mean, I can link you exactly to the multiple
Well,
Sean
hold on.
Spicer
Let's not start
interviews
linking-
where he dismantled this.
Let's not go link crazy now. But
Well, I think
I'm
it's a
sure-
really important. I think it's a really important point because I'm sorry. I'm really big on something that really bothers me post-election is facts tend to get muddled a lot and people use them to push certain narratives. I think that it was unequivocally stated by the United States intelligence agencies, even pre-election, that Russia was 100% involved in meddling with our election cycle. That isn't misinformation or it wasn't up for debate. Like that was just fact. I don't think anyone has dismantled that, or I haven't heard of anybody dismantling that.
Well, it's Sean Spicer. I can get you there. He's the head of the RNC, right? Isn't that who he is?
Okay, I'll look that up. I'm sorry.
Wait,
you guys
hold
can
on.
talk.
We don't have to dig so far back. I mean,
This was on CNN and MSNBC.
last Friday, the CIA issued an actual report after investigating this issue, saying that they've not only caught. I'm not actually. I don't remember if they said they've caught people, but
I think there were a lot of
it's alleged
Chinese
that-
hackers too. That's what I hear is lots of Chinese
Well,
hackers.
but you see, this is where
This is from all over the place.
people-
That should be it should be investigated. We should find out exactly what it is. I don't think we know exactly what it is yet. I think this is just a lot of speculation. I'm not really interested in the Russian.
I don't
let's
feel like
investigate
the
it.
CIA
I'm in
puts
favor of
out
that.
statements on speculation. I don't think the CIA is interested in that kind of public attention. To speculate publicly on that seems really taboo.
I mean,
So,
sure,
I mean,
just like
that's-
WMDs and stuff, but
So you just-
it is what it
you're-
is. We'll get the exact information.
So you are rejecting. I mean, let's just work on assumptions.
I mean, I definitely agree that Russians tried to hack stuff. Yeah,
okay.
I know
so you
that.
agree with
I'm sure that they got we need to know the extent of it. Right now, this is just the Russians were hacking. Let's all freak out. I want to know the exacts, and I mean, specifically to say that all 17 agencies agreed, I think is just wrong. They didn't.
Look, I mean, you're nitpicking at something that's not relevant. I mean, if you just go back to Friday is kind of the operative date here, I think, where it became unquestionably true, unless you're really just going to reject what the CIA is saying, which is what Donald Trump is doing, which is what you appear to have been doing.
I think what he said is there are some people in the CIA that think that, there are some people in the CIA that don't.
No, this is not a political question. This is a factual determination.
But
This is
that's
not-
the problem. That's what happens is everything turns in. Like when you talk about climate science, you get these same statements from Trump or from people that support him. Well, some people think it is, some people think it doesn't. This is a statement on everything. Should we teach evolution in schools? Well, some scientists believe in creationism. Right? These false equivalencies are constantly presented to make it seem like there are two equivalent sides debating or arguing a topic when it's not true. Like I think
Right.
that's the same statement that Trump is making. Well, maybe some guy, he's making it sound like some guy in the CIA might have maybe thinks it,
But
and
that-
some guy didn't.
So this is what is the problem, and this is the problem 100% within the law too. It's like, what even is a fact? I mean, to you and me and other people and CJ, like we think that that's probably the easiest question to answer, perhaps, but it look, everyone has a different understanding of what a fact is, and in every case, every legal case I'm in, at least, the parties are completely disputing what the actual facts are. And you can say, well, wait a second, look at this document. This is a fact. And then the other side will say something like, well, you have that document, but I have this document, and that suggests something else. And there's always a battle of facts. And like I think that actually is the truly difficult and truly, interesting thing that is, I think, unresolvable, is that it is unclear as a philosophical matter what even a fact is. So, I know it's easy for us, if you accept the facts, to say, well, wait a second, climate change, like, look at these statistics, look at these records, and like, this is all fact, and then make a conclusion from those facts. But like, there are so many ways that you can call into doubt, quote unquote, facts that, I mean, like, it's just, they're hardly even arguing about facts nowadays. I just don't even know I can't even answer to you what a fact is. Like, who determines what a fact is in our society?
Yeah, but if you're in like a post-fact argument world, then it seems like you can't really have conversations about anything if nobody can agree on what is a fact anymore.
I'm not post-fact. If anything, I'm saying something that's like pre-fact. It's like, I just don't know how society, like,
okay, just to be clear, because we're talking a lot of abstractions, is anybody saying that the Russians specifically like hacked into the voting machines and changed votes, or what are you saying that they hacked? Just to be totally clear here.
You're gonna have to ask the CIA and the FBI that. I'm not. There might be.
So this is the only thing that we're saying is that the Russians hacked the election. But we're not saying that they hacked any of the voting machines, or what?
I don't
what
think
are
it was
we
the voting
saying
machines. I don't remember the CIA specifically saying.
Right.
No.
So none of the votes were changed.
They did not
is
say
what we're
voting
saying.
machines. But first of all, the voting machines could be hacked, and the question though is that, like, once you know that they've hacked one thing, like, is that going to call into doubt other aspects of the election when it appears that the Russians have some sort of,
Yeah, I know they hacked the DNC
motive.
guys. No shit.
What's that?
Oh, just chat.
Oh, the stuff going on with the DNC is what they were talking about. That WikiLeaks likely got their information from Russian hackers.
Right, and apparently, the hackers also hacked the RNC too. And
No, I don't think that's. I think Sean Spicer said that that's not true. It was reported that was not true. That's one of those.
Well, whether or not
lovely
that's
pieces
not
of
true,
fake news.
Julian Assange himself said that they had information about the Republican National Committee that they did not want to release. Now, for whatever reason, is whatever. He said that it was because Trump had already said ridiculous things, but WikiLeaks has shown itself to be partisan. And everybody knows that Assange hates the fuck out of Hillary Clinton as well. But
I would ask you to check into that, because I think that in the past week, it has new information has come out and new statements by the RNC people that have confirmed that there were in fact data breaches there. So I would just say that you should just check that out. I don't know when you got that information from, but I think that's kind of a stale.
Like 2 days ago.
Yeah. Well, then that's I guess another question. But look, it's very concerning. I mean, it's concerning. Like, we can't go back and say, well, wait, we're not sure the Russians hacked, X or Y or Z as kind of a grounds to just do nothing. It's like, once we know that, there's a foreign government infiltrating, aspects of our democratic process, like, that's a tremendously serious thing which needs to be looked into. And that's kind of what it comes down to. People are criticizing Donald Trump.
Right, and nobody's saying don't. Like, I've already said repeatedly, like, let's invest it. We should look into it. That's the thing we should be looking into.
Here's the thing,
that's not what Trump is saying.
That's not what Donald Trump is saying. And that's the problem that people are really having. And this is a bipartisan problem. I think it was last week or the week before that, two top Republicans, two top Democrats came out from the Senate saying, look, this is serious. Like, we need to look into this. Like, we can't just say, well, we don't know for sure, therefore, let's do nothing. Like, we have to actually take this incident as a serious question about what happened in the election. And once you accept that, you have to start looking into the voting booths, and you have to start looking into, I think
it's funny too. The counter argument I've heard, well, not really counter argument, but just follow up argument I hear to this is, so like a huge list of times that like the government has been hacked. Like, White House was hacked, IRS was hacked, all these places were hacked between like 2014 and 2015. And it's like, you'd think that Obama would have stepped up the cybersecurity
I don't think Obama
on
can
his own at that time.
unilaterally increase cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a problem around the entire world. Like, it's very, very hard to lock down systems. Like, there are some
Well, that's
cybersecurity.
what I mean. Isn't that what we're expecting Trump to do now? Someone's got to
No,
like
Trump is not
it's
going
the
to be able to
president's
do it. I
job.
don't even think Trump knows how to use a computer. But regardless of that, like, there are a lot of cybersecurity experts that are of the mindset that like any system that's connected to a network is hackable. Like, Iran lost centrifuges, right, to a virus that we were like, and these were off-network reactors. Like, I mean, the cybersecurity is something that's very, very, very difficult to deal with, especially when you're talking about a level as massive as the United States government.
Yeah, it's a serious problem, and Trump. It's funny that this even comes up. Like I have to give a presentation on what Trump's going to do for some lawyers that we deal with. He is going to have to make a policy about cybersecurity, which is going to shape our country's security going forward. The Obama administration on December 2nd issued this 100-page report, from some organization, I forget the name now, which was established by Bush. And I just don't think Donald Trump is taking these cybersecurity issues seriously. And that's a problem because I think now we're seeing that cybersecurity, if we just assume it can affect an election, let's not say it'll change the outcome because then people are like, oh my God, we don't know that. But if we can just assume that cybersecurity breaches can actually affect, to whatever extent, an election, like we have a serious problem about our democratic system and how we can move forward from that point. And you know what I think, what I suspect kind of secretly, like I think we've been hacking the Russians left and right, probably. And I think they found out left and right that we've been hacking them. And so, like, we can't, our government is not like, oh, this is war, because, our hands are dirty too. But I'm not sure that we've influenced elections. We might have in the Cold War. I have no fucking idea. But this is just going to be a serious issue going forward. How we're going to deal with these things. And unfortunately, Donald Trump does not seem like he is either A, equipped, or B, willing to actually take stances on these issues that are going to keep Americans safe. And I don't. Do you disagree with me, CJ? Does anybody disagree with me on that? I mean, I think that's fairly.
No, and I'll also agree that it is morally tough with the concept of just all the hacked emails. It's like, I mean, they're hacked emails. I'm sure we would have loved, similar transparency. Like if we could have hacked Trump, it's like so we had one party's hacked emails, and we didn't have the other party's hacked emails. Maybe I think we would have found very different stuff. It wouldn't have been nearly the same scale, but
Well, we
it
don't
could
know
have been
that.
pretty horrible.
We don't know
And
that. That's a 100% an assumption.
yeah, sure.
But
You know,
the hacking
Yeah, it's
stuff,
just it is like that one party gets to keep their cloud and the other one doesn't. That is a little unfair and it is troubling.
But the problem is then
I can definitely grant that.
you don't want foreign actors making large influential decisions about your elections. So, for instance, say that Russia or WikiLeaks, whoever, some foreign agent was able to gain compromising information about the Republicans and the Democrats, and say that you have a very close election coming up, and you choose only to leak information that you gained as a result of illegally breaching, United States government systems or any system in the United States. You leak some information that is only detrimental to one side, right? You're essentially using your foreign influence there to hack American systems and then to influence the election. Like, that's something that I think that America, or probably every country, is very, very wary of.
Yeah, it's basically what I was
Like, there's a lot of
with
people.
regard to that. Like it sucks that
There's a lot of people
happened.
that are very, very upset. Was it Eric Holder, the lawyer dude? You might know more. That were very, very, very upset about Comey's statement and the potential influence that even the FBI could have had on the election, which is something that the FBI, as precedent, is not supposed to do near election time, doing anything that could have a significant influence over the results.
I mean, that's actually illegal for someone to do. But yeah, I mean, everyone's been saying that. I mean, it's not. I don't think I've heard Eric Holder say that.
Yeah.
I'll just throw this out though.
Holder,
I think all this outrage though is just generally sour grapes. These are things we can work on over like the course of until the next election, but as far as like right now until Trump's
Oh, wait,
inaugurated, it's like this stuff
the
is
next
not
election-
consequential. Like Trump won,
Oh, okay,
so
but
this
we're not talking
outrage is
about.
sort of out of line.
But we're not.
Almost.
So nobody
I mean,
is
it's
saying
definitely
that Trump
legitimate,
didn't
but
lose.
like,
But
why are we going on
Well,
about
nobody's
this?
saying that we need to
It's
overturn
silly.
the election.
But this is where things start getting pulled into areas that no one.
Yeah, but this is like 20 minutes of Russian hacking talk right now. Where I don't know. Let's talk about Obamacare or
But
something.
it looks
God
like
damn.
we're actually agreeing on the Russian hacking thing. That's a serious problem, and Donald Trump is going to have to.
Right,
I
but it's
think
not an
take-
imminent problem.
Well, no, that's not true.
I think it's very imminent.
No. I
Maybe
mean, as
we
a
don't-
better result, like anybody that had seeked the security clearance in the United States had all of their information leaked. I think about five or 6 years ago, maybe, or around then. Like everybody that had ever applied for a clearance had medical histories and everything leaked as a result of a China intrusion into local systems. So I mean, it's a really big issue. Like
I was.
Yeah,
I
I
was
know
one of
hacking
those
is a really big
people-
issue,
Yeah.
and it's
By
constant
the way,
ongoing and stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's
There's,
so, like if I
it's-
found your name, whoever you are, I could go and look up if I know where the data.
I
Where
don't
the
know. Maybe
dumps
you're just better with computers than me. I don't know shit about hacking, so maybe it's just boring to me. I'll let you guys talk.
are.
No, I mean that's a serious thing, and just I guess for more info, I don't know if you guys are aware. Because my name was on that list, I got contacted by I think the Department of
Homeland Security.
no, not I don't think it was the all the fucking departments, I forget the names, but one of the departments and actually the one that was hacked, which is the God, now I'm going crazy, I forgot the name, but either way, and they gave me a free subscription to a service that is currently monitoring like my identity and making sure that there are no potential threats. And they've given me that for like a couple of years duration, as kind of like a quote unquote remedy for the fact that they so negligently let their servers be hacked by people, which is very embarrassing, actually, quite frankly. That woman of that organization, actually, she resigned very shortly after. And now I'm going crazy because I don't remember the name. But I mean, it's interesting. It's a real and serious thing, like at all times. Like elections happen every 4 years, and
Every two.
by the way,
Right.
some elections don't happen every 4 years. They happen, every 6 years, every 2 years. But just as a general security matter, like we need to take very seriously the fact that there are potential ways to infiltrate the American government in ways that harm the country. I think that's a serious problem. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. I think we all agree, right? No?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I think it's a serious issue.
Yeah, so I'm glad that we're at some sort of point of agreement. I think between the three. Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, it was OPM. That was the agency that got hacked. I'm glad that we've all agreed on at least this aspect. And CJ, like, do you think that Donald Trump is appropriately taking seriously the information that he's been receiving from the various governments?
I don't know.
Well, I don't think he is
Okay.
because he doesn't go to the
I don't know
briefings.
exactly what's in his head.
I don't think he gets any of the information. He doesn't want to go and he'll listen to any of it.
I mean, he doesn't he listen to them like regularly, just not daily? Like, I mean, what does that mean? Like every
he
other
tweeted
day,
in
or
2014
three
making
times a
fun of
week? I don't know.
Obama.
I
He
haven't
tweeted in
heard it.
2014 making fun of Obama for not attending security briefings, and now he's saying that he doesn't need to go to them all the time because he's too intelligent.
So the president-elect is supposed to get daily security briefings, and Donald Trump actually does not read them, and I think he only reads them like once a week. So that's problematic, I think. But I mean, yeah, our country is in for a ride. I mean, I don't know what other way to put it, and it's troubling. I mean, I think it's a troubling thing. But
Do you think that the way he's handled the whole Taiwan thing is intelligent, like in terms of diplomacy?
I mean, that's interesting. I don't know. On the one hand, our country should be able to theoretically talk to whomever we want, right? That's the one argument. But we're not in the vacuum. We're in a very complex international
Yeah.
diplomacy,
But like,
and like we,
oh yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I mean, we can't take actions that are very short-sighted and kind of, you know, narrow-minded. And I think that his answering the phone, even though there are some respectable aspects to, flexing our muscles and our ability to do whatever we want as a strong country, I think there's a certain kind of ignorance about how the world works and about diplomacy that just it shows that he's just not understanding what the dynamic here is, and that's
Yeah, like
also very concerning.
speaking exactly to that, one of the things that irritated me a lot is when people talked about his qualifications to be president, they talked about his acumen as a businessman. It feels like running a country feels to me like it would be so much different than running a business. Like Trump can walk into the room as a businessman and do anything he wants because of his stature as a businessman, because of the amount of money that he has behind him, right? He represents industry, real estate. He's got money behind him to do whatever he wants. Whereas in terms of like country politics, I feel like that same type of attitude doesn't necessarily work.
No, I think that's a very good point. That's a very good point, and I haven't thought about it that way. But yeah, I mean, they're totally different things. And where the business argument comes up is where you have a large group of people who feel that their economic well-being is being hurt, and that I think seemed to be in this election the turning electorate that decided the election. I mean, people don't feel that the economic situation is improving, and those people disproportionately voted for Donald Trump as a businessman. It's not an irrational conclusion, but unfortunately, running a country, and this is kind of part of what you were saying, running a country has so many more facets to it than simply generating economic value in certain sectors. And it has to do with healthcare, it has to do with human rights, it has to do with international diplomacy. I mean, you name it. Like, a businessman is only going to get you so far in and of itself. And that's the kind of logical fallacy that I think we saw in the election. But that just goes to say, like, if you get enough angry people about something, one particular thing, they're going to vote on that particular issue that drives them. And that happens in every election, right? Like, people, for example, not voting for Hillary because she's, like, quote unquote, for killing babies. It's like, people just kind of latch on, and this is a reference to abortion if anyone didn't catch that. People latch on to these kind of core values that they hold so important to them, and that ultimately dictates how they vote, which makes democracy a very, very, questionable form of government if that's the kind of voting you have. But I guess query whether that is a bad thing. If I don't know. That's like the $1 billion question here. But yeah, I think the transgender issues are a lot more difficult and a lot more divisive in our country, simply because those issues, since that's where we started, those issues always come down to like such basic kind of instincts that people have about social conduct. And those instincts are, as you said, Destiny, very limited by people's experiences. They are I mean, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I mean, it just always tends to come down to very limited kind of experiences that people have, and it's hard to get a common ground. I mean, I've seen a lot of people who are like, yeah, I mean, like, if you don't want someone saying that to you, then just leave or go somewhere else or suck it up or deal with it. It's hard to, those arguments are a lot conceptually harder, I think, to bring a country together on. But yeah, I don't know where that leaves us now. I mean, CJ, do you have any thoughts to say in summary of?
Well, the only thought I was going to have earlier too was that, like, it's kind of weird with the only thing they kind of counterbalance about the like Trump not going to security briefings, but he's also getting criticized for having such a militarized cabinet. Like all of his so he's not going to security briefings. By the way, all of his advisors are generals. So I think we got to wait and see a little bit, and
Well, wait, those two things,
it's definitely fair to
those aren't
criticize him
mutually
for it, but
exclusive. You can criticize him on both of those
they're
things.
related.
Not at
I
all.
mean, all of his advisors are generals, and he's talking to them all the time. Like
Is
he's
he?
talking to them. He does more regular
Wait, how do you
contact.
know he's talking to them all the time? Do you
I
think that
don't,
his
but
military...
because he's appointed them, they're high-ranking people in his cabinet. Like I would think that he's talking to them more, but we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, but if
It's
Hillary
reasonable
Clinton...
to think
if
that
Hillary...
he's talking to these people that he's just appointed to top positions in his cabinet, that he's talking to them more than just other people.
I mean, if Hillary Clinton was skipping out on all of her security briefings, but she was surrounded by military people, do you think that you would be saying, well, I'm sure Hillary is talking to those guys at least? Or do you think that the military people around Trump are advising him to skip his security briefings?
Can we just talk about for a second the fact that
I
Donald
think they're
Trump
related,
said
and
he
we'll have
knows
to
more
see how
about
it plays out.
military
I think this
generals?
is all speculation.
Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember where Donald Trump said he knows more about the military and how to fight a war than the top generals?
I don't
mean,
remember
that's
him
like-
saying that directly. Are you saying that he implied it when he was
Yeah, that
talking
was-
about battle
that was
No,
tactics?
he said that
That was
directly.
pretty
I'm
ridiculous. That's
paraphrasing,
fair.
but let's roll back to that one for a second before we start saying he's
He's
helping
definitely said some
generals.
ridiculous things. That was one of them.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you acknowledge that that's ridiculous. You say he's said some ridiculous things. I would say he's said many ridiculous
Well, I feel,
things.
so I maybe if you want to play devil's advocate or whatever, to give him a hand. Well, I feel like I haven't heard Trump say much of anything rooted in reality. Like my biggest problem with Trump is that to me, and I could be wrong, but to me he truly does sound like an idiot when he opens his mouth talking about almost every matter, even matters of economic policy, which bothers me because it's supposed to be the one area that he knows so much in. Like, are there any policies or anything that you think that Trump stands for that you feel like you could argue in favor of?
You talking to me or CJ?
Yeah, you. Or
Me?
CJ, because
I
that's
think
kind of
I've
what
been
that's
doing
what,
that most of this time. I mean, we
Yeah,
went
that's what
over
me
the
and
wall.
CJ
I
have
was trying to
been-
get to Obamacare. Like the other basic social policies. I don't know if I have much of an opinion on abortion. I don't know. We could go through all of them, and you could ask me if I agree or disagree. I think most of what he's done is gets to be right.
I guess like I haven't. I mean going over. So I guess we could go. If you have to, or I guess I feel
I
really
mean, he's
bad
given
for
so many. He's had so many positions on all different policies that I mean, you can
that
say
in
one
and of
thing and have it
itself.
on all. Like,
But that in and of itself is an extreme negative because it shows that he doesn't know what he's talking about. When you
That's
take
I mean that's not a good thing, but a lot of politicians do that all the time. I mean, he
Okay.
does it to a crazy extent. I'm just saying as a general.
you can say that, but unfortunately, that's not really an argument for Trump because the whole point that
well,
Trump
they've
ran on
all
was
had
that
like
he
they've all
wasn't
been
a
kind of similar, but in
politician.
a similar direction, and you just have to pick the exact one. 'cause
Yeah,
otherwise
sure.
that's
So like,
gonna
let's
go,
look at his tax
Trump.
policy. So his tax policy is massive tax cuts across the entire board. I think he wants to completely gut the capital gains tax, but he has nowhere, in no way, in any part of a policy where he's going to make up for this revenue. It's kind of like his tax policy looks like something a high schooler would suggest. Like, oh, well, I'm just going to lower everybody's taxes a fuck ton, and then everything will be way better. Where is the extra money going to come from? I think the Tax Policy Center review, and there was another tax review place, both of them speculate that over the next 10 years, it'll add anywhere from 10 to $20 trillion to the deficit, even when you account for increased economic activity as a result of the being spurred on by the tax cuts. So how does this, in what reality does this tax plan make sense?
I mean, if you're saying that like taxing more money from people means more money for the government, like, what do you want me to disagree with that?
Okay, so what government services do you think need to be cut in order to compensate for the
Obamacare?
shortfall? Okay, so what do you suggest then as an alternative for our healthcare system?
Oh, something beautiful.
What we had before? Because what we had before was 64% of the bankruptcies that occurred in our country were a result of medical bankruptcies. And the majority of those people filing bankruptcy had insurance. What we had before was people being enslaved to certain companies because if they left, they wouldn't be able to get insurance from any other place because of a pre-existing condition. Is that the reality that you want to return to? Or how many millions? There's some number, several million people now, people like me, that are on insurance that would leave it immediately if there wasn't a mandate to be on it. Is this the reality? Like, what do you want to return to? What are you looking for out of our healthcare that you want to get rid of the Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act so desperately? What do you want to go back to, or what do you want to go to?
I don't know. We could go to. I'm sure there's other ways to fixing it up. My
Okay, Trump
parents
hasn't
are doctors.
suggested
Ben
any.
Carson is a doctor. They've all suggested getting rid of this and replacing it.
Would you want to bring one of them on and talk about their alternatives? I mean, because the problem is that Trump hasn't given an alternative. Trump has said some very, very schizophrenic things about healthcare. Trump has said that he likes Medicare and the way that Medicare works, and I think he even suggested expanding Medicare, which is single payer, essentially, right? Trump has also said that he likes things like the pre-existing conditions clause of the Affordable Care Act, which kind of necessitates the mandate or some kind of extreme subsidy from the federal government. So does that mean he doesn't want to get rid of
That could also
Obamacare?
be him kind of just pandering.
So how do
Which I
you know
think it
when
might
he's
be.
pandering versus when he's being real? Where's your diviner? How do you divine truth from Trump's statements on when he's pandering and when he's being literal?
I mean, I guess the same kind of way that I figure out when someone's being sarcastic and when they're not. I look at them and I gauge it.
Okay, so
I mean, that's a strange question.
has Trump suggested anything that is a viable alternative to the current medical system we have in the United States, the current insurance system?
Not really. I guess he basically said go back to the old system and just do it better.
Do it better means that.
And
means
you know
nothing.
what's interesting is that when Obama gave, I think it was the 60-minute speech or some speech, not speech, but the talk, he pulled back on so many aspects of overturning Obamacare that
Yeah.
he was, which he's done as a general matter, by the way, in the election, which is very interesting. Like he wants to keep the health care coverage for people who are 26 or under. I think it's 26. Yeah, it's 26. 26 or under, and like various other aspects of the healthcare bill. And it makes you wonder, like, well, we're keeping all this stuff. Like, what the hell? What do you want to change exactly? It's like, oh, I want to make it cheaper. Well, it's got to be cheaper. It's got to be cheaper. It's like, well, how the fuck are we going to do that?
Okay, and that's what Trump does with everything. That's like my big problem. He's always just like, what are we going to do? We're going to do it better. We're going to do it the best. We're going to do it way better. What kind of deal are you going to make? It's going to be a better deal. How are you going to change
I mean,
NAFTA?
just to
I'm going to
say
make it better.
The
Like,
previous, you were saying, what do we do? Go back to the old system? Yes, I'm in favor of that. If that makes it clear.
So that is impossible, in my opinion, and as a political matter, it's impossible because once you give people something, they don't want it taken away.
Yeah,
Like,
and it's incredibly difficult too because the implementation at this point. I mean, you have to plan to implement that for like the next generation kind of thing because you can't just screw over everybody. You can't just like switch off and say, okay, we're not doing like all these benefits for people, even though they like have been like living their life thinking that was how things were being. You can't sweep the rug out from under people, so it's really a difficult situation. I guess that's why it's partly hard to explain is because the implementation.
It's about replacement.
Just not practical.
What is the replacement going to be? And we don't have coherent proposals yet. The Republicans made proposals when Obamacare was being considered. Those didn't win out. They're probably going to adopt some of those proposals, but I'm interested to see where that goes too.
yeah, I want to know what the fallout is going to be in 2 years when the Republicans control both houses of Congress and the executive branch, and they don't defund the ACA because I don't think they're going to do it. Because Trump, I don't think really wants to do it, and I don't think anybody wants to be the guy that pulls the trigger on people with pre-existing conditions or people that had inadequate health coverage before. Like, I think it'll be really strange in 2 years when the ACA is still in full effect and it hasn't been gutted yet.
I could see that. I could see him playing for maybe trying to do it in a second term if he wants to plan for that.
Well,
because it's just it would hurt him with voters maybe.
But the problem is I don't think you can go back to what you had before because what we had before was one of the worst healthcare systems in the industrialized world. Like,
well, we didn't. It's no worse. We didn't really have any coherent healthcare system.
Well, I'm talking about levels of availability and affordability to the average citizen. Like one of the most embarrassing things existing right now in the first world.
Yeah.
I mean, there still was like free emergency care. If you show up to the emergency room, they
and then they bill you,
anyway.
and you have to lose everything you have to pay for it. Like,
look, I'm all for emergency care, but quite frankly, emergencies tend to be the exception.
That's definitely not a 100% of the time thing, or even close.
Wait, so
they take care of people for free all the time.
No, what?
That used to happen.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
Then why would people declare bankrupt? Why are the majority of bankruptcies declared for medical reasons then?
Because it happens sometimes. They hospitals do charge people. They try to make money, but they also, just kind of do like. What kind of scum do you think these doctors are?
It's not a matter of being
ridiculous.
scum. I mean, and it's not just the doctors that do it. Pharmaceutical companies, the insurance industry, bureaucracy, hospital administrators, which are the highest paid jobs in the hospitals. It's not just doctors doing it.
And it's really not about doctors. It's about
In the previous system
people
before
providing
Obamacare
the
came
equipment,
around, people
providing-
like it happened that people showed up to the emergency room, got care, and left without paying or being tracked down. That happened plenty all over the country. True or false?
Irrelevant.
I don't think any of us are equipped to make such a broad statement about what that kind of thing. But you're right. Like, but the legal thing is that, you know, hospitals are required to treat people regardless of their economic situation if they enter an emergency room with an emergency situation. And I think is that the EMTALA law? I'm trying to remember. But I mean, that is true. Like, so you have people who are like homeless going into, you know, hospitals, getting treated. I don't know if they don't have to pay though. I'm not sure about that one. But they're not going to get turned away because they can't. But that's like, how is that going to help me or you or Destiny when, you know, let's say we have a non-emergency, quote unquote, situation that really is threatening our lives that we need, you know, health insurance for. Like, the emergency room is not going to cover it. And so, like, the fact that we're bringing up the emergency room, you know, situation from before Obamacare, I think that's kind of losing sight of the fact that people are dying, I think, more often outside of the emergency room than in the emergency room. So I'm not sure that that's going to get us where we want to be. Like everyone wants healthcare. Everyone should have healthcare. And I think now, you know, to Obama's credit, and I'm not, you know, trying to take political sides here, I think to Obama's credit,
that's an interesting statement, though. Is healthcare a human right?
Sorry, I have long sentences. Let me just finish this last one. I think to Obama's credit, he's actually, you know, increased society's desire for healthcare, which, you know, sadly was very low because we didn't have a system. But like now people have, you know, maybe call it like a bad system, but there is a system where many more people are getting healthcare than they would have. And, you know, like now people are actually feeling that healthcare is a right that they're entitled to. That wasn't necessarily always the case. And I think that's a good thing for us. And there are a lot of reasons why we want healthcare and why that's economically better for the country. But that's a whole nother discussion, I think. But okay, I'm sorry, I'm done. CJ?
I mean, the government does not have a inherent responsibility to provide its citizens a doctor, to like make a doctor treat them.
You see, that's where people disagree, I think, CJ. You know, our government is required to protect its citizens and act in the welfare of its citizens, and very much so medical care, you know, is something that people need to survive. So I'm not sure that's true.
I think it's inherent on people to take care of themselves.
Yeah, but not
that's
everybody has the
crazy.
same capacity
That's
to
crazy.
do that.
But look, if I get sick, how am I going to take care of myself? I mean, I can't like start stitching or, you know, fixing a broken leg on my own. Like you know, people rely on other doctors to do that stuff. I mean, how can you put the burden?
I mean, you're saying like stitching your leg. If it's like in what situation, like if there is a wound like that, like a teenager with a broken leg, you can go to the emergency room and that'll get fixed for free.
No. That dude, the only
That's
way
not how it
people,
works.
yeah, the only people that are getting things fixed for free are like people that are at the absolute bottom. Maybe if the hospital thinks they're not going to get any money out of it, maybe they don't bill you for it or whatever. But like that's not the norm. You can't just walk into emergency rooms. And I don't even know if you get like stitches and all of that. Is that something they do, or like mending broken bones and shit? I don't know if that's even emergency room
I don't
stuff.
know.
Like,
Like I would
If
like
you
to
get hit
hear
by
the
a car,
situation
you-
rather than just poor person shows up at the hospital. What do we do? Like who? What's? I feel like we're just kind of grouping like poor people are poor, take care of them.
well, but I mean, like healthcare has a huge like impact on like other parts of the country as well. Like if you have a country that's full of sick and dying people that every time they get sick, you know, like you have people that are going bankrupt because they can't pay for the medical bills. Like this is a detriment to the entire country. And medical costs in the United States are like prohibitively high, like insanely expensive to deal with.
Yeah.
From what conditions?
What about from cancer?
That's a hard. TJ, I think we're pulling into like a pit here.
Well, I mean, I can pull him into a pit. Like I'm pretty
Like
sure that
lung
my
cancer,
income.
like they were smokers their whole life?
How about, dude?
Is that we got to pay for that?
Come on, dog. The child of my mom at 24 years old had Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 4, and she's never done anything to give her cancer in her entire life. And because of a lapse of insurance, I had to pay $1,000 for a single pill once to get her something for her as a part of her chemotherapy treatment out of the hospital. Don't try to say that every poor person that's gotten sick deserved it. That's an absurd argument,
ones that,
dude.
are
Hold on.
distant from. Like,
no, but
like
I'm just
from
saying
your
that, like,
own
when you
personal
talk
control.
about like somebody got cancer because it was their fault, like that, the majority
Well,
of
just like
people.
cancer, I mean, yeah, it could be.
No, I think. Wait.
I'm sure plenty of them are. The majority, what percent?
The majority of people, it's their fault for getting cancer.
Wait.
Well, you're saying. I mean, go ahead. Give me a statistic.
Hold on,
You
PJ,
I
I'm
always
trying to
make these
help
assumptions.
here.
You say, oh, you're making an assumption. Give me a statistic. Give me a statistic. What do you have?
CJ, I think you're pulling into a pit of something you can't escape and kind of just getting deeper and deeper. And I don't think you don't believe the implications, I think, of what you're saying, but you're saying it. And I'm just kind of just like, I just want to nudge you to just like, I guess rethink kind of the implications of what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying.
Generally, we need to incentivize good behavior and disincentivize bad behavior.
But we do that with
Like
sin
bad
taxes on
decisions.
cigarettes. Cigarettes cost more money. We economically disincentivize people from purchasing them.
Yeah,
cigarettes
that's
are at an
good.
all okay, but that doesn't mean that just because we disincentivize that behavior means that if you get sick, fuck you. Especially when you look at how you're targeting different classes. Who's more likely to be a smoker? Who's more likely to use drugs? Like these are people who are already in fucked socioeconomic classes that have worse access to education, that are already hurting in other areas.
Yeah,
like,
they're making
that's a
those
liberal
decisions. I mean, what are you talking? Like,
that's an argument that's
nobody's
based in
making them
reality,
smoke
though. Like
cigarettes.
the socioeconomic arguments are arguments that are rooted in reality. Like I mean, you can't just say that reality has what's the saying? Reality tends to have a liberal bias. Like I mean,
Yeah, I guess this is where I came to with the Sargon of Akkad thing, is where you just kind of think that people don't have like agency to make their own decisions.
because they don't, and nobody
But it's-
agrees for the most part that people are 100% free actors of their own will. No reasonable person believes that.
Look, but it's actually, let's just talk about American values for a second. It's actually the most American thing, I think, to allow people to make free choices knowingly and do that and not get punished for it. Like if I want to say smoke, I should be able to smoke and not get penalized for doing that. That's a part of freedom. Like, you're actually reducing someone's freedom if you start kind of conditioning healthcare on whether they're behaving in a way that you want them to. And America is not about that. America tends to value freedom of choice and without condition. And that's I think what it comes down to. Like, I don't think people should be penalized even.
Well, I thought you were the one who told me like the role of government is to like control people's actions, basically. And if that's the point, then we should be trying to make people make good decisions.
Well, so what I said I'll just put that into context. What I said in a different conversation is that the role of law is to set rules that like guide people's conduct. It's illegal to punch someone in the face. Therefore, I'm not going to punch someone in the face if I get upset with them. So in law, as a general matter, is about setting out norms that help guide the conduct of people in ways that society thinks is acceptable. So that's what I was saying. I don't think that the government's role is per se to control, quote unquote, people, but at the same time, the government is largely a democratic group of people that makes laws based on norms that many people have. So and they can say what they find to be acceptable. Like we think murder is not acceptable. We think all these things are not acceptable that we kind of have to live with. But I think that's different from what I was saying about freedom of choice. I mean, to the extent that law does not prohibit you smoking cigarettes, people should, theoretically, as an American principle, be able to do that and not feel that the government is trying to punish them for it. And that's where you start to get, if you have a
I
society.
mean, if you like smoke and eat unhealthy food and do all that stuff, like those were your decisions. You could very well have chosen to not do those things. It's not hard. Like, if you want to not get lung cancer from smoking, don't smoke.
right,
If you
but,
not get obese, stop fucking eating so much and drinking
so
like.
What
cans of
I think
soda
what I
every
think what
day.
the lawyer argument is, because I think we're getting past the point, is whether or not healthcare is a right. What he's saying is that if healthcare is a right, you shouldn't sacrifice that right by exercising your freedom of choice. But I think you guys disagree on healthcare being a right, so I think you're talking past each other on that point. Or right?
I mean,
Or unless I'm
there's no
misinterpreting.
question.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's no question that CJ is saying that healthcare is not a right. But I mean, that's a good point. I mean, is it a right or is it not a right? I mean, you ask any other country in the world, they're going to look at you funny if you start saying healthcare is not a right. But I think that people now are accepting that healthcare is a right that people should have. Like, why would anybody not want healthcare? Like, that doesn't sound like that makes sense.
Well, why would anybody not want a car or any? Like, of course they want it.
I'm not sure what to say about that. But I think a car is very different than healthcare. And as I said already, like, what are you going to say? Like, oh, everyone wants their kids to go to school, but fuck that. Government's not going to, pay for it because what? I don't know. I mean, maybe your kids are not getting A's, so let's take you out of school. It's like there are some things that are simply rights. Education for our kids is a right. Healthcare, you might disagree that it's a right, but I think healthcare is quite established a right here. At least some level of it is definitely a right, which is also why you don't get turned away at an emergency room. But yeah, I mean, it's not a car. It's like a car is a privilege, and I don't think you're arguing to me right now that that privileges like having a car or having
Well,
like
then
an
the car
iPad.
isn't even the greatest example of that, because we have kind of decided that public transport is something that we're kind of entitled to, because, I mean, we charge people taxes to pay for it, and public transport exists in most places in the United States, even if it sucks. But
Yeah, well, that's a good argument. Yeah, I mean, but then, people like CJ, they're gonna just respond and say, well, I shouldn't be paying the taxes for that in the first place.
I guess
And then that kind of gets us back in the same.
maybe
side.
this feels like, I guess, as you would say, too much of a liberal argument, but I feel like these are things that they don't only benefit society as a whole, but I feel like they benefit everybody in society as a whole. Like, if you have a population of people that tend to be healthier, right? These are people that will probably have more influence in markets, right? They're going to be working more. They're going to be able to work more hours, and they're going to be more productive. They're going to be able to participate in the market more when it comes to buying products, right? So even if you're like a business owner, right? You've got healthier employees, you've got healthier customers that are working more hours, that are earning more money to buy your product. Like, it feels like the comparison that I always make is like, I would rather be like in the top 5% of income in the United States than move to fucking Lithuania and be in the top 1% of income in Lithuania, right? Because I want a country where people in general are much better off, because I feel like it benefits everybody. Like, you should want that to be the case, right? Like, when I send my kid to school, I don't want my kid to be way better than everyone else. I want everybody there to be really good. I want every parent to be capable of parenting their child. I want every child to want to be there to learn because he's from a good family that wants him to learn, because it benefits my kid as well, because that's the environment that he lives in.
I want that too. I want all of those people to earn that.
But
First of
what
all,
you're
they
saying
have
is you're willing to.
fantastic healthcare in Lithuania and internet. Your stream would be a lot faster.
Well, I can't. We don't really have that much control over Lithuania. I'm talking about in America.
I was just joking. I was joking.
Sure. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, so what did you say, CJ?
About what?
What was the thing you said before the other guy talked about Lithuania's internet?
I don't know.
Oh, that you wanted people to earn it or whatever?
Yeah, there we go.
I guess,
And that's like where the liberal argument really comes in. It's like the ability to earn something is so, predetermined by your initial, status and your initial position in society that it's just fundamentally unjust to to require. You're going to end up having, situations where I'm sitting here happy as a lawyer and laughing at people dying in the street across from me because, I don't want to give away my money because they don't quote unquote deserve it. And that doesn't really, I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, and that just feels kind of bad. Like if I'm working a good job and I'm going downtown and I'm taking my girlfriend on a date and we blow $150 on dinner to get some nice steaks, and then you go outside and you see somebody else in your city is literally homeless and like mentally retarded, and these are people that exist even in Omaha. Like, I don't know, that I guess that's just a feels argument. I guess I'm making an argument from emotion there, but
Well, it's also kind of conflating a lot of ideas like mental illness. I mean, we help the mentally ill.
well, sure.
Like,
Well, but
we treat them.
mentally ill people are very disproportionately represented in the homeless population. I want to say almost twice as much. You're almost twice as likely to
Okay,
find.
the one thing that I actually am in favor of with regard to free provided by the government is mental health care. I think that needs to be get that out there as much as possible.
Well, why?
Wait, why mental health care over any other health care, though?
But no,
Because
wait,
that's the one that helps empower people to go out and if there's something that
being
is stopping
healthy,
you mentally from going out and making money, earning in the free market,
So-
then we should help you.
But can't you make that same
you're just
exact
sick-
Like
argument?
if a kid has like spinal,
Like, if
different spinal disorders, spinal bifida, or what's the thing, scoliosis or whatever, that'll fuck their spine up or whatever, but you cover that treatment so they grow up and become a productive member of society because they're not constantly fighting back pains and dying when they're 4 years old or whatever. Like,
Talking about children also, again, we take care of children.
well, no, we don't right now.
Like,
or I mean, if your family is very, very poor, you go on like Medicare or something, a single payer, but
well, I'm saying we should. That I'm in favor of. We should take care of children.
okay, so
When you get into your adult life, and you get sick for some reasons that were affected by you. It's not like a thing that was don't know, you caught some random disease that just happened. You caught Zika because you were living in Miami. The
Wait,
government
so do you
covering
think that the
Zika thing,
majority-
that's of course.
Hold
They
on.
should, I agree with that.
because you're hinting at this. I just want to get this out. Do you think that the majority of the people that suffer severe medical problems are at fault for suffering those severe medical problems? Do you think that the majority of the people are themselves to blame?
I would say a high number. I would guess it's not the majority.
Okay,
think the
but when you
number's
say
still
like
pretty-
a high
pretty
number, you're talking.
troubling.
Well, I'm trying to are we trying to
That's-
20 to
that's-
40%, or?
Yeah, something like that.
Arbitrary. I don't know where that number came from. But
Yeah, it is.
Well, I
Arbitrary.
don't
That's
think-
my-
I
that's
don't
my
think-
guess. He's asking for my guess.
Well, I don't think it's arbitrary. I think that if somebody is willing to say that like 20 to 40% of people in the United States are at fault for their own medical condition,
could be higher. I don't know. And actually, I bet the problem
does
too is that you
asphalt-
talk about
what
the
does that
number of
mean?
the number of people versus the amount of abuse that actually goes on within the system, because there are people who are professional patients who go and see the doctor
Okay, but these are always like one-off cases. That this is like the
they're
voter
not.
fraud
You
argument.
think
It
they
is,
are? They're
though.
not.
No,
It's
I
much
don't-
more common.
But then when you challenge people, like,
I mean, this is firsthand reporting from both my doctor parents.
I don't care about first-hand reporting. It doesn't mean anything.
Okay, well, then just nothing means anything.
No, first-hand reporting means
wait a
nothing. If your
second.
parents are
You just
actually
made
doctors and
statements like
actually
that.
went to school for that long, they should know that first-hand reporting means nothing too. Like, come on, like, unless your parents are doctors and have served in every single hospital across the United States and feel like they can do like representative cross-sectional studies of people from different backgrounds. In which case, I'll take back what I said, but. I don't even think your parents would make the statement
I
that
think
my
over the
views
course of
are
their careers,
represent-
they've seen a lot of patients, and I think that you downplaying this is just a couple you caught one in Breitbart, that kind of you're underplaying it.
No, I'm not underplaying
severely.
it. I don't even think your parents would be comfortable making that statement, or maybe they would be, but it would be incredibly ignorant. You're just one person. Like you can't possibly have you understand that you can put together infinite numbers of narratives if you just go by one or two eyewitness accounts, right?
Sure.
So then why would you accept an eyewitness account? This is why we have numbers and why we do studies and why we do massive surveys and.
I mean,
I think the source is pretty credible.
no.
For a start.
CJ, look, it's a logical fallacy to extrapolate from a small group of a small pool of experience that your parents have into what is happening around the country. I think that's what Destiny is saying. There's no question that that's a logical fallacy, and if I were closer to my LSAT studying days, I would be able to say it for you. But that's it's missing the point. Like your parents are not gonna decide factors here, just like mine won't. And it's really about what's happening across the country. But
All right, are we getting a little sidetracked? You were talking about 20 to 40%. That was my guess. Sounded like you were going somewhere.
I feel like this is like a major Republican talking point. Like, it sounds like, I'm not trying to focus on this thing, but Republicans are, I'm saying Republican, conservative, whatever you want to say, people on the right tend to be of this mindset that everybody is 100% responsible for everything that happens to them, exactly to them, and no one else is to blame, and no one else, there should be no help for anybody, and they chose their fucked up scenarios. This idea that every single person chooses these suboptimal decisions because they're either inferior or stupid or just like to make bad choices, even though we have stat after stat after stat showing income inequality in the United States, showing stickiness at the extremes of income ranges, that wealthy people tend to remain wealthy, that poor people tend to remain poor, that like different situations tend to have these, that things like being from a single parent family will be a leading indicator of whether or not you'll be a criminal. Like, even though we have all of these numbers and stats, people will still say like, oh, well, you 100% can make all the best choices ever. And then they'll say like, well, because this one person did it. And then you're even applying, I haven't heard most people do it, but even applying it to healthcare, like, oh, well, you have cancer. What, were you a smoker your whole life? Like, that's a pretty offensive statement.
But the hard part, I agree with that, but I think the hard part is, where do you draw the line? It's like, how do you determine who's at fault for their condition versus like what is something that they can't help? And if you have a rule, CJ, like what you're proposing, you get into a situation where like in order to treat every single person, you have to essentially have like a mini trial on their culpability, and that's just not a feasible way of running a society. So it's just
you have to look at people individually and judge them for their actions. But
how do you
can't do that in society? We don't judge people as individuals in society. That's not a good thing. We should just group people and say,
when I was younger, I liked to spend time with my grandparents a ton, and they smoked a fuck ton, right? So, like, what if you hang out with your friends and your friends smoke and you get lung cancer? Does that mean that you're not allowed to get medical treatment? Or since it was secondhand, does that mean that you are only eligible for 50% of treatment? Or what if you used to smoke when you were younger, but then you quit smoking? Like, does that come back over time? Like, making these kinds of value statements would be, like, impossible to determine fairly. Like, you would never get people to agree on this.
Exactly, and I think that's what. Like,
does somebody who smokes their whole life but also exercise, do they get more health benefits than somebody that doesn't smoke but eats too much? Like, how do you even start to grade these things? I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, we cannot have a system like that. It's impossible. So I mean, to the extent that you're proposing something, CJ, that theoretically has sense to it, as a matter of running a society, it's just impossible. It's fundamentally impossible, and it's not really helpful for us really discussing this to be talking about ways society could be in theory that are just impossible to implement. And I still am not sure, I just don't know how to blame someone for a medical condition they come in. And it's like
the really funny thing is that this actually sounds like a death panel, which is what people were accusing the Affordable Care Act of being, was having death panels for old people to decide if they were worthy or not for treatment.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And it's just crazy. It's just where you can't draw the line anywhere coherent, I don't think. I mean, CJ, do you have anything to say to that? Do you disagree that a line could be drawn in a way that we can actually, coherently implement the proposal you're talking about? Because I can't see it, and
I do think like specific cases, I think it can always get to a gray area. I think like broad generalities, like I'm in favor of looking at people's decisions and judging them. I mean, the question is, do we want to incentivize good decisions? Do we believe that like good decisions should lead to good results and bad decisions should lead to bad consequences? And if that's the case, then
I mean, saying whether or not you feel like helping somebody with their medical coverage because of bad decisions they've made in life, like trying to say like, oh, you're incentivizing their behavior because we're not letting them die. I feel like that would be like saying that putting airbags in cars incentivizes people to drive recklessly. Like I don't think that that's necessarily saying that. Like you can disincentivize behavior via a number of different ways and still give people medical treatment if they fall into a case where they're dying or whatever.
So like someone who smokes their whole life and eats unhealthy shit all the time, people who are like not smoking and not doing drugs and eating healthy, living a healthy life, they have to pay for it?
What do you mean by they? Like society as a whole?
Sure.
Because everyone gets into the same boat at one point or another, and that's why we're.
That's not true.
Well, there's also like no perfect person. Like what if you have a heart attack and you're overweight? Are you fucked? Because that's like what fucking 80% of Americans.
I mean, why does?
Or what if
So
you
some
skate
people,
and
like-
you break your leg? Like you were skating, you took on the risk, and now you broke your leg, and you want me to pay for it? Like,
Or you what if you eat a bag of Cheetos and then you go to the hospital because you have like what?
First of all, when
high
the government
blood
is
pressure,
taxing you less, like when you don't have all this shit that you have to pay for it, then you have more money. You can pay for a broken leg on your own.
okay, but we're not talking about having money individually. Okay, we're talking about different income classes.
Yeah, we are.
Well, no, because the way that the medical bills are regressive by nature, right? So if I go out and I break my leg, I can pay for it, no problem. It doesn't matter. I have the freedom to make that choice because I make enough money to pay for that operation. It doesn't bother me. But if you're somebody that's significantly worse off than me and you break your leg, that could be a financially destructive thing. So to claim that me and that person both have the same freedoms, I feel is kind of not the same. I mean, even legal punishments are incredibly, insanely regressive in the United States.
I mean, so do we have an obligation to keep people alive on their deathbeds until they die of like natural causes?
But that's
just
not
no
what we're
matter how sick
talking
they
about.
get,
That's not what we're
regardless
talking
of how
about.
they've lived and
That's
what
not what
they've
we're
done.
talking about. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about some dude that decided to go, mountain climbing and smoking at the same time and drinking and then fell off and cracked his head open. We want to keep him alive on dialysis for the next 30 years, right? I mean,
Well, do we? I mean, he's not in we'll say he's not in a coma. He's just really fucked up.
Okay.
And, he'll get with a bunch of plastic surgeries and all kinds of things. We can rebuild him.
Can I just? I think CJ said something very interesting when he said that people with mental illness and kids should get some sort of health care or whatever. I think it all comes down to the fact that people who are dead are not productive to society, and
Well, there are people who are alive who are not productive to society.
okay,
Also,
no,
that exists.
That's fair. Well, hold on. Let's not extrapolate that too far yet. Once you accept the premise that dead people are not as productive as living people, and you acknowledge that kids, because they're young and have opportunity, are mentally ill people who have a mental illness and capability but are not able to effectively use that for society. Once you say and accept those things, you have to accept healthcare as an economically more efficient way of running a society. And that's just simply because the inherent potential in all human beings is wasted on people who are dead.
Yeah, get healthcare costs down. Good idea.
What's that?
Right, that all sounds good. So we should get the healthcare costs down.
I mean, you can figure out however you think is going to make sense for us to get healthcare for people, but having people have healthcare that's not contingent on their bad decisions is critically important in an economy that is strong, because we don't, as a society, we don't want our people dying, because those people have economic value in them. They work, they make money. You're going to say, oh, a lot of people don't work. Well, whatever. But
in general, like people tend to be productive members of society. Right.
There's no question about that. And once you accept that, you can't make arguments that are essentially going to undercut the...
I mean, clearly, if you can't pay for your surgeries, then you're not productive at the same rate that you're costly.
See, and we already know that that's a flawed argument, because there are... First of all, the medical profession is so freaking expensive. It has nothing to do... you can't pay for a surgery. You think you can pay for a surgery? It's like if your health insurance didn't cover the aspects...
Surgery for what?
Any surgery. Let's say you have any surgery, anything happens to you. You wouldn't be able to afford that. The costs of medical care are so high that people cannot pay on their own. So you can't go and say, oh, wait a second. If you can't afford the medical bills in the first place, you're not productive. That's crazy. That's just crazy. That's not the way our society works, and that's just factually.
I mean,
not
some
true.
things we should cover though, and some things we shouldn't. Like, you're 30-year-old person in Florida when like Zika just hit the area and you get Zika, or like
What about
like
what
your
if you get
baby
the
gets
flu
Zika,
or strep?
we'll take care of your Zika baby.
Is that your fault if you have like the flu?
I wonder how costly it could, like, if you're just getting sick all the time. I mean, like, if you catch the flu once, and generally you're not having to pay, like, monthly Obamacare bills, you will have more money to then just pay
Well, but you're paying monthly
for
health
your
care.
medical
You're
care.
still paying for insurance, even if the Affordable Care Act isn't passed. Like, you're still paying for insurance.
Sure, and we'll say it's less. Is that fair?
I don't know. It depends on your situation.
Okay, I'm saying that, like, people pay less into the system and then take care of themselves as they need to.
No. Well, this is what I was talking about before, and that healthcare costs are regressive. Not everybody can afford to bear the same costs. If a rich person and a poor person break their leg, they both have to pay the same to get it fixed.
I could never afford to
Okay, yeah,
pay for
that's
my
through the
leg.
argument. Okay, my answer to that is that's unfortunate. That's what it comes down to.
Okay.
It's cold. It is what it is.
Yeah, I agree. That is unfortunate.
It's
but
your
as somebody
parents'
that wants to
responsibility to take care
live,
of, it's your parents' responsibility to take care of you.
Your parents
If your
aren't
parents
always-
can't take care of you, they should give you to the government, and they're irresponsible parents for having a child not being able to take care of the child.
do you
Give you to
understand?
the government?
As somebody who lives,
It's not the government's responsibility to take
your
care of
parents are doctors,
every
dog.
child. What?
Your parents are doctors.
Okay.
It's easy for you to make that statement. So are you saying that you shouldn't be allowed to have children unless both of your parents are six-figure earners?
No, I'm saying you shouldn't have children if you can't financially keep your child alive.
Okay, but medical care costs are very, very, very expensive. If something really bad happens to your kid when he's 3 or 4 years
Right,
old
and like
and
I
you
said, for
can't
the
pay
most part,
for it,
even with
the government should
I don't
take
know
your
if even,
children?
like maybe that's one part where the government can kind of do a little this like redistribution stuff is because with kids, maybe like because I said I'm in favor of we take care of kids, we should be doing that. Even though that's kind of a tricky one because then I would like just have as many kids as you want and kind of like that's a slippery one, but that's I have trouble being too cold on that front. That we should just and you got to take care of kids. Get the kids through send them out of the hospital perfectly healthy, and then they're in their parents' arms.
I guess so, like
And then
this.
if they catch, I mean, what could they catch? What's a baby gonna? Like if it,
You know what's
it gonna
interesting?
what's
This
gonna happen?
reminds me of a case that happened.
Explain to me what happened.
There was a family. I want to say it was in New York, but I don't remember. But there was a family where the child got, I think it might have been he got some infection, got like maybe strep throat or something, and they didn't believe. Well, maybe this is not too much to your point, but not only could they not afford the health treatment, but they also were of a belief that they could take care of their kids on their own. And that what you're saying kind of reminds me of that kind of mentality. Like once you have the kid, you have a duty to take care of the kid. So they kept the kid home, and the kid rested, and they gave the kid water. They didn't take the kid to a doctor, and the child actually died because the parents didn't bring them to a doctor. And a negligence, willful endangerment of a child action was brought against the parents for leaving their kid and not bringing their kid to a doctor. And I think, CJ, you might anticipate where I'm going with this one, but the jury unequivocally found that the parents essentially killed their child by not giving the child the health care that the child needed. And that's just goes to say that like parents, cannot alone fix their children's health situation. And to the economic point, it's like most people can't even afford that, even if they wanted to. And as I said already, I couldn't afford. I can't afford paying a doctor's bills. So, like, if I had to go to a doctor, like every so often, it's like fucking thousands and thousands of dollars. It's crazy.
Yeah, and
Wait,
we're
think
only
you
talking.
could afford going to see a doctor. First of all, what do you mean you couldn't?
It is so tremendously expensive. Like if I had to dish out,
You could go see a doctor.
Well, but you're only talking about one-off things
fully.
too. We're not even talking about chronic things like diabetes, where you would need constant medication for your entire life. Like I wouldn't be able to afford a lifetime of diabetes medication, and I make a decent amount of money, more than most people, and I know I wouldn't be able to do it. So and I mean that's just one of like many different kinds of chronic conditions, or like people with scoliosis or whatever that have back problems and shit. Like the surgeries for these things are easily like in the 5 or 6 figure range, right? The average person in the United States could be destroyed by a spontaneous $1,000 bill, let alone a $30 or $40 or $50,000 bill that's also, you know, trailing a condition that's keeping them from working. Like, or yeah, or Crohn's disease, or there's a million different chronic diseases that.
I mean, I think it's important to take into account how all of them operate, how much of them are factors of personal decisions and lifestyle, and, you know, say for like certain like age cutoffs, like if you like catch something after a certain age, or like get a certain type of cancer after a certain age, we have to assess your life history and see how much of this is self-inflicted. Because if these are self-inflicted conditions you are causing yourself, it is not inherent on other people to take care of that.
I just think it's so impractical to say that you need to assess people's life decisions each time they go to the doctor. I think that's pretty absurd. And I just think that's impossible. I mean, you can't even argue that that's possible.
Well, that's why I'm saying for the most part, you shouldn't have to.
Not only would determining
sick, however they're sick, and then just pay for it themselves.
Not only would determining culpability,
have to be a discussion about what they've done.
Not only would determining culpability be impossible, but you'd also be violating HIPAA, I think, to do that.
Well, it wouldn't be impossible. It's not impossible at all.
It's
absolutely
impossible.
Violating HIPAA to do what?
You can't. I mean, first of all,
because you would have to violate
doctor-patient
confidentiality, right? In order to
they do that
because a doctor would have to pass on information, making assessments.
And they say this person is a smoker.
That's not how that works, though.
That's. I mean, I don't know about. It's going to violate something, but I don't know about HIPAA. HIPAA has to do with the electronic transferring of medical records. But
wait, for a doctor to report on your culpability of having a certain medical condition. I might be misquoting it, but like, let's say I go to the doctor and I tell the doctor that I was like smoking marijuana or doing crack cocaine, and that's what my, you know, health condition is. Isn't it illegal for the doctor to report that to the authorities because of patient-doctor confidentiality?
Yeah, it would be a violation of their ethical. Yeah, but not necessarily HIPAA.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought that HIPAA covered that. That was my bad.
But
I think they do actually transfer all that data, just not connected to your name.
Well, but it's illegal for somebody. Well, no, but it's illegal for that to be violated, and I don't think and it can't be used against you legally.
Yeah, it can't be connected to your name.
No, that's an interesting point.
Just as a demographic collected.
No, so you raise an interesting point, CJ. If a doctor transfers someone's it's called PSI. I forget what that stands for, but like personally identifiable information, whatever, like their name, address, social security number, that would violate in over electronic means. That would violate federal law. But it's true though, if you do block out that personally identifying information, that would not violate it. And plausibly, you could have a society where the doctors block out the identifying information, submit it to a review board of some sort, and they determine whether that person is at fault. Yeah, I think that's possible. I think that's still not practical and still crazy, and it would be an economic disaster. Like, you would be tremendously increasing the cost of healthcare, because who's going to pay for those jobs? You wouldn't just need one panel. You'd need like a panel for every doctor's office. And for God's sake, we barely have enough money in this country as is. I don't know how we're going to pay for that. And that just kind of goes back to the whole practical considerations thing I keep talking about. It's just not possible. It's impossible. But like, I mean, let me try to find some, I guess, merit in what you're saying, CJ. Like, it is true, because there is merit. It is true that people make bad choices, and it is unfair for people to have to pay for those bad choices. That's your point, and that's not like an absurd point. it's not like, I don't think that's an absurd argument at all. But where it starts to get absurd, though, is the conclusions that get drawn from that. Like, a lot of the conclusions are leading to absurd results that are not workable for our society. Like having a panel at each doctor's office to decide these kind of things. It's impossible. And then it raises the difficult issue of how do you determine fault?
I don't know. It's controversial. It's possible, I think.
It's possible,
I don't know if
but
that's specifically the answer, but I'm just like, it's not impossible. It's controversial.
nothing's impossible. But our whole like goal as members of society, and the government's goal more particularly, is to make society efficient. Like to have it so that like we are maximizing our economic potential, we're maximizing the value of our citizens. And I saw someone said in the chat, which I can barely read since it goes at light speed, but I saw someone said like that kind of argument reduces humans to economic value. And first of all, like, you know, when you're arguing with people, you have to argue in ways that they can understand, right? So some people are more sensitive to economic arguments than others, but at the same time, every society has like a duty to make everything better, to improve the conditions, improve jobs, and that costs money. That's human capital is what's required, and that's not something that's a bad thing. It's just that's just the way things kind of are. But I don't know. I would be a little scared to live in a society, CJ, that's run by you, because I would be a little afraid that I might make, you know, I might eat like a bag of Cheetos and then be determined to have caused my own like high blood pressure if I get that down the line. And I think that's it's kind of a very authoritarian kind of state where you're controlling people's actions, and I think that's a very scary and un-American.
Yeah, we've also, as a society, ruled that we wouldn't do things like that, because I think the closest thing I can think of in terms of comparison is...
I mean, we increase people's rates for car insurance when they crash.
Kind of, but we also ruled, the lawyer guy would know probably more about this, but I think we ruled that it was against the law in a lot of different states where people were trying to say that if you were on, what did people try to get past? Like if you're on welfare or unemployment insurance, that they could drug test you? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They tried to push this in some areas, and I believe that there was almost unanimous legal pushback against that, and that stuff was never enacted in any state, as far as I'm aware.
I have to, yeah, that definitely was a thing, and I can't remember exactly what happened about that. But yeah, I mean, it's very intrusive to require people to get drug tests, and yeah, that just doesn't seem like a sensible. It's probably unconstitutional, which is the issue. But yeah, it's a very similar kind of concept. Or, you know, for welfare and a lot of.
How would it be unconstitutional?
How would it be unconstitutional for the government to require people to undergo drug tests because they don't have money and need welfare? Well, that would be
in order to get money, not because they don't have money, but if the government's going to give them money, that they should.
Well, the only reason you need government
why is that unconstitutional?
Because your economic situation is subjecting you to a disadvantage. That's the only reason why you need government assistance in the first place. So, what the constitutional effect of a law like that would be that you're
not something for the most like this is a personal responsibility thing though too. Like why do you need the economic assistance in the first place? You're just saying because you don't have money. Okay, so why don't you?
Well, what do you mean? People don't have money for lots of reasons.
Right.
What?
So we just need to give you money?
Well, I mean, ideally, if we would want to supplement some people's incomes with different types of welfare, depending on what their shortages are. If you're talking about something like WIC, or if you're talking about something like food stamps or EBT, yeah, because I think that for the most part, we as a society have determined that it's more beneficial to help somebody out than to leave them dying or unclothed or unsheltered in the streets. Right?
I think we go too far, but in some degrees, I kind of agree with it, and some I don't. It's a tricky question. It's not just for like full starvation of the poor. I think certain initiatives have to be put into effect, but this can't be the kind of system where it goes on and doesn't end. Like, we have to get people up to a point and then make it understood, like, okay, get there. After a point, we're not taking care of you anymore. I think if you are poor forever, it is like it's probably your own fault. If you are poor forever in this country, it's your fault.
Interesting.
Like, you can be poor at a time, and it can be not your fault. There can be various circumstances, lots of things that happen to you, just like, the environment you grew up in. But at a point, it's your fault.
So what does poor mean to you? Like, what do you define as poor? Because
I don't know, below the poverty line, I guess. There's I guess multiple ways of looking at it. I don't think there's exactly one definition. That would be the easiest one, though.
So just as an economic matter, there's not enough money in our society for there to not be poor people. Like, you have to, and this is that's probably a very controversial statement, but it shouldn't be. If you know economics, it's like, if you're going to elevate a whole sector of people to a higher social tier, their money needs to come from somewhere. And that's kind of why a lot of people are fighting about jobs and job availability, because if there are no jobs, then you're definitely going to be, shit out of luck when you're trying to, make money and you can't, you can't find a job. Or what happens when you don't have skills through no fault of your own that are economic.
How through no fault of your own? Explain that.
A lot of the acquisitions of skills that you get to enter a job market as a successful participant of that job market are determined by your family background. So if your parents are wealthy enough to send you to good schools or get you in a position where you're able to go to college and can even pay for your college, like, you're somebody that's going to have a significant advantage over somebody that doesn't have access to those same benefits or opportunities.
Exactly, or you can do what I did and just take out loans, right? And I've an obscene.
So hold on. So poor parents they don't teach their kids anything.
A lot of poor parents don't even know better.
Poor parents are just worthless.
No, they're stupid. In
parents.
general, they're stupid.
They're stupid parents. Okay.
Yes, that's true. What do you think that do you think that your lawyer buddy is the
I don't
one
know.
that
I
they're
didn't
targeting?
realize all poor people were so stupid. What?
A lot of them are, yeah. I mean, that's a rude way of saying it, but I know you don't like PC people. But, like, do you think your buddy goes to payday loans or pawn shops to get extra money to float him from payday to payday?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
You're talking about me? You
Yeah.
just asked me. No.
Right. Yeah. Like, when you talk about, like, predatory loaning, or you talk about, like, there are a lot of activities that exist that capitalize on the ignorance of people that are poor. And people in poor are, in general, yes, of course, I'll make that statement, much, much, much more ignorant in terms of financial matters or education matters or job matters.
Well, I agree. I'm just making sure.
Well, because you laughed at that like it was an absurd statement. But it's not, right? Poor people in general tend to have access to less education and tend to be financially illiterate compared to a wealthier person. Yeah, for sure. That's why you see them floating tons of credit card debt. It's why they're horrible at saving money. It's why they make unwise purchases. It's why their allocation of money is bad.
They're not as good. They don't produce as educated children.
Of course,
because they don't teach their children as much.
Sure. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's absolutely true, CJ. Absolutely true.
Okay, good. I agree.
I mean,
wait. But you said you agree with that, but then on the flip side, you laughed and you said, like, wait, so you're saying parents don't teach their children anything? So if you agree with all these things about parents passing on skills to their children, then how are you suddenly the second, I wish I could snap better, the second a child turns 18, now he's all of a sudden 100%, taking on responsibility for his entire life through, every single thing on his own, and he can't blame his parents for anything. Why does that just snap when they become an adult?
Well, he can blame his parents all he wants. What's he going to sue them or something? Collect money from them? What do you want?
Well, no, it's not about suing or
I'm not trying
to
he can blame his parents all he wants.
I'm not trying to assume or assign blame or responsibility. I'm trying to make sure that we understand the facts, because when you understand the facts and how the world works, it lets you design policy that you can enact that will have a positive outcome on people. So when you talk about policy that is designed to punish people for being uneducated about certain things, this doesn't work, because people that are uneducated about certain things come from uneducated people. That's not a policy that's going to lead to a successful outcome for your society. Right? Do you agree or disagree, or?
No, I agree, and I think we're both generally in favor of better inner city schools. like
Okay, but
give
in
them
order
the
to get
education,
those
build the
better
infrastructure.
in order to get those better inner city schools, it's going to be people from the suburbs and people from the outside who are going to be paying for it.
Okay.
Okay, so you're
That's
okay,
okay.
with income redistribution for education and whatnot then?
Well, you're calling it income redistribute. We're putting it into a public. We're putting it back into like the government. This isn't money going to people. This is building infrastructure that people all together use, not just giving away individual lump sums of money and allowing people to make their own decisions with it.
Okay, this is income redistribution. When you talk about taking my money to pay for somebody else's schooling, you're redistributing my money to pay for somebody else's schooling. That's income redistribution.
Well, I mean, it's taxes. The government, like we agree
taxes
to.
is-
I mean, taxes are all government shakedowns.
Taxes are a way of taking
We agree
money.
to some things being taxed. We don't agree
Sure.
to other.
Taxes are a way
services
of
for our tax
taking
money.
income away from me and redistributing it to somebody else. That's income
Yeah.
redistribution.
Right, except that we're not redistributing it to somebody else. We're just redistributing it like we're
To
using
a
it with
public
the
facility
government.
that is used
We're
by
using
other
it
people.
in the government.
Sure.
Yeah, it's
For
used by other
services
people.
that
We're
will,
not giving
okay.
it to other people. We're
I
using
don't.
it.
Let me just. I don't know. There's a little. It's not quite income distribution because, like, it's really government funding, and like I want, and this is kind of how our tax system kind of came into play. It's like we realized that, like like Joe Schmo or New York State, like we cannot do or provide certain services to our people unless there is an overarching national system that aggregates funds and allows it to be directed into targeted areas. So, I mean, this is the paradigmatic example, I think, is highways and roads. Healthcare is probably one too, and things like that. Like we just simply can't do certain things unless we have a tax system. We're not redistributing income per se when we're using tax dollars to build roads.
I guess the reason why I say income redistribution for education is because, like, for education, public schools tend to be paid for with property taxes. Property taxes tend to be restricted to certain districts, right? So you tend to have very wealthy schools in very wealthy neighborhoods, better schools in better neighborhoods because the property taxes are higher because the properties are worth more. So if you're talking about giving more money to fucked up schools in the city, that money has to come from somewhere, and it's probably going to come from a wealthier district. So I feel like it's a pretty direct form of income redistribution, right? Because if you're taking it, because you're either going to have to tax me higher, which means taking my money and then putting it somewhere where I'm not going to use it, or you're going to have to take money away from our currently existing schools, right?
Yeah, I heard your I heard the whole argument that you said about this against in the Sargon of Akkad discussion, and it's pretty hard to disagree with a lot of that stuff. But how the education works, and you want to be able to put any kid in the system and have them come out and have the system suitable for every student, no matter where they live. That's a generally good thing, I think.
Well, that's good. It's good we think that. It all stems from the same idea that people are more productive if you give them a chance. And that's why it's so important for us to educate our kids, and that's why it's also important for us to not let people die before they get to contribute their their useful terms in society. But yeah, I think you agree with that, which is a good thing. But how to get there is often what it comes down to, and we can't get. And that's just a difficult part, and it looks like we all agree on that aspect. Wow, this has been going on for 2 hours. But yeah, so I'm trying to vaguely see if people in the chat are saying anything that we should.
Don't worry about the chat. There's only
I
sadness there.
I think it is generally good to increase our pool of people who can be successful and innovate in the future, run good businesses.
Mm-hmm.
We need to increase that pool, and I think that's a lot of what you're saying for that is the best way to do it. I just after you're 18, pretty much, then you have to take over.
Well, in some states that age is 21, like in New York, but
Or in Nebraska, it's 19.
That's fine too. Things need to end at some point. We can help people out, and then at some point you have to take over we can't just pay for you forever.
Yeah, I think most people would agree with that conceptually, ideally, that you want to move people into more successful areas of life and off of welfare.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, welfare is not supposed to be permanent. You know, nobody thinks that it's supposed to be. But
Well,
you
definitely
can't.
a lot of people do. That's a lot of people do.
Well, it's going to be permanent in the sense that you're always going to have people who need it. Always. I mean, in theory, actually, well, that's not theoretically true. I guess I'm wrong. But
Well,
it's
outside
also
of like
it's
a
also
utopia.
should be a goal to reduce the amount of people like going through that system. Like we want to not.
Well, yeah, I think that's always the goal. When you elevate a family off of being in poverty, if you empower them with things like education and whatnot, typically that is a family that will be more likely to stay out of poverty. In general, I think that's a safe assumption, or I mean, that's an assumption that's backed up by statistical data, at least.
I think when people know they're not getting like free healthcare and free other stuff, they're more likely to work hard to achieve those things to get out of poverty.
or they'll fail, right? Like, I mean, they could just fail and just completely become, unable.
Yeah, or they
Homeless.
could
They could be
fail, and then
homeless.
it gets into a gray area of what do we do here, and then eventually, if we do keep helping them, then it gets to a point of okay, dude, it's on you now. Make money, take care of yourself. End of story.
It's not always so black and white, which is, I think, the hard part. It's not always someone's fault that they need assistance. And like, if you think about like single mothers where like the husband, they get, they're living, not living together per se, but they're, in a relationship, they're maybe married, not married. And then the husband kind of leaves, and then the woman is stuck with taking care of a kid. And that's essentially a full-time job. And you kind of wonder, like, how is that mother supposed to get out of that situation, in a fair way? Like, to what extent can you point the finger at the mother for not having, a high-paying job because she has a kid to take care of and things like that? It's just...
I might be able to point the finger at her for having a baby with like just some dude who just gets up and leaves. I mean, why? What happened there?
But you're blaming the mother for the husband leaving the mother? Is that what you're saying? That can't be what you're saying. You're not blaming the mother for the husband's leaving, right?
I mean, it's the husband's fault for leaving. It's her fault for not. Like, if you want to start a family with somebody, you ought to be pretty sure of who they are and that they're going to help you.
Articulate what her fault comes down to. Like, what is the mother's fault?
I don't know. Like, is it a matter? Is there a problem? Is she happy being a single mother? What's the problem exactly? Just that it's tough. If it's tougher, then she should have like made sure she had her family plan together better.
So, she should have what? I used a condom or something? I don't know. I just don't know
if
what.
she didn't want to have a baby, it's not like what's the situation? She wanted to have the baby and she wanted to work the rest out later.
Okay, so here's a thing where you can talk about like family law, right? There are cases where people, and people oftentimes do this, where people will look at things like alimony or child support. Child support really is what we should talk about, right? Where people will look at them and be like, well, it's not fair that the man has to pay child support here. And people will look at it as what is the fairest and what is the most fair thing for the man involved and the fair thing for the woman involved. But the legal system, especially for family law, doesn't give a fuck about what is fair for the
well, that's
father
a tougher
or the
one,
mother.
and I would have
tough.
a tough time arguing against alimony.
Typically,
I mean, yeah, it is the dude can't. He does have to pay. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that typically what the law is concerned about in terms of family law is the best outcome for the child, right? That's typically when they're talking about setting up visitation. They don't care if the the husband cheated or whatever. Determine as long as nothing was done to threaten relationships with the child or whatever, right? Typically, what the courts will try to do is they'll try to arrange the most preferential setup that hopefully guarantees the best possible outcome for the child, or not guarantees, but at least points to, right? So when you're talking about again, understanding reality and designing successful policy, I feel like blaming a mother, even if she did pick a bad partner and have a child with him, blaming her for her problems and then saddling her with those problems, that doesn't get us anywhere in society. It doesn't contribute to anything positive.
What do you mean saddling her with those problems? With
like
her
just
daughter?
saying,
is that what the problem is?
saying that a mother, Sure, yeah,
What's the
children are
problem?
problems. Yeah, fuck, they're huge financial burdens, dog. That shit is
Well, I mean, that
expensive.
sounds like a problem that she brought on herself.
Okay, sure, but what I'm saying is, even it is instead of being like instead of the fetishization of assigning blame, right? Why not just look to improve in general all of society? So if a mother comes to you and is like, "Yo, I'm fucked. Like I fucked up. I fucked up getting this dad, and he's gone, and now I've got a child." Let's say like, "Well, dude, fucking deal with it," and fucking the mom and the child over.
Well,
Why not
because I
figure
want
out?
to figure out how to prevent the next one from happening. We can go ahead and work to help those people too, but I
Okay,
want to
but this
prevent the
doesn't.
next
But
so we can do it right.
legally,
and we
it's
don't
very,
have
very, very
problems,
hard.
like-
It's very hard to influence behavior with law, right? There have been so many studies on things like the death penalty. Do these really work as deterrents, right? Because people in general don't think like that, right?
I don't know about that one.
What?
I don't agree with that. And
That the death penalty? You think the death penalty works as a good deterrent for
no,
crime?
sorry, no. Let me. I was just. You gave an example, which I think helped your argument, but I don't agree with the premise that law can't control people's behavior or can't dictate people's behavior. I think it absolutely does. But the question is, to what extent?
Well, because it
And-
seems like
and-
unless that's the already like the culture or the morals of the society, like law is not going to take somebody and drive them in a completely different or in a different direction, even slightly, than what the culture already dictates. Like things like speeding, for instance, or things like the usage of marijuana, or like committing crime or having children out of wedlock. Like these are all things that are both financially and legally discouraged, but people still do them because of the culture, right? Because of the culture of peer pressure, or crimes of passion, or whatever.
I don't. So I don't know. I think what you're saying sounds a little binary to me. I think that there are cultural influences and legal influences. There's no question. But what I think about the death penalty, like, what happens there is that, in one theory of criminal law called the rational choice theory, the death penalty is kind of based on the presumption that if you make a high enough. Actually, well, let me just roll back for a second. It's premised on the notion that in order to prevent people from making crime, you need to create a consequence that is
Serves as a
enough
deterrent.
to deter a rational person from doing that action. So, for example, if you have an assault and the penalty is 2 to 5 years, or 2 to 4 years, like it is in New York, then in theory, the way the theory works is that people will not assault or commit that crime because the assault is not going to be worth the 2 to 4 years in prison. But what the problem with that becomes is that you get so many other factors like rates of detection. Everyone thinks that they are not going to get caught. So that actually skews people's rational assessment about whether they should even engage in criminal conduct or not. And then on top of that, you get certain penalties that are so high that a rational person can't even comprehend exactly what kind of deterrent effect that should have. Like, do you think that a person is going to be more deterred against killing someone if they get 50 years in prison or the death penalty? I mean, like, to that person, like, both of those penalties are so high that they treat them essentially as the same thing. Although death penalty is probably a little trickier because then they die. But look, people are just not really internalizing the death penalty when they're doing certain actions in ways that would actually deter people, and that's I think what you were getting to. But I don't think that's to say that that law in and of itself doesn't.
Okay, sure. Yeah, okay. My statement was too hyperbolic. I agree. I think that law, if speeding tickets were $1,000 a pop, people probably wouldn't speed anymore. So yeah, my statement was definitely
You better
hyperbolic.
believe it.
Yeah,
You
sure.
absolutely better exactly.
Sure.
Right.
Okay,
But
sure.
the question comes down to, like, and this is the legislature's job. It's like, what penalty do we ascribe to certain conduct in ways that we think rational people would not engage in that conduct? And that in and of itself, like the way I articulated that, and maybe I'm biased in the way I articulated, but that is exactly a way of kind of controlling, in a way, the behavior of society. Like, you don't want people to do something, so you create penalties for it.
Sure.
And that's very important.
But I do think for certain behaviors, it's good to acknowledge that there are going to be some behaviors that you have a lot less control over, like a crime of passion or whatever, right? Where people aren't rational actors in their crimes or even considering the consequences, or things like, like having children. Like these are things that I would say very rarely are people usually considering the consequences. And like you said, sometimes they're not even really aware of the consequences. Like, what are the chances that I actually get pregnant? Like, I don't actually know. It probably won't happen.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it seems like the thing where if you choose to do something without knowing all of the information about it, or especially knowing that you don't know all the information about it, that's your fault.
Yeah, but when you sign that, the problem with assigning that blame, and this is the same argument that I had with Sarkhan, like if I walk into a bank and a bank teller says something to me like, hey, like I can give you this awesome credit card, $10,000 line of credit, 23% APR, no balance, like the only thing that I hear is 23% APR and I walk out immediately because I know what that means. I'm not going to get robbed on interest rates like that. Like that's insane, right? Whereas a poor person is more likely to hear, $5,000 line of credit. Hell yeah, I'm in on that immediately, right? That's why I think, again, like going back to the payday loan example, payday loans aren't marketed to middle class and upper class people because they're not stupid enough to take that kind of money at that exorbitant interest rate. So people aren't making...
So was he tricked, or did he just decide to take the money and use the $5,000 line of credit, and that was just what he decided to do?
He doesn't have the level of education or financial literacy necessary.
Know that he shouldn't take a deal that he doesn't fully understand.
Correct.
I don't believe that.
When you turn on a TV and you look at car commercials, what is the number one thing they advertise? The monthly payment. The monthly payment doesn't mean anything. The monthly payment doesn't tell you anything. What's the interest rate? What's the total cost of the vehicle, right? How much am I paying extra on like warranties or their bullshit? But why do they advertise a monthly payment? Because that's what people like. You're going to give me a $120 monthly payment? Hell yeah, I want that car. Even if it's over like 72 months at, 8% interest for a car loan. Like people will do it anyway because people in general, especially poor people, tend to be financial.
People can't pull out like a calculator and say, "Oh, that's more money." That's not a good decision. Like if they're just making impulsive decisions, you're talking about just people making their own bad decisions, and we have to cover for that as a society.
This is an interesting issue now.
I don't know. That's taking away people's agency way more than I could. Believe. There
are actually studies on this that show that with respect to credit cards and taking out loans, that people are actually not very able to assess their ability to pay and whether taking on that debt is actually economically beneficial to them. And what the effect of that is, where people are kind of inherently, viewing these transactions without taking into account the full economic impact on them as a whole, is you end up making choices over time that are economically detrimental to you. And there are actually some if you guys Google this, there are a lot of very interesting articles on consumer behavioral economics and credit cards. People are just you can say, oh, smart people this, stupid people that. Even smart people are actually not thinking about credit card debt in ways that are economically beneficial to them. And I just wanted to add that because that's a very interesting thing to bring up. Even in that context, it's not about smart or not smart or fault or bad decision, good decision. Like people are just, through their own minds, they're unintentionally making bad choices sometimes. So I just wanted to add that. I don't know if that adds much, but...
But even at that case, like if a wealthy person makes a poor financial decision, it has a much less dramatic impact on their overall financial successes if a poor person makes a poor financial decision.
Okay, and I can agree that is the privilege that they get for having worked for all that money in the first place.
Or being born into that money.
Sure, or your parents having worked for that money and then them giving it to you.
Sure.
I mean, is there something about that should be disallowed? You're not like one of the people that thinks 100% death tax or anything like that.
I'm not talking about disallowed. I'm just talking about having a realistic, like right now, I think the big problem in my
I can definitely
opinion,
agree that like class is a privilege.
Okay,
like,
yeah, but it seems
class,
like you, but you don't believe that. Like you're paying me lip service right now. You don't though. Because throughout all of this conversation, you've said that you think that people are 100% responsible for every choice that they make, even when it talks about like abstract financials. You think that people are responsible 100% for any kind of health crisis that they endure.
Well, to clarify
right?
that, I think I understand what you're saying, and what I would say is that I mostly agree with you that like about the influences on people's lives that affect them and that affect their abilities to make decisions. But what I think is that we can't like divide things up for like make laws for crazy people to appease like bad decisions and bad that like we can only make things one way. And
But that's not what we do. We don't make laws for people that make bad decisions. We make laws on the understanding that nobody is perfect and nobody is going to always make the right decision in every single scenario. And I think what a lot of the arguments you've been making, they assume that people are able to be perfect. And while that's a very optimistic and I think that's a very honorable, thing to think about people, we all know that people make mistakes and people as a general matter shouldn't be punished for certain mistakes to a certain level. And that's what our society does. It's exactly what it does, actually.
Well, that's a very vague statement that sounds agreeable, but I mean, I would tighten down on that and say, like, so people shouldn't have suffered negative consequences for making bad decisions. Like, of course they should.
Well, call it making
That's how it
mistakes.
works. That's how it works. You do something bad, you make a bad choice with your money. You're going to have less money, you're going to have a worse life.
Yeah, but that's not what we're not talking about. Like when you say like suffer bad decisions, like if somebody buys a cheap, like if somebody makes the bad decision to buy an Xbox instead of a PlayStation 4, then they have to live with the fact that they're going to be an Xbox shitter. But that's not what we're talking about. Like you're talking about people making the bad decision that, they're going to misallocate funds and not have enough money to go to school and ruin the rest of their life because they're always going to be fucked in terms of their income power, or even they might even fuck their kids up, inadvertently because now they're having children that are going to be in worse positions because they don't have enough money to save up for them to go to college or access for right.
Yeah.
So we're not
100%.
Sure. So okay. So I'm just making sure, like when you talk about like you're saying people shouldn't have any consequences at all. Yeah, of course people should have consequences for their action. But if people are prone to making decisions that are going to result in consequences that are not only negative to them but a net negative to all of society, then I think it's beneficial for everybody to try to legislate or enact some kind of policy.
I don't know about that. This goes back to Ray's point about about discouraging people, because if they know that there's always a bailout, there's a bailout. It doesn't there's emergent, like I'm going to spend all this money on just dumb shit, buying cigarettes, buying alcohol, like, oh fuck, I went broke. But
yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about paying somebody for their cigarettes, but I'm just talking about having a realistic view of how people work. Do you think
you're saying paying for their schooling after they wasted all their money on cigarettes?
Okay. Do you think that there's a person that's going to the gas station right now that's like, oh, well, I was going to smoke another pack of cigarettes today, but I don't want to get lung cancer, so I'm going to stop? Like, people tend...
There's not enough of them.
People tend... Yeah, because people tend... But, so... so how about on the flip side? Do you think that most of those people want to get lung cancer?
No.
Then why are they making the decision to smoke?
I think there's a variety of reasons people choose to smoke. Why do you think people smoke?
Because they're irrational. Or because they value something immediately right now over something in the future, which the majority of people do.
Every smoker is an irrational person.
Yeah, irrational. Yes.
Well,
hold on.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Of course, that's what the whole idea of credit is built on, or at least credit cards. But you're laughing at that. Like you keep laughing at this. Like. And Sargon did it too, and then he walked back on the laughter because what I'm saying is absolutely true, and it doesn't sound polite.
Can
But
I ask you that person? Who's Sargon? Who's that?
He's another guy who is very, 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 very right leaning. So I don't know if you heard it before, but one of the big arguments that gets used a lot when you talk about things like whether you're talking about affirmative action policy or whether you're talking about welfare is people on the right like to bring up agency as like their catch-all, and then they use that against you, like, oh, so you're saying that black people are too stupid to avoid stop and frisk, or you're saying poor people are too stupid, right? And usually the reason why that argument works is because the person on the left arguing is too scared to actually answer that yes, they are too stupid, or yes, they do lack the agency to make these decisions, even though that's absolutely true. But that's because it sounds bad. But that's an easily tenable position, and you can defend that. And I'll fight to the death for that position. That poor people in general are too stupid to look out for their own good in a ton of different ways. And I know this to be factually true. And there are studies that back it up. It's just true. But instead of pretending that everybody can be this massive, perpetrator of supreme logic in every decision they make in their life, even without having the education or financial background to do so. I think that you legislate knowing that people in general will fuck things up given the opportunity to, and people will only act as good as their surroundings or environment have allowed them to act, I think. All right, I'm sorry, that was a lot.
No, that's. I think
Well, the first thing I was going to say about like me laughing at some of this stuff, I mean, you know, I watch your stream. You know, I think that's part of it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Not always being disrespectful. I just think some things are funny.
Well, sure, but I mean, a lot of people, I don't know, Sargon did the same thing. I got a lot of people that do that. But sorry, okay, yeah.
Yeah, look, I do. I mean, I think we all agree here, though, that we make mistakes as a people and as individuals, and there are some mistakes that we shouldn't just be thrown away for because we make them. Like, I mean, on that argument, you can say, well, bankruptcy law, why should that exist? If you're going to make, the choice, the economic choices, why should we quote unquote bail you out? And I think those arguments are just not good for this kind of same reasons I was saying before. Like, people are better off being productive, and often, as you were saying, Destiny, like a lot of bankruptcies are caused by things that are not quite fair and not quite in the control of people, like medical conditions. And
Sure.
CJ, you might go on and say in response to that, well, my arbitrary 20-40% of medical conditions are voluntarily taken on by people, but.
And even bankruptcy is a shitty thing because that's something that, like, if you're poor, you're poor, you file bankruptcy, like you're going Chapter 7 and ruining your credit for the next 7 years. Whereas somebody that's wealthy, can use different types of bankruptcy filings to further their financial status, right? That's like protection of assets rather than pushing the oh shit button and I fucked up everything and now I'm fucked for the next 7 years of my credit.
All right. Also, as far as the so clearly getting. Like, lowering the amount of single motherhood is clearly very important. That's something that we need to do, right?
Sure. Yes.
What's
I
the best way to do that? How do we accomplish that?
From what I hate to point to it because it's not such a cop-out, but it seems like education seems to be like some of the biggest things that go into that. I know that moving a lot of states off of abstinence only education seems to have helped in all of the states that have been impacted by that. Like, even though pregnancy rates all across the country seem to be getting better amongst teens, it seems that it's disproportionately getting better in states
all right,
that adopted.
these are agreeable points. That's a fair. Jumping education is a good place to go to.
Sure.
Yeah, generally people are better educated. That's why I'm been like not for giving them.
Sure. This sounds like this is
but I'm definitely for infrastructure spending, especially in places where, like, America is weaker.
Yeah.
I think we've got to bring up the rest of America.
Sure.
But not by giving individual people money based on.
Sure. This is a form of
their
welfare, but
socioeconomic
places like Planned Parenthood also help a lot as well. If women are able to access things like contraception for free or abortion, if you're for that on the taxpayer's dime, that's something that also is a net benefit to society. I would rather have a woman
free condoms. That's incredibly cheap. I think that's something that we can generally afford to give away and have that be a not problematic expense.
Sure.
Probably not in favor of paying for everybody's abortions. Is that one we agree with?
I mean,
I'm in favor of abortion, but not paying for other people's abortions.
I mean, I'm sure if you've listened to my stream, personally, I'm pro-life, but I mean, if abortion is legal and it's something that we've accepted as a society, if you look at the net benefit, well, it sounds bad for me to say this, but I mean, if you look at the net benefit of an abortion, I think you would probably rather pay for an abortion than you would pay for that child's life for the next 18 years if they're born into a single parent household. I think, right? Like, that's just looking at like what costs more, no? So like, let's say that you had a poor person who was like, okay, well, fuck, I need to get an abortion, but I can't really, Trump has outlawed it federally, or Trump has rather, lifted the federal mandates or whatever off of it, and now I have to go to a different state, and I can't afford it, so I'm just going to have a kid. Would you rather pay for that single mother now and that kid for X amount of years, or would you rather just pay for the fucking operation and, call it, right? Because you've already said that you're in favor of, like, supporting children and whatnot, and that's a child you'd have to support, the state would have to support for the next 18 years.
Well, I'm in favor of the abortion. I just want them to pay for it.
Yeah, but if they can't.
What Destiny's saying is that you don't want them to pay for it if A, they can't, and they're going to have a kid, that is going to require more money from the system over the 18, 19, 21 year whatever period that they're getting government benefits. That's the economic argument. I think that's very. I mean, that's what he's saying, right? Do you see what I mean about that, CJ? Like that's not necessarily saying that, like you can say, oh, like they should pay for the abortion, but in fact, what the point is that you don't really want them to pay for the abortion themselves because they're going to end up costing you more money down the line. And I think that's a very good argument, and I think that's kind of one of the best arguments for allowing people to have abortions. Of course,
pay for my abortion or what?
I'll have
I don't
a kid?
understand. Okay.
They'll have the kid, and then the kid will be a cost on society. It's not like an intentional.
Why will the kid? I mean, won't the kid eventually earn back and put into society? I mean, he'll take some money out of society while he's growing up, and then he'll be an adult.
But that's
in theory someday.
In theory, that's true, but that's not, what statistically and what in practice ends up happening.
What?
And
what do you mean kids don't statistically end up growing into adults? No.
You're statistically taking somebody that's more likely to belong to a worse class, statistically a lower class of citizen.
Oh,
that sounds
I got
really
you.
bad,
So he's going to grow into a poor adult, and then he's still not going to
more than likely, or one contributing to crime or something. There's a higher chance being born into a single family household. Yeah. And the mother's power economically is also reduced because now instead of being a working member of society, she's going to be a leech on the system, right? Leeching welfare.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe she should just get a cheap abortion.
Yeah, and people are using
grab something out of the closet.
to get
I don't know.
abortions and killing themselves by mistake in the process.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem with making abortions illegal is that when people seek it through very cheap or unsavory means, you end up with a lot more complications as a result.
And I think this all comes down to the fact that it's always economically better.
I mean, this is one of those. I have trouble discerning exactly like what I think of. Is it a human life, and can we? I mean, I'm in favor
ignore
of
the abortion of the baby. Just talk about the mother.
Into it. It's easy for me personally that I wouldn't like if I got a girlfriend pregnant and didn't want I don't want a kid right now. But I don't know. That's a selfish thing of mine, and I don't even think it's a good principle. I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel if they made abortion illegal. I mean, when is it a human life? Can we kill it? Can we not? A lot of people I talk to about this are always just like, oh, it's not a baby, it's a fetus. It's like, so literally just when it comes out of the mother, that's when it's human, and that doesn't make it.
Sure, this is kind of like an entirely different argument. And like I said, I'm pro-life. I'm very much I'm pro-life philosophically, but I'm just looking at the legal side of things and even the practical side of things. Like practically, even if you're pro-life, you can't really make abortion illegal. It just doesn't work well in society. Like the incentives are all there for a mother that really wants to get an abortion to do it in a really fucked way, and you have a negative impact economically on people, and you're forcing your moral view on other people that might not necessarily agree with it. It just, I don't think. I mean, the Supreme Court already decided in Roe v. Wade that abortion is a right to women. So I mean, I don't think there's much.
Up to a certain point, but yeah. I
mean, a lot of people just think that was wrongly decided. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's in law. I don't really much of an opinion on what happens to it. It's a tough question, I think.
Well, but
it's a question that once it gets resolved, we kind of have to move forward and just kind of accept, the legal effect of Supreme Court decisions and kind of the voice of the people when they speak through legislation. And I think, as what I was trying to say before you interrupted me, CJ, like you always do, was that I think it's always economically beneficial for people to be able to make free choices rather than restricted choices. And I know that sounds like a very, I don't know, is it democratic or capitalist? I don't know. But like in just tying it back to abortion, it's like if you imagine, okay, I dropped my mic. Sorry. If you imagine a society where you forced parents to take care of kids they don't want, like imagine what effect that would have on the parents' ability to love the child and take care of the child, and leave aside for a second the fact that if they can't even economically take care of the kid, it's just that. Kids need parents that are ready and able to take care of them, or they're going to get in situations where they're not getting a start
they're not starting from a good point, and that's
Well, I
important.
agree. So maybe they should stop getting pregnant so much.
But
Is
that's
that-
not how people think. How many people do you think get pregnant when knowing, fuck, even I fucking did it, man, and I consider myself to be reasonably intelligent. Like, how many
Well, it
people?
doesn't matter if they were thinking about it or not. It's their responsibility.
Okay, but now again, we're
They
looking
went and
past
did it.
the thing. Like, we can assign blame and go on the retribution route all we want,
Well,
but
it's-
is that the best way to move forward for a beneficial society? Like finding like who's
What,
the right person?
accountability? I
Yeah.
think accountability is a good thing for
Really?
society.
But
Yes.
we haven't agreed on that in society. Even in a financial sense, look at TARP, $600 billion of bailout money to financial institutions and other sectors of the economy. Like, I mean, I think that as a society, I think we've kind of just figured out, I think rightly so, that the retribution route of all of your policy just isn't very beneficial in the long term. I guess like it can give you a big justice boner,
I
maybe.
don't think it wasn't rightly so, and I don't think that that's correct either. But go ahead.
Well, what's not correct? I think, in the most part, like
I think my things are better in the long term.
that. Like, so what thing in particular?
Like pretty much every policy we've discussed, like healthcare, like PC nonsense.
But then again, like, why do you think? Well, I guess like when I ask you, like, you're saying that like, so people that get lung cancer chose it, but why do so many people continue to choose to smoke? Why do people choose to get bad credit cards? Why do people choose to get payday loans? Why do people
Well, a
choose to
lot
do
less
bad in their
people-
education?
people
A
are
lot
not
less
rational.
people are smoking now than ever before. Isn't
Yeah, but-
smoking at like
Sure,
record,
but that's like a cultural
2016
thing. But
People are
that-
smoking less than ever.
Sure, but that was a lot of cultural stuff that went into that, not like punishing people legally for it. But I mean, why do people choose
Well, I
not
mean,
to go to
you
school?
were talking about we increased taxes on cigarettes. That's what
Yeah,
we do.
but we've always taxed those products. I mean, we
Yeah, we're
tried to
taxing them
outlaw
more.
we tried to outlaw alcohol, and that didn't work. If you tax something too much, then people will just go to the black market. Where do you think marijuana comes from? Unless you're in Colorado or Washington.
Or a lot. I think there are more states now, right?
Yeah,
But,
probably. I don't know, but
Yeah. It just comes down to the fact that people are not rational. And I think, CJ, I think you're clinging a little too much. This is just my opinion. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think you're clinging a little bit too much to the concept that people can make rational choices all the time, and that's just not true. And
I'm also saying if they don't, it probably is still their fault. They're accountable for their actions.
but it's not fair. What the problem with that is that it's not fair to punish people for things they can't control. And you yourself said
Well,
that-
they're kind of punishing themselves. We're just not giving them specific help after like giving them money.
they're not
after
the
they've
ones
made bad
taking away
decisions.
money. I mean,
well, and again, and even who's allowed to make a bad decision? Like in your scenario, you might make the bad decision to skip out on 2 years of school, but it sounds like you'll be fine doing it. Somebody else making the same decision without the same kind of family background is not going to be fine. Their whole life might be ruined as a result of it. So how is that fair?
Why would that ruin their life? Why
If
can
you fuck
not?
up school and you end up not going to college ever,
Oh,
and
you
get
fuck
stuck
up. What?
work,
What? You fail out or something?
no, you just
What do you mean?
decide you say fuck it, I'm not going to go to school or whatever, and I'm just going to do jobs.
You're
and
gonna,
fuck
you're gonna
around.
yeah, like after high school, you decide you're gonna work for 2 years and then go to college.
Yeah, maybe do something like that, and then you don't qualify
Why
for
can't you
scholarships
do that?
anymore. Maybe you do, but maybe you end up working too much. Maybe maybe you don't like to go to school, and you decide that fuck it or whatever. What I'm saying is that the quote unquote accountability that you talk about is so much different for a poor person than it is for a wealthy person. That it's not fair to talk about accountability like it's this black and white thing.
Some people have advantages over other people. They're just inherent. Like your parents give you more money. We can't help where you were born. It is what it is.
Well, sure, but again, like
It's
you're
not the
talking
government's
about.
job to correct that.
But you're saying that accountability is an important thing. But I'm telling you that in some ways, wealthy people have no accountability. I can go out right now and I can go speed 90 miles an hour and get pulled over and have no accountability for it because I don't give a fuck because I got money. It doesn't bother me. Whereas somebody else can do it and their whole
Well,
life.
you'll
will be
get a
ruined.
ticket.
So?
You'll probably get points on your license. You'll pay money into the system.
I don't pay money into my
driving
system.
how fast? Speeding, what, like 85
Sure,
and a
85, 90.
65?
Sure, 90 and a
or
60.
you could die or crash into someone and then get charged for manslaughter.
Sure, you could.
I mean, it sounds like you're accountable. What's the?
But
what do
not
you mean
really.
you're
No, I'm not
accountable?
accountable. Maybe I don't even want the ticket, so I get a traffic lawyer and I get it dismissed because I have the money to do it. Like, where's the accountability there?
No, you don't even need a traffic lawyer. All you need to do is just never say anything to the police, and generally speaking, traffic violations.
Sure, but I'm saying like once you've already got the ticket, right? Is that if you've got money there, your options, the sky is the limit. You can get a ticket for fucking.
Well, like I mean, yes, you are capable of committing more minor offenses that result in only fines
No,
if you
even
have more
serious
money to
offenses. Even
waste on
serious
that.
offenses.
What, murder?
I mean, O.J.
Either-
Simpson did it.
Here, I can just say this as a lawyer. People who are able to afford lawyers and good ones, they have so much better odds than people who are not able to afford good lawyers or afford lawyers at all. And that hinges directly on your economic ability to pay for it. So, I mean, that's exactly, I think. And that's a
I don't know. That
real-
sounds like kind of a general flaw in the system of your career, but yeah.
No. CJ, it's not a flaw in it's not a flaw in the career or my career, my profession. It's a flaw in capitalism. When you have people who have
That's fair. That's very fair.
right, but we are living in a capitalist society, and we have to accept certain consequences happening. But what I think Destiny's trying to say,
Yeah,
is that when you have
capitalism gets out of control at
background,
times, and the government has to
more
step in.
able
It
to
happens.
get your way out of situations that other people wouldn't, and that is definitely true as a legal matter. Like, I've been on so many cases where, and these are cases I do for free, where these people are so poor and would not have like representation if I didn't agree to take the case. And just by virtue of even being on the case, like, it actually affects someone's chances. Like, my being on someone's case in like a child support matter, which I've been on, actually like affects a judge's credibility of the case in ways that are so, concerning and problematic. That's just kind of the way the system is. And that level of, capability is something that's a real.
Yeah, and you're even like buying like access to some extent too, because I'm sure you have relationships with like all the prosecutors and whatnot as well. Like you go into court one day and you'll see like who's there, and you might know something that another lawyer wouldn't or whatever, like a public defender or something.
Yeah, and I mean, I also went to a really good school. I did work at a prosecutor's office twice, the federal prosecutors in New York City. But like, yeah, I mean, like even what and like your connections, even that in and of itself, like like if I have a federal crime, like someone in my family, like by virtue of my position, I can just make a phone call. And I'm not saying that I can influence the outcome, but like it's beneficial to have people who are in positions to kind of help you navigate. And that's just purely comes down to your quote unquote privilege. And there's just no way, I think, to escape that. And that's kind of what the problem is. Like, people are not in equal positions to do things. And it's very hard.
I guess the only reason I brought that up is just because you keep bringing up like the accountability thing, like people need to be accountable, but society doesn't really hold people accountable in even ways. Is I guess the kind of point that I was getting at.
Well, CJ won't agree with that because society.
Well, I mean, rich people definitely can throw money at the problem and weasel around it a little bit more.
Yeah. So how is that accountability?
It's still accountability. They're getting it costs them money. They're
But who
draining
cares?
their own
Money
money into
doesn't
the
mean
system
anything.
for these things.
But money doesn't mean anything. Those like.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything. Of course, it means something.
If I get pulled over right now for a $500 speeding ticket, I literally don't give a fuck. I'll pay it and walk away, and that's it. It's a shitty day. Like, that's it. It sucks. That's kind of a shitty thing. If it would have happened to me 7 years ago, that's 3 months of financial struggle where I'm going to be floating credit card balances, where I'm going to be floating and not paying bills, where I'm going to be asking family for money. Like, that's fucking horrible. Like,
okay, can I tell you how you could have prevented this? Don't speed.
Okay, but where's the accountability? Why, I can speed now because I'm wealthy? I can go do whatever the fuck I want now because I'm wealthy?
You can get, basically.
But so where's the
You
accountability?
can't do anything you want. If you murder someone, you're going to jail. If you
Okay, but
I already said.
What
you
about
can
driving
commit
under a
more minor
suspended
offenses
license?
Where the only
My license was
deal with is a
suspended,
fine.
but my
you have
license
the
was
luxury of doing that if
suspended.
you're a rich person.
My license was suspended, and I was caught driving under a suspended license. Okay, and the punishment for that, it can include jail time. Okay, I think a maximum, of
Why
3
would you
years.
be driving under a suspended license?
Long fucking story, but I did it. But I had $1,000 to blow on a fucking traffic lawyer who
Well,
knew
sounds
every
like an
single
interesting
person.
Story.
It's not. I got out of the ticket
Wait,
completely.
Stop interrupting.
I literally went to court and I pled guilty to a ticket for
I
a
thought this
broken
was a-
headlight.
Okay.
No, it's not a hypothetical. No, this happened to me. Right? I walked out of that courthouse paying, I want to say $83 in fines. It sucked driving to fucking Kansas City because I had to be there in person. But because I had the money to pay for a traffic lawyer, the first time I showed up, he literally told me that the prosecuting attorney was a cunt and that we should postpone the case to come back in a month, right? Because he knows how all that shit works, right? I was able to plead guilty to 2 like fucking, I don't even want to call them minor infractions because I think they were less than that.
I understand all these
So where's the
problems.
accountability there for wealthy people? How can you say like, well, this is what we need to do because people need to be held accountable for making bad decisions? Why don't I have to be held accountable
Well,
for a bad
what
decision?
do you want to change the punishment to? I don't understand. I know that like it affects people where like if you have
Well, I'm just
like
talking
barely
about
enough
the
money to make
idea
it
in
by, and then
general.
you get fined for breaking
I'm just
the
talking
law,
about the idea
it
in
hurts
general.
you more
I'm just
because
talking
it
about
cuts into your
I'm talking
money
about
more.
the idea in general of you saying that people need to be held accountable. And what I'm telling you
Yeah.
right now is that if you get rid of all the government policy and you quote unquote treat people as equal, that's the ultimate way for people to be unaccountable. Because wealthy people have way more leeway in our current system to get away with way more shit, and the accountability is not
Well, they don't get
existent.
away with it. They pay $500.
Yeah, but if the punishment
cost
doesn't
is-
mean anything, then you
They
pretty much
have
get
the
away with it.
cost. They have the ability to pay the cost. Like that's what it comes down to. It's like, yeah, it's $1,000. Traffic lawyer is $1,000 for a poor.
You want to change it to like a 30%
No,
of
I'm
the
just
monthly
saying that
earnings or something.
Well, look, depending on how you look at it, that's I
Scale it?
am in favor
Scale
of
it
that.
based on income.
Yeah, for sure. I personally am. Yeah, but I mean, like, if you look at it as
That's an
percentage,
interesting idea.
if you look at it as percentages of incomes, it's actually not fair. So if a poor person gets pulled over and on their ticket it says, "Well, you got pulled over. You owe me 45% of your income from your last paycheck now for this fine." And I get pulled over now, and it would say like, well, you owe me 4% of your income of your last bi-weekly paycheck now for your crime. How is that fair, right? If you look at this is where things like regressive and progressive structures come in, right? Where if the poor person has to pay a greater percentage of their income for something, you can't really say that that's the same kind of punishment, right? If I wanted to make something fair when I was moving boxes between me and Nathan, I'm not going to give each of us 500 pounds of boxes to move and tell
Well, I
my
think where this
5-year-old
gets tricky
son.
though is then should we have differences in law?
Well, hold on.
Or,
I'm not,
like,
no,
people
no, I'm not
can
trying to
do
say,
different things
I'm
based
not
on-
even extrapolating based on what we should do. I'm just asking you to acknowledge the reality of these differences. That these are different things. These aren't quote unquote
Yeah,
fair
of course. And if like someone
things.
who is like barely struggling to make it by suddenly like breaks the law and has to pay a $200 fine, it's going to affect them greatly when they're already having problems paying for their food, making their car payments, whatever.
Sure.
But what I'm saying is the way
And
they
there's
could
a
have
domino
not had to
effect
deal with
in
that in the
that,
first
by the
place
way.
is by not breaking the law.
Unless you're wealthy. So we have like what? So you have like two different sets of standards. Not everybody is perfect.
Well, no, the way that the poor person could have not had to deal with this problem is by not breaking the law.
Sure.
But that's not relevant. That's not relevant to
And
the
it's-
point.
and
Point
it's
is
not
that even
fair.
if you do break the law, because people make mistakes, there are certain groups of people that are able to handle those and navigate the consequences that much easier. And I mean, no one has even mentioned so far the fact that
Well, I don't
being
disagree
pulled
with
over
that. Sure,
in
the
the first
consequences
place
are
is
rougher on a
based
person
on,
with less
in many
money,
ways,
of
your
course.
appearance and your and their disproportionate treatment of certain minority groups by just subconsciously, even I'll call it subconscious, by police officers. Even that is like a perpetuating source of inequality among people.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's something we
well-
talked about earlier. Even when you control for socioeconomic factors in the legal system, black people come out worse. It seems, statistically speaking, in all of these court cases, even when you control for like wealth and whatnot.
Well, that's because people have, and everyone in the law knows that, like people have inherent biases in ways that affect the way they view a particular case, and that's a serious reality of my profession and of the legal profession. It's just it rarely is equal. There's rarely any fairness in it, and that's very unfortunate. But it's the reality, and you can't deny that that's the reality, or that black people can maybe not speed, or maybe black people can, I don't know, sell whatever to get $1,000. Like the reality is just that it just perpetuates a situation where people are being anchored down by things that are really not in their control very much. But I'm not sure if CJ disagrees with that, but it all just comes down to like what do you do about it? Like if it's true, then so what? And I think what you're kind of against is making laws in ways that that would favor, I guess, the poor person who gets a ticket in order to fix the remedy. Is that right? Or is that not right?
I'm not sure. You mean of charging them less, like doing this scaled based on income, kind of like Destiny was talking about. I'm not exactly sure where I stand on it. It's an interesting concept. It
The
sounds
only point I'm trying to make,
It sounds
I'm not even talking that far. The only
interesting.
point I was trying to make is just that when you say things like I want to hold people accountable, while seemingly not recognizing that depending on how much money you make, you're never going to be held accountable for anything in your life, or you have leeway to make.
Of course you are. I mean, yeah, sure, you have advantages. You certainly have advantages. You're still accountable.
But I don't know. I'm not.
Like, if you commit murder, it's
Well,
not
I'm
like, well, you're
talking
rich.
about murder.
Don't worry about it.
I'm not talking about murder. But if you're more well off, you better
What, I mean,
believe
what are you talking about? Speeding or?
anything outside of like the worst like raping people or whatever, like making poor decisions for education, making poor decisions in terms of family planning. Like these are all things that if you make a bad decision and you're wealthy, you're not going to be fucked anywhere near as much as somebody that is, financially destitute.
Well, some of those things were against the law and some weren't, so those were a confusing list to put together.
It doesn't matter whether ignore the law. It's just that people are disproportionately affected by their decisions based on their economic background, and that's a reality, and that it has to be acknowledged.
Okay, yes, it is a reality. Yeah, there are cultural trends.
Cultural trends? What
People
does that
tend to do things like they just have their own behaviors and choose to do things regardless of what you'd want them to do or would be best for society or best for everyone and best in their own self-interest. People just kind of do things. I don't know why people do all the things they do. I can't explain that.
I guess like a real life example that I would look at is like, I guess when we were talking about like the healthcare thing, and I talk about like some type of social medicine or whatever, right? And your argument would be, well, if this guy's going to choose to smoke his whole life, he deserves the outcome, right? But what I'm telling you is that outcome varies wildly depending upon how wealthy he is, or even how much wealth he was born into, and that he can make bad decisions, and quote unquote the outcome that he has been punished with is, well, he has to pay, maybe he doesn't contribute and max out his IRA contributions or 401k contributions that year or whatever, and he takes care of it and it's fine. Whereas for a poor person, that quote unquote penalty that they have to deal with is financial ruin. That's not the same. That it's not fair to say that like, well, you just have to deal with it when people are disproportionately capable.
I don't know.
Of
That's a tough one because I don't know. Just with maybe it's not the greatest example just because it's with smoking because there might be better examples for you to mention. But I mean, with smoking, it's like. What about him being poor made him more likely to smoke or something? I mean, why did he choose to smoke?
Education
from having less money.
That's an easy question.
Like nobody. There's a surgeon warning on the box. There's billboards and commercials all over the place. Like you have a biology class and you're gonna know that Jesus, this really will give me black lungs now. It's like, dude, we've been telling you this for years.
Let's say that you take two kids. Let's say you got a kid born in the projects who's got a single mom who barely ever sees them, and then let's say that you've got another kid born in suburbia who goes to a wealthy school with two parents and a stay-at-home mom. Which set of parents which family is more likely to deter one child from smoking? The one who, if they even catch him with cigarettes or smell smoke on him, are going to ground him for 2 weeks and take away his Nintendo and Game Boy and punish him, and make sure that he doesn't do it, or the one who barely even sees his mom because she's working all the time? Which family do you think is going to have more of an impact on whether that child smokes or not?
The white one.
I didn't even say white or black. I mean, that's interesting that you came to that all yourself, and I think that speaks volumes in and of itself. But I mean, so you already have people who are being disproportionately impacted by their family situation, but now you want to further impact them. So you already have somebody that's more likely to make the right decisions. You already have somebody that's already ahead, and now you want to say that the punishments on both should regressively impact the poor person. Even though the other person is already ahead, you're saying that the punishment should be worse for the poor person because they have less of a chance to pay for it than the rich person does. Like, right? You're like shooting them in the face twice.
No, it just kind of is. I mean, it's not
but
that it's just that it is.
But when we talk about law and we talk about economic policy, we're not talking about how things, quote unquote, are something. We're talking about how we want things to be, right?
I'm not talking about law. I'm talking about how things work in reality.
Oh, sure, this is how things work in reality, but but the goal is to compensate for these things to some extent, right? We're not offering financial aid to students with parents that are millionaires, right? Because they don't need it, right? We're talking about how we'll try to shape this society, right? Or how we want things to be, how people that we want to help out with economic policy or whatever.
I don't know. That was a lot. That was a lot of like 2 minutes of rambling. You're gonna have to. What's the exact question right now?
That people are disproportionately impacted by things, and that two people can make the same decision and have dramatically different outcomes in the quote-unquote fair society that you're talking about.
Yeah, CJ, this is all
Sure.
going
Society
back
is not perfectly fair. Life's not fair. That's what I'm talking about.
but then
And
how
that
can
it's
you
not
say that
government's
people should be
responsibility to step
accountable?
in and fix that. If your parents were like not hard work, if you're just born to bad parents, there's nothing we can do to fix that.
But that's not true. There are things we could do to fix that. We could give you
Well, there's
access
no-
to more
like what?
education. We can help you
Yeah,
out
sure. We're
financially.
both in favor of that, making the education system like good and maybe even like
Maybe
I don't know, like,
subsidizing
national
people's
or something,
access
or-
to lawyers. I mean, we do that privately to some extent. Your friend, I keep saying your friend because I don't know your actual name, but apparently works some cases, I guess, pro bono.
My
Or
name is Ray.
your name is what?
Ray.
Right. Oh, yeah. So do you work your cases pro bono, or is there some kind of fund that pays into your legal defense, or you don't have to?
The cases I do that fall in that category, they're just for free. They're pro
Gotcha.
bono.
Okay, sure. So, yeah, so I mean, like, things like that are really helpful, like...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's definitely, I mean, there's so many organizations that help people who don't have money to do even basic things like change their name or if you're like transgender or whatever. And
I know.
yeah.
I love both of you guys a lot. I have to leave in like 3 or 4 minutes, so because I have to pick my kid up from school, so he doesn't become financially destitute by being abandoned by his father.
It's really good. Yeah. Well, this was a very interesting conversation. Lasted longer than I thought it would. But if Destiny, if you want to talk some more at some point, you should feel free to Skype me.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks for coming on, and CJ, thanks for coming on and talking for so long.
Yeah, thank you for having me in interesting conversation.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. All right, have fun.
All right.
Take it
Peace.
easy. Bye.
What's up, buddy?
I'm sorry, I cucked you really hard because I have to pick up my kid soon. I'm sorry,
No,
what
it's
did
all
you want
good.
to say?
Well, I mean, there's just a couple things, right? So the first thing was on the whole drug testing for like welfare recipients. The reason why it's unconstitutional is the Fourth Amendment says that, you know, you can't be subject to unreasonable search or seizure, right?
Yeah.
And you don't forfeit your right to privacy simply by virtue of availing yourself of government benefits.
How is it that they
Like-
were able to get that passed then in some states? Apparently they did actually get it passed according to chat.
Yeah, they got it passed in like 12 states, but when they went to Florida, the district court there said, no, you can't do that, and then the governor gave up. He didn't try to contest it because...
Oh, so you think in
Yeah,
these
yeah.
other states that if the right case came through the courthouse that it could go to the Supreme Court and get
Yeah.
federally overturned or something?
Yeah, I think so. My only other point was that he doesn't really seem to understand that government has always sort of functioned as a parent. There's the doctrine of in loco parentis, which, you know, has existed since the Lochner era, which was, I don't know, like early 20th century, right? So it's the idea that there are certain protections that the government offers to citizens, regardless of whether or not you're a child. So, like, you know, when you turn 18, you're not suddenly thrown into, you know, nature and, you know, if your life sucks, it sucks. No, the government's there to offer you certain benefits and protections. And I don't know, I was just extremely frustrated by that.
Okay.
But it seems like you didn't really manage to convert his views. So, rip.
It's all good. We had a great discussion.
I don't know if it was great, but it seemed pretty circular. All right, well, you got to go pick up Nathan, right?
Yeah, pretty soon. I guess, like,
All right.
I don't understand how to... I guess, like, if you don't have, like, the experience of being in certain situations, it seems impossible to make people... I guess, like, the agency is the big thing. Like, that's something that, like, to me, it seems obvious that if you're in a situation where your whole life has been fucked, that you're just... You're
Yeah, you have no agency over your life to date.
Or, I mean,
it doesn't make any sense to hold you accountable for something you had literally no control over.
Yeah, or even that, like, agency in general is, like, highly subject to your background, you know? Like, How much decision does like the average fucking kid, like if you take like the average kid in Harvard, like how many of these people like came from horrible backgrounds and decided like I'm gonna fucking strap up? Like a lot of these people came from very
that's
wealthy
the problem.
families.
A lot of people will buy into sort of the myth of the American dream, where they'll tell you that if you work hard enough, eventually you're gonna succeed, and it's like
which is true,
survivorship. Yeah, but there's so much survivorship bias there.
Sure.
It's like how many people are working 6 jobs?
Yeah, the problem
20
isn't
hours a day.
Yeah, and the problem isn't that the American dream tells you that. The problem is then that people think that every single person that did it, came from nothing, and like, oh well, all of these people came from nothing, and follow the American dream. It's like,
everyone who failed is inevitably lazy or dumb or somehow deserving of their fate, which it just I don't know. It's a self-perpetuating myth that doesn't work.
Sure.
Yep, so that's basically all I had.
Well, hey, I love you, buddy. It's been fun. Be careful. Are you coming to CES? You said you're going to be there, right? Yep.
No, not if I can't get in.
Fucking piece of shit. All right, well, hey, have fun. Okay, shit, I got to get my kids in. All right, bye.
All right, later.